Everyone in the kingdom knew one rule: never, under any circumstance, touch the Dragon King. Not his hand, not his cloak, not even the air too close to his skin, because the moment flesh met flesh, it turned to ash. And yet before the entire royal court, she grabbed his hand, and nothing happened. No fire, no scream, no smoke rising into the vaulted ceilings of the throne hall. Just silence. A silence so deep it felt like the world itself had stopped breathing. And that was the moment everything began to unravel. She had always been invisible, not in the mystical sense. No magic cloaked her presence. No spell hid her face. She was simply nothing. A servant girl born without a wolf, in a kingdom where even the lowest child carried the pulse of the beast beneath their skin. Among warriors and nobles who could shift into creatures of fang and fury, she remained painfully, humiliatingly human. They called her Empty, a name whispered in corridors, laughed behind goblets, spat like something bitter on the tongue. She scrubbed floors where nobles walked. She lowered her gaze when alphas passed. She learned to make herself smaller, quieter, less noticeable than the shadows that stretched along the stone walls. Because in a world ruled by strength, weakness was not pitied. It was erased. The day of her humiliation arrived wrapped in silk and cruelty. The royal court had gathered every alpha, every noble bloodline, every ambitious eye turned toward the great hall for a ceremonial demonstration of loyalty. Servants were brought forward, one by one, to kneel before the throne and swear their service. It was a tradition meant to reinforce order, but for her, it was something else. A spectacle. When her name was called, a ripple of quiet amusement moved through the court. "Bring forward the wolfless one," a noblewoman murmured, her voice dripping with delight. She stepped forward, barefoot against cold marble, her hands trembling despite every effort to steady them. The weight of hundreds of eyes pressed down on her like a physical force. At the center of it all sat the Dragon King. He did not move. He did not speak, but the air around him shimmered with heat. Even from a distance, it was suffocating, like standing too close to a forge that had never once cooled. His presence was not simply powerful, it was wrong, unnatural, as though his body rejected the world around him, burning everything that dared come near. She had heard the stories. Servants who brushed against him gone in an instant. Guards who tried to steady him, reduced to ash before they could scream. Even his own advisors kept their distance, because the Dragon King was not just feared, he was untouchable. "Kneel," came the command. She dropped to her knees. "Swear your loyalty." Another voice followed. Her throat tightened. The words felt heavy, foreign. Loyalty implied value, purpose, worth, things she had never been allowed to possess. Still, she opened her mouth, and then it happened. A guard behind her shoved her forward, hard. Her balance broke. Her body pitched ahead before she could stop it. And in that single, irreversible moment, she reached out. Her hand slammed against his. The court gasped as one. Some screamed. Others turned away, already expecting to witness her death. But no fire came. No flames devoured her skin. No ash drifted into the air. Instead, the Dragon King froze. His fingers, which had never held another living being without destroying it, remained still beneath her touch. His eyes, cold, ancient, and terrifying, snapped downward to where their skin met. And for the first time in years, the fire around him flickered. She should have pulled away. Every instinct screamed at her to let go, to retreat, to beg forgiveness. But something held her there, something deeper than fear, because for a single, impossible second, the heat was gone, not lessened, not weakened, gone, and in its place was something else, something steady, something alive. "Don't move." His voice was low, commanding, and laced with something no one in that room had ever heard from him before. Hook. The court erupted into chaos. How is she not burning? This is impossible. She touched him. The nobles rose from their seats, whispers turning into sharp, frantic voices. Some looked at her with horror, others with calculation. But the Dragon King did not look away from her. Not once. "Stand," he ordered. She obeyed, her legs barely able to support her weight. Slowly, carefully, he turned his hand, still holding hers. Testing, waiting, watching. Nothing happened. No fire, no destruction, only silence. "Bring her closer," he said. The command sent a wave of unease through the court. "Your Majesty," one advisor began, pale with fear. "I said bring her closer." No one dared argue again. She was guided, pushed, really until she stood directly before the throne. Close enough to feel the remnants of heat still clinging to him. Close enough to see the truth no one spoke of. The Dragon King was not in control. His power was consuming him. "Look at me," he said. She hesitated, then obeyed. His eyes burned not with flame, but with something far more dangerous. "Need. What are you?" he asked. She swallowed. "Nothing, Your Majesty." The answer echoed through the hall, and something shifted in his expression. "Nothing does not survive me," he said quietly. From that moment on, her life no longer belonged to her. She was taken not to the servant quarters, not back to the shadows, but to his chambers. A place no one entered, a place no one survived. The first night was a test. She stood across the room, every nerve in her body alive with tension as he approached. Slowly, deliberately, like a predator, unsure of its prey. "Do not run," he said. She didn't, not because she wasn't afraid, but because something deeper had taken hold. Curiosity. His hand lifted, hesitated, then pressed against her arm. Nothing. No fire. No pain. Only warmth. A sharp breath escaped him, not from exertion, but from relief. Rav. Unfiltered. Addictive. Again, he whispered. And this time, he didn't stop at her arm. Days turned into nights. Nights into something dangerously close to routine. He tested the limits of her presence, her skin, her proximity, and each time, the same result. She neutralized him, calmed him, silenced the fire that had ruled his existence. But there was a cost. She began to feel it, not immediately, not obviously, but slowly. Something inside her drained, like standing too long in winter, unaware of the cold creeping into your bones. And beyond those walls, the court watched, waited, plotted, because power like that could not remain unchallenged. And someone had already decided, if she could touch the Dragon King, then she could kill him too. The first attempt to kill her came before dawn. She woke to the scent of smoke, but not from the king. This fire was different, thin, bitter, crawling beneath the door of the small chamber they had given her beside his own. For one frozen heartbeat, she thought his curse had finally reached through the walls and found her in her sleep. Then she saw the black oil spilling beneath the door, saw the orange glow rising beyond it, and understood the truth. Someone had locked her inside and set the corridor aflame. She stumbled from the bed, coughing, her hands scraping against stone. But the window was too narrow, the door too hot, the smoke too thick. Outside, no guards shouted, no footsteps came. Whoever had done this had chosen the hour well. She pressed both palms against the burning door, expecting pain, expecting skin to blister, but the heat sank into her like water into dry earth. The flames bent toward her, not away, toward her, and deep beneath her ribs, something ancient stirred. She gasped as the fire vanished through the cracks, rushing into her palms in ribbons of gold and crimson until the corridor beyond fell dark. When the door finally burst open, the Dragon King stood on the other side, half-dressed, barefoot against scorched stone, his eyes blazing with terror so violent it almost looked like rage. He did not look at the burned walls. He looked only at her hands. "Who did this?" he asked. She opened her mouth, but no answer came, because behind him, standing among the guards with perfect calm, was Lady Seraphine, the noblewoman promised by blood treaty to become his queen. And she was smiling. From that morning onward, the palace changed. The servants no longer called her empty where the king could hear, but their silence became sharper than insults. The nobles lowered their voices when she passed. The royal council demanded answers the Dragon King refused to give. Seraphine, beautiful as polished ivory and cold as a blade left in winter, began visiting the throne hall every day, dressed in red silk as if she already wore his fire. She never accused the servant girl directly. She did not need to. She merely asked questions in front of the court. Why had a wolfless slave survived what every warrior could not? Why did the king summon her at night? Why had his fires weakened since she came near him? And most dangerous of all, was she saving him or slowly binding him? The council listened, and fear did what fear always does in royal courts. It gave cowardice the appearance of wisdom. The Dragon King grew more restless as the whispers spread. He called her to him more often, not only when the curse flared, not only when the flames crawled up his arms and cracked the stone beneath his feet, but when the silence inside him became unbearable. At first he only took her hand. Then he began to keep her seated beside him during council meetings, where the nobles stared as though a servant on the king's right hand was a greater crime than murder. At night, when the fire beneath his skin raged hardest, he would stand in the dark and say nothing until she crossed the room to him. The first time she placed both hands against his chest, he trembled. The great Dragon King, conqueror of 7 wolf kingdoms, the man whose name made rival alphas kneel, trembled beneath the touch of a girl who had once scrubbed ash from his hearth. "Does it hurt?" she whispered. His jaw tightened. "Always." And that single word broke something in her, because until then, she had believed monsters did not suffer. But each time she calmed him, she weakened. Her fingers turned cold after touching him. Strange gold marks appeared beneath her skin, faint at first, then brighter, like veins filled with sunlight. She hid them beneath sleeves, but the king noticed. Of course he noticed. He noticed everything about her now, the way she swayed after standing too long, the way her breath caught when his fire surged, the way she lied when he asked if she was well. One night, he caught her wrist before she could hide it. The gold lines glowed between them. His expression darkened. "You are paying for this." She tried to pull away. "It is nothing. Do not lie to me." His voice was quiet, but the room seemed to bow beneath it. "Everyone in this palace lies to me. You will not." She looked at him then, truly looked, and saw not the king, not the curse, not the living fire, but the man trapped inside it. "If I stop," she said, "you burn." His grip loosened, not because he wanted to release her, but because the truth had wounded him more deeply than any blade. That was the beginning of his restraint, and the beginning of her danger. He tried to keep distance. She saw it in the way he folded his hands behind his back when she entered, the way he stood across the room though the fire visibly tortured him, the way he dismissed her before nightfall even when sweat burned at his temples. But the curse punished him for mercy. Without her touch, his body rejected the world with renewed violence. Candles melted before he passed them. Iron handles glowed red beneath his fingers. The stone floor cracked wherever he stood too long. On the third night, his monstrous form emerged. It began with wings, not fully formed, not free, but shadows of them tearing from his back in a storm of heat and black flame. His spine bowed. Scales rose along his neck. His eyes turned molten gold. The guards fled before he could command them to stay. Only she remained, frozen in the doorway as the Dragon King became the beast his enemies prayed he would become. He roared, and the windows shattered outward into the night. "Leave," he forced through clenched teeth. "I cannot hold it." She should have obeyed. Every sane part of her begged her to run. But then he looked at her not as a king, not as a beast, but as a man terrified of what he might do. And she crossed the broken glass barefoot. "Do not come closer," he growled. She kept walking. I said, "Leave." The flames rose higher, circling him like a living crown. She stepped through them. They bent away from her skin, then rushed into her body, bright and terrible. When her palms touched his face, the beast inside him shuddered. His claws dug into stone. His wings collapsed into smoke, and slowly, impossibly, he leaned into her hands like a starving creature finding warmth for the first time. By dawn, every courtier in the palace had heard what happened. By noon, Seraphine had turned rumor into accusation. By dusk, the royal council summoned them both before the throne. Not the Dragon King's throne, the ancient judgment seat beneath the Hall of Ashes, where kings themselves could be challenged if the council believed the realm was endangered. It was a trap, and he knew it. Still, he went, because kings who refused judgment looked guilty before history. She stood beside him in plain gray linen, surrounded by nobles in jewels and armor, feeling smaller than ever beneath the painted eyes of dead rulers. Seraphine stepped forward with a silver dagger in her hand and a softness in her voice that fooled no one. "Your Majesty," she said, "we do not question your strength, we question hers." She turned toward the court. A wolfless slave appears from nowhere, survives dragonfire, drains the king's power, and now his curse worsens whenever she is absent. "Is that salvation or possession?" the council murmured. The Dragon King's hand curled into a fist. Heat rolled across the floor. She felt it searching for her, reaching instinctively, but he held himself back. Seraphine saw it and smiled. Let her prove innocence. Let her touch the sacred flame. At the far end of the hall, an ancient brazier burned with white fire, said to reveal forbidden blood. No servant was allowed near it. No liar survived it. The girl's stomach dropped. The Dragon King turned on the council. "No." His voice shook the pillars. "This judgment ends now." But Seraphine had already won the room. "If she is nothing," she said, "then nothing will happen." They dragged her forward. The king moved, and 20 spears lowered toward him, not because the guards could stop him, but because the council wanted the kingdom to see him choose violence for a servant. She looked back at him once. His face was carved from fury and fear. "Do not touch it," he commanded. But for the first time since she had entered his life, she did not obey. She placed her hand into the white flame. The hall exploded with light, not fire, not smoke. Light. Vast, golden, ancient light surged from the brazier and wrapped around her like a crown remembering its queen. The gray linen burned away into luminous ash, but her skin remained untouched. Across her arms, the hidden gold veins blazed into the shape of scales. Behind her, the shadow of enormous wings unfurled against the wall, not his wings, hers. The court fell to its knees without understanding why. The white flame rose higher, forming words in a language older than the wolf kingdoms, older than the dragon throne, older than betrayal itself. The Dragon King stared at her, as if seeing the answer to a question his blood had been asking all his life. Then the oldest counselor whispered the name no one had spoken for 3 centuries. The Emberblood heir. Seraphine's smile vanished. The truth broke over the hall like judgment. She was not wolfless because she was empty. She was wolfless because no wolf could live inside dragon blood. She was the last descendant of the ancient Emberblood queens, the royal line that had once balanced the Dragon Kings, not by serving them, not by obeying them, but by anchoring the fire inside their bodies so it would not consume the world. Her blood did not absorb his flame by accident. It recognized him, and his fire did not spare her because it was weak. It spared her because it had been searching for her since the day he was cursed. Seraphine lunged before anyone could stop her. The silver dagger flashed toward the girl's heart, but the Dragon King moved faster than flame. He caught the blade in his bare hand. For one breath, the court expected the dagger to melt. Instead, blood ran down his palm. Real blood. Human blood. Because while she stood within the sacred flame, his curse was silent. For the first time in years, he could bleed instead of burn. He looked at the blood in wonder. Then he looked at Seraphine. "You tried to murder my queen." The word queen shattered the last illusion of order. Rival alphas rose. Seraphine screamed that the Ember bloodline was cursed, that the servant had bewitched him, that no court would bow to Ashborn blood. The traitorous commander of the royal guard drew his sword and declared the king unfit, claiming the council's authority to seize the throne before dragon madness destroyed them all. And then the war, hidden beneath courtly manners, finally revealed its teeth. Chaos consumed the Hall of Ashes. Wolves shifted between pillars, tearing silk and armor as they lunged. Flame spiraled from the ancient brazier. The Dragon King fought without unleashing the full curse, because she was still too close, still glowing, still draining herself to keep him whole. He saw her knees buckle, saw the light in her veins flicker, and for the first time, he chose not to take what she offered. He chose to give something back. He crossed the hall through blood and fire, seized her hand, and pressed it against his chest. "No more," he said. "You will not die keeping me alive." She looked up at him, trembling. "If I let go, you become the curse again." His eyes softened in the middle of battle, impossibly, painfully. "Then let the curse take me." But she understood then what he did not. The bond was not meant to be one way. She was not born to be consumed. She was born to command the balance. So when the commander raised a black iron spear forged to pierce dragon hearts and hurled it toward the king's back, she stepped in front of him. The spear struck the light around her and stopped inches from her chest. Her eyes ignited gold. Her voice, when it came, did not sound like the servant girl they had mocked. It sounded like a throne waking from a long sleep. "Kneel." Every flame in the hall obeyed. The sacred brazier, the torches, the burning banners, even the fire beneath the Dragon King's skin surged outward and bowed toward her. The wolves froze. The nobles dropped to the floor as pressure filled the hall, ancient and absolute. The commander screamed as his black spear melted into dust. Seraphine staggered backward, all her beauty stripped bare by terror. The girl looked at her and saw every corridor insult, every cruel smile, every hand that had shoved her toward death. But she did not burn her. She did something worse. She spared her before the entire court. "Let her live," she said, "so she remembers whom she called nothing." The Dragon King looked at the girl then, not with possession, not with hunger, not with the desperate need that had first chained them together, but with reverence. He lowered himself to one knee before her. The court gasped, because Dragon Kings did not kneel. Not to councils, not to gods, not to fate. Yet he knelt before the servant girl with ash on her feet and fire in her blood, and he placed his wounded hand over his heart. "I choose her," he said, his voice carrying through the ruined hall. "Not because she saves me, not because my curse demands her. I choose her because every soul in this kingdom saw her suffer and called it weakness, while she carried a power greater than all of us, and still chose mercy." The mate bond struck like thunder. It was not soft. It was not gentle. It was a collision of ancient fire and living blood, a force that cracked the white marble beneath them and sent golden flames spiraling into the broken roof. She felt him not only his power, but his loneliness, his agony, every year of untouchable silence. Every night he stood alone, afraid to breathe too near another living thing. And he felt her the girl who had scrubbed floors while royal blood slept hidden in her veins. The child who had been called empty so often she nearly believed it. The woman who could have let the world burn, and instead chose to hold it together with her bare hands. When the light faded, the curse was changed. Not gone, not destroyed, transformed. The Dragon King's fire no longer lashed blindly at the world. It moved beneath his skin, like a sleeping beast, answering to two hearts instead of one. He reached for her slowly, not because he feared burning her now, but because choice mattered. She gave him her hand. This time, the touch did not drain her. Warmth passed between them, equal and steady. His thumb brushed over the gold marks on her wrist, and they softened into delicate lines like a living crown beneath her skin. Seraphine and the traitorous commander were taken away before sunset. The corrupt council was stripped of authority, its eldest members forced to swear before the sacred flame they had tried to weaponize. The rival alphas who had come hoping to witness weakness bowed instead to a union older than their bloodlines. And the servant quarters, where she had once slept, nameless and cold, were opened by royal decree. No child born without a wolf would again be called empty in his kingdom. That night, she returned not to the small chamber beside his, but to the high balcony overlooking the Black Mountains, where dragon fire once lit the sky in lonely storms. The king stood beside her, no longer surrounded by unbearable heat. For the first time, snow began to fall over the volcanic peaks without melting before it touched the stone. He watched it with quiet wonder, then looked at her as though the world had given him something too fragile to deserve. "You could leave," he said. "After everything this palace did to you, no oath binds you here." She turned her palm upward, the same hand that had once accidentally saved him before the entire court. "And if I stay?" His breath caught, and she saw the feared Dragon King become simply a man afraid to hope. "Then I will spend the rest of my life proving you were never born to be used." She stepped closer. "I was not born to be your cure." "No," he said, lowering his forehead to hers. "You were born to be my equal." And when he kissed her, the kingdom did not burn. The mountains did not crack. The ancient curse did not rise to punish them. Instead, deep beneath the palace, the sacred flame turned gold, and every wolf in the capital lifted its head as one, sensing the birth of a bond powerful enough to change the fate of kings. The girl once called Empty stood beside the Dragon King as the last Emberblood Queen, no longer hidden, no longer owned, no longer afraid of the fire that had tried to devour them both. And for the first time in his cursed life, the Dragon King slept with her hand in his, not because he needed her to survive the night, but because he had finally found a world that did not reject him. But peace did not come simply because the Dragon King had chosen her. In kingdoms built on old blood and older pride, love was never allowed to arrive without a blade hidden beneath it. By morning, the entire capital knew that the servant girl once called Empty had stood in the sacred flame and survived, that the Dragon King had knelt before her, that the court had watched his curse bow to her blood. Some whispered her name with wonder, others with fear, but the most dangerous ones whispered it with hatred. Because a girl raised among ashes had done what noble daughters had failed to do for years. She had touched the untouchable king, and instead of dying, she had become the one person no throne could ignore. The palace tried to dress her in silk before sunrise, but every gown they brought felt like a costume stolen from someone else's life. She stood before a polished bronze mirror, while 3 trembling attendants fastened gold clasps around her wrists, and all she could see was the same girl who had once scrubbed soot from hearthstones until her hands cracked. Only now, beneath her skin, golden lines shimmered faintly, pulsing whenever the Dragon King drew near, and he was always near. Not openly at first, not in a way the court could easily name, but his presence followed her like a storm refusing to break. Guards doubled outside her doors. Poison tasters appeared at every meal. Corridors emptied before she walked through them, not because she commanded it, but because he had made one thing clear without saying it twice. Anyone who touched her without permission would answer to fire. Yet protection could become another kind of cage, and she felt it before he did. The first week after the reveal, he tried to keep her away from every council session, every public ceremony, every noble gathering where resentment might sharpen into danger. "You have survived enough courts," he told her one evening, as red dusk bled through the balcony arches. "You do not need to endure another room full of smiling wolves." She looked at him carefully, at the man who had once demanded her touch, because his own body was a prison, and she understood the fear beneath his command. "If I hide now," she said, "they will say I am only powerful when you stand in front of me." His jaw tightened. "Let them say it. I have lived my whole life beneath names other people gave me." Her voice did not rise, but something in it made the torches flicker. Empty, wolfless, servant, threat, curse.
Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Chapter 1: The Hall of the Moon Vow. The Moon Vow Hall of the Black Pine Pack had stood for 400 years, and in all that time, no Luna had ever been replaced in front of her own people on the night of her own renewal ceremony while wearing the ceremonial silver she had polished herself that morning. Seraphine Marlowe had that honor. She stood at the foot of the moonstone dais where she had stood every winter for 6 years, her golden hair braided with pine sprigs in the old way, and watched her mate, her alpha, her first love, the man whose fever she had once sweated out of him with her own hands for 9 straight nights, walk into the hall with another woman on his arm. The whispers started before Roderick even reached the dais. They rolled through the packed hall like wind through wheat. "Who is that?" "A northern lady. Look at the fur on her cloak. That's white winter fox. That's a fortune on her shoulders. Where is she supposed to stand? There's only one place for a woman to stand up there." Roderick Blackpine was, as always, devastatingly handsome. That was the cruelest part. If he had been ugly, if he had been dull or coarse or weak-jawed, Seraphine might have convinced herself she had never really loved him. But Roderick was tall and dark-haired and built like a war poem, with gray eyes that could make a woman forget her own name when they softened, which they used to do, often, when he looked at her. They did not soften now. He walked with the northern woman past the long tables where Seraphine had arranged the winter feast herself. The roast venison she had traded 2 bolts of good linen to secure, the root vegetables from the cellar she had reorganized in September, the honey mead she had bartered from the river merchants using a credit line she had personally guaranteed. He walked past all of it as though it had appeared by magic, and he stopped at the foot of the dais, and he did not look at Seraphine. "Members of the Black Pine Pack," Roderick said, and his voice filled the hall the way it always did, like a bell rung inside a cathedral. "Honored elders, bonded families. Tonight is the night of the moon vow, when the Alpha reaffirms his bond and presents his Luna to the watching moon." Seraphine's hands were steady at her sides. She had rehearsed her part. She would step forward, Roderick would take her hand, they would speak the old words, and the winter would be sealed. She had done this 5 times before. She knew the cadence of it, the way she knew her own heartbeat. "Tonight," Roderick continued, "I present a new bond." The hall went so quiet that Seraphine heard a log shift in the great fireplace 30 feet away. "Lady Alara Winterbourne, of the Northern Winterbourne family, has accepted the position of Luna of the Black Pine Pack." The woman beside him stepped forward, and Seraphine got her first real look at the person who was replacing her. Alara Winterbourne was beautiful in the way that expensive things are beautiful, precise, polished, and utterly without warmth. She had dark auburn hair coiled at the base of her neck, skin like parchment that had never seen honest sun, and eyes the color of frozen river water. She wore white winter fox across her shoulders and a gown of midnight blue velvet that must have cost more than the Black Pine Pack's entire autumn grain budget. Her hands were folded in front of her, and her expression was one of serene, practiced modesty, the kind of modesty that says, "I have already won, and I am being gracious about it." She was also, Seraphine noticed with a clarity that surprised her, wearing a betrothal chain that had been forged at least 3 months ago. The silver had already developed the specific patina that comes from being worn daily against skin. 3 months. Roderick had been planning this for 3 months, through the autumn harvest that Seraphine had managed, through the Salt Road dispute that Seraphine had negotiated, through the silver mine transport crisis that Seraphine had solved by riding out to the mountain pass herself in early snow. 3 months of smiling at her across the breakfast table, of accepting her reports on grain stores, of letting her work herself raw to hold his pack together, while this chain cooled against another woman's throat. Seraphine looked at Roderick. For the first time since he had entered the hall, he looked back. She saw it in his eyes. Not cruelty, not hatred, not even indifference. Something worse. Relief. He was relieved to be done with her. Not because he had never loved her. He had, she knew that with the certainty of 6 years of shared nights and whispered promises and the specific way he used to press his face against her hair and breathe her in like she was the only clean air in the world. He had loved her. But loving Seraphine Marlowe came with a price that Roderick Blackpine had decided he could no longer afford. She was too competent, too necessary, too much. When Aluna runs the grain stores and the salt road and the medicine supply and the merchant contacts and the elder relationships, the Alpha starts to feel like a figurehead. When Aluna solves crises faster than the Alpha hears about them, the pack starts to look at her first and him second. When Aluna is brilliant and capable and golden-haired and universally respected, the Alpha starts to wonder if his pack is really his pack or hers. Roderick had found a solution. He had found Aluna who came with an army, a treasury, and a family name that would make other packs think twice before challenging him, and who would, by all appearances, be content to stand at his side and look decorative. It was, from a certain angle, almost reasonable. From where Seraphine was standing, it was the most breathtaking betrayal she had ever experienced, and she had once watched a merchant try to sell her a crate of sawdust labeled as cinnamon. "Seraphine," Roderick said, and his voice was careful now, the way it got when he was handling something he expected to break. "I know this is not what you anticipated for tonight's ceremony. I want you to know that your years of service to this pack—" "Service," Seraphine repeated, and the word came out flat and precise, like a coin dropped on stone. "Are deeply valued. A home has been prepared for you at the eastern edge of the territory, near the border crossing. It's comfortable, warm. You'll receive a monthly allowance and—" "The eastern border cottage," Seraphine said. "The one with the leak in the north wall that I submitted a repair request for in August, which was denied because, and I am quoting your steward, there are higher priorities for the carpentry budget." A small, horrible silence. Elder Marin, seated at the front table, made a sound that was very carefully not a laugh. "The cottage has been repaired," Roderick said tightly. "How wonderful. It only took replacing your Luna to get a roof patched." Seraphine's voice was perfectly level. She was aware, with the strange, doubled vision that comes in moments of absolute crisis, that every person in this hall was watching her for the breakdown. They were waiting for tears, for begging, for the satisfying spectacle of a discarded woman falling apart in public so that everyone could feel sorry for her and then go back to their venison. She would not give them that. She would give them something much worse. "You mentioned my years of service," Seraphine said, and she reached into the embroidered belt pouch at her waist, the one she had sewn herself, the one that contained the tools of every function she had performed for this pack for 6 years. "Let me return what belongs to the position." She pulled out a heavy iron key on a leather cord. The granary key. Main store, reserve store, emergency winter reserve. She placed it on the edge of the dais. "The river merchants renew the winter grain credit in 11 days. They renew it with me because I am the one who has paid them, fed their drivers, and kept their caravans safe for 6 years. If I am no longer Luna, 40% of your winter grain stops at the river." The hall went quiet enough for the fire to sound loud. She drew out a small leather medicine ledger. "The Ashwick herb women supply our feverfew, willow bark, and wound seal poultice. Their payment is due in 6 days. They do not extend credit to men who remember sick rooms only when they need a heroic speech beside one." She set the ledger beside the key. "Without this, the deep winter comes with no fever medicine and no wound treatment." Then came a wooden passage token stamped with pine and road. "The Salt Road Agreement. Renewed 9 days ago in my name because Greymarch trusts the woman who actually sends the wagons on time." The token clicked against the stone. "If I am removed, this token dies in 30 days. 3 objects. Grain, medicine, road. Even the oldest grandmother in the hall could count them, and every person understood what they meant. Food, survival, and a way out of winter." Seraphine left the rest in her pouch. The firewood contracts, the tallow notes, the cobbler favors, the elder grudges, the little human details that made a pack function. She would not drown the room in paper. She would let them discover those losses one by one when the first child needed boots and the first hearth ran cold. "There," Seraphine said. The position of Luna returned in full. She looked at Alara Winterbourne, who was standing very still, her pale eyes moving over the key, the medicine ledger, and the road token with an expression Seraphine recognized. The expression of a woman doing rapid mental arithmetic and not liking the sum. "I'm sure Lady Winterbourne will find it manageable," Seraphine said pleasantly. "She looks like a woman who enjoys a challenge." Roderick's jaw was tight. "Seraphine, this display is unnecessary." "Is it?" She turned to him, and for the first time something hot flickered in her golden brown eyes. "You are replacing me in front of the entire pack on the night of the moon vow. You have been planning this for at least 3 months, based on the age of Lady Winterbourne's betrothal chain. You did not tell me. You did not warn me. You let me organize this feast, polish the ceremonial silver, braid my hair in the old way, and walk into this hall believing I was still your Luna. If anyone in this room is putting on an unnecessary display, Roderick, it is not me." The silence was so complete that Seraphine heard Elder Marin's knuckles crack. "You may keep the eastern border cottage," Seraphine said, "and the monthly allowance. I will not be a pensioned-off inconvenience living at the edge of your territory, tending a garden while your new Luna wears my ceremonial silver and pretends she knows where the salt comes from." She reached up and unclipped the thin silver chain at her throat, the Luna's chain, the one Roderick had clasped there 6 years ago with shaking hands and wet eyes. She set it on the dais with the rest. "What I will take," she said, "are my personal effects, my private account ledger, my correspondence, and my own savings, which I earned through personal trade commissions before I was your Luna and which are mine by law." Roderick's face had gone through several colors during her speech. It had settled on a pale, rigid mask that Seraphine knew meant he was furious and knew he had no right to be. "Where will you go?" he asked. "That," Seraphine said, "is no longer your concern." She turned and walked toward the great doors of the Moonvow Hall. The crowd parted for her, not out of respect, not yet, but out of the universal human instinct to get out of the way of a woman who is clearly capable of setting a building on fire with nothing but her organizational skills. Behind her, she heard Alara Winterbourne's voice for the first time, soft and musical and perfectly modulated. "Should someone go after her?" And Roderick's voice, tight and defensive. "She'll be fine, she always is." Seraphine's fingers curled into fists at her sides, her nails biting into her palms. The pain was useful. It kept her spine straight and her eyes dry for the 47 steps it took to cross the hall, push open the iron-banded doors, and step into the freezing November night. The doors closed behind her. She made it to the courtyard wall before her knees buckled. Chapter 2: The Border and the Rabbit. The pain of a severed mate bond is not metaphorical. Seraphine had read about it in the old texts, the scrolls she had cataloged and preserved in the Black Pine Archive, because no one else thought the archive was worth maintaining. The texts described it as a rending of the soul thread, which she had always thought was poetic exaggeration. It was not poetic exaggeration. It hit her 3 miles past the border marker, where Black Pine territory ended and the wild borderlands began. She was walking fast, her winter cloak pulled tight, her satchel of account ledgers and correspondence banging against her hip, her breath coming in sharp white clouds. The November rain had started an hour ago, thin and bitter and relentless. The kind of rain that doesn't soak you all at once, but seeps in through every seam until you realize you are wet to the bone and your fingers have stopped working. The bond snapped like a bowstring. Seraphine gasped, stumbled, and went down on her hands and knees in the mud of the border road. The pain was enormous, not in one place but everywhere, as though every nerve in her body had been stripped raw and dragged across gravel. Her wolf, the silver wolf that lived behind her ribs, howled, a long, thin, terrible sound that only she could hear. "He does not want us." She pressed her forehead to the mud and breathed. Rain ran down her neck, under her collar, along her spine. Her fingers clawed at the ground. The account ledger in her satchel, the one she had refused to leave behind, the one that contained every debt, every credit, every supply line, every contact, every piece of information that made the Black Pine Pack a functioning entity, rather than a collection of wolves arguing over scraps, pressed its leather corner into her ribs like a second heartbeat. She did not let go of it. She got up. She wiped her face, which accomplished nothing because the rain immediately replaced everything she had wiped away. She picked up her satchel, slung it across her body, and kept walking. The borderway station appeared through the rain like a smudge of warm light, a low stone building with a thatched roof and a stable yard, sitting at the junction of the East Road and the old trade path that ran south to the river towns. It was not a grand building. It was the kind of place where traveling merchants, lone riders, and border wolves stopped for a hot meal and a dry corner before continuing into uncertain territory. Seraphine pushed open the door and was hit by the smell of wood smoke, mutton stew, and wet dog. The common room was half full. A few merchants hunched over their bowls, a pair of border guards playing dice, an old woman knitting in the chimney corner. No one looked up. In the borderlands, people minded their own business. It was safer that way. The innkeeper, a stout woman with arms like fence posts and a face that suggested she had once headbutted a mule and the mule had lost, looked Seraphine up and down. "Room? If you have one." "Last one on the left, upstairs. 3 coppers, suppers included. You look like you need it." Seraphine paid. Her fingers were shaking, but she counted the coins accurately. She would always count coins accurately. The world could end, and Seraphine Marlowe would die with her accounts balanced. She climbed the stairs, found the room, a narrow cell with a straw mattress, a woolen blanket, and a window that looked out onto the stable yard, and sat on the bed. She did not cry. She sat very still with her hands on her account ledger and waited for the trembling to stop. It did not stop. She went back downstairs. The kitchen was accessible through a side door that someone had left propped open with a brick. Seraphine told herself she was looking for hot water for her face, or perhaps a candle, or perhaps any small practical task that would give her hands something to do besides shake. What she found behind the kitchen's back door, in the narrow, muddy alley where the kitchen scraps were thrown, was a rabbit. It was small and white and round, with ears that were slightly too long for its body and eyes the color of dark cherries. It was sitting in the rain next to an overturned crate, and it was eating a cabbage leaf, or rather, it was clutching a cabbage leaf in its mouth with the grim, unshakable determination of a creature that had decided this cabbage leaf was the hill it would die on, while the kitchen boy, a lanky teenager with a dripping nose, tried to shoo it away with a broom. "Get off. That's not for you, you stupid. Go on, get." The boy swiped the broom at the rabbit. The rabbit did not move. It hunched lower over its cabbage leaf and chewed faster. "I said get." Another swipe. The rabbit dodged the broom with a small, indignant hop and resumed chewing. The cabbage leaf was now considerably smaller, but the rabbit showed no intention of surrendering what remained. "You little," the boy raised the broom higher. "Stop." Seraphine's voice came out sharper than she intended. The boy turned, saw a golden-haired woman standing in the kitchen doorway with rain in her hair and murder in her eyes, and prudently lowered the broom. "It's just a rabbit, miss. It keeps getting into the vegetable stores." "Then fix the latch on your vegetable stores." Seraphine walked past the boy, crouched in the mud. She was already so wet and filthy that a little more made no difference, and looked at the rabbit. The rabbit looked at her. It had stopped chewing. The cabbage leaf hung from its mouth like a limp green flag. Its dark cherry eyes were very round, and its nose was twitching in the rapid, assessing way that rabbits' noses twitch when they are deciding whether a new person is a threat, a friend, or irrelevant. Seraphine held out her hand, palm up, fingers relaxed. She did not move. She barely breathed. The rabbit considered her for a long moment. Then it hopped forward, one small, careful hop, and pressed its nose against her fingertips. Its nose was cold and wet and impossibly soft, and it twitched 3 times against her skin before the rabbit apparently decided that Seraphine was acceptable. It hopped into her lap. It was warm. Absurdly warm, the way small animals always are, as though they contain a furnace somewhere beneath their fur that is wildly out of proportion to their size. It settled against her stomach, tucked its feet underneath itself, and continued eating the cabbage leaf. Seraphine sat in the mud in the rain behind a border way station kitchen, holding a rabbit that had been thrown out of the only place it knew for the crime of trying to feed itself, and she thought, well, we match. She carried it inside. No one stopped her. The innkeeper looked at the rabbit, looked at Seraphine's face, and said nothing. There were some faces you did not argue with. Upstairs, Seraphine set the rabbit on the bed. It explored the blanket with the thorough, methodical intensity of a creature cataloging its new territory, circled 3 times, and flopped onto its side. Seraphine sat beside it, opened her account ledger, and began to read. The numbers were familiar, comforting. Every line in this ledger represented a relationship she had built, a deal she had struck, a crisis she had solved. The river merchants, the Salt Road Passage, the Heartwood Carriers Guild, the Herb Women of Ashwick, the quarterly grain deliveries, the winter tallow supply, the emergency credit line with the gray-marked banking house. These were hers, not Roderick's, not the Blackpine Pack's, hers. She had built them with her own mind, her own hands, her own relentless competence. And when Roderick Blackpine stood in his Moonvow Hall with his beautiful northern bride and realized that his granary was emptying, his salt road was closing, his medicine supply was vanishing, his silver mine wagons were not arriving, and his elders were asking uncomfortable questions about where the woman who actually ran everything had gone, these relationships would still be hers. The rabbit nudged its nose against her ankle. She reached down and stroked its ears without looking, her eyes still on the ledger. "I'm going to need a name for you," she said. The rabbit thumped one hind leg against the mattress. A small, decisive thump, the sound a rabbit makes when it is either content or staking a claim. "Clover," Seraphine said, "because you are small, round, and apparently impossible to uproot." Clover thumped again and went to sleep. Chapter 3. The Border Wolf King. The rain stopped sometime before dawn. Seraphine knew this because she had not slept. The broken bond ached in her chest like a cracked rib, pulsing with every heartbeat, and she had heard every shift in the weather, every creak of the building, every snore from the common room below. She heard the riders arrive at first light. Not merchants. Merchants traveled in carts. These were mounted riders, heavy horses, moving in formation. She heard the jingle of tack, the low murmur of voices accustomed to command, and distantly, the whine of wolves. Border wolves, big ones, from the sound of their vocal range. Seraphine was dressed and packed in 3 minutes. She had not unpacked much. She was a woman who understood that situations could change quickly, and she kept her belongings in a state of permanent readiness. The only concession to the night was that Clover was now riding in the front fold of her cloak, a warm white lump against her collarbone, ears flat, nose twitching. She came down the stairs with her satchel on her hip, her golden hair in a single damp braid, her spine straight, and her face arranged in the polite, competent mask she had worn for 6 years of managing a pack that did not appreciate her. The common room was full of soldiers. Not soldiers in the ragged, improvised way that pack warriors sometimes were. These were uniformed, dark leather and gray wool, steel-reinforced bracers, weapons that were clean and oiled and clearly used regularly. They moved with the easy discipline of men who had been well-trained and well-fed, and who answered to someone they genuinely respected rather than merely feared. At the center of the room, seated at the largest table with a map spread before him and a cup of tea steaming at his elbow, was the most handsome man Seraphine had ever seen. She was irritated by this. She had just been publicly humiliated, thrown out of her home, and severed from her mate bond. Her clothes were mud-stained, her hair was a disaster, and she had a rabbit in her cloak. She was not in the mood to notice that a man was handsome. But the universe, apparently, did not care about her mood. He was tall. Taller than Roderick, which she would not have thought possible, since Roderick's height had been one of his most weaponized attributes. His hair was dark, nearly black, cut shorter than the Blackpine fashion, and his jaw was the kind of jaw that made portrait painters weep with gratitude. He had a scar that ran from his left temple to his cheekbone, not disfiguring, merely interesting. The kind of scar that suggested a story worth hearing. His eyes were a deep, startling blue, and they were currently fixed on the map in front of him with an expression of calm, focused intelligence that Seraphine recognized because she saw it in her own mirror every morning. He looked up. Their eyes met. Seraphine felt absurdly as though the floor had tilted. Not dramatically, not the sweeping, world-stopping way the bards described it. Just a small, subtle shift, as though gravity had quietly rearranged itself around a new center. The man's blue eyes moved from her face to her mud-stained cloak, to the satchel on her hip, specifically to the account ledger visible through the satchel's unbuckled flap, and back to her face. His expression did not change, but something in his gaze sharpened, the way a blade sharpens when it finds the right angle against a whetstone. "You're the Black Pine Luna," he said. It was not a question. It was a statement, delivered in a voice like dark oak, deep, steady, and suggesting structural integrity. "Former," Seraphine corrected. "As of when?" "Last night." One of the soldiers near the door glanced up. The innkeeper, who had been very carefully pretending to polish a mug, stopped pretending. The man at the table studied her for a moment longer. Then he said, "Sit down." "I don't know who you are." "Cale Ashbourne, Alpha of the Iron Ridge Border Pack, Lord Warden of the Eastern March." He paused. "Some people call me the Border Wolf King, which is dramatic, but not entirely inaccurate." Seraphine had heard of him. Everyone had heard of him. Cale Ashbourne held the borderlands between the settled Pack territories and the wild country to the east, a vast, ungoverned stretch of mountain, forest, and trade road that every merchant, every caravan, and every supply chain had to cross. He controlled the passes, the bridges, the river crossings, and the way station network. He was, in practical terms, the man who decided what moved through the borderlands and what did not. He was also, she realized with a start, the man who had been quietly investigating irregularities on the northern trade roads for the past 6 months. She knew this because the Heartwood Carriers Guildmaster had mentioned it, nervously, in his last letter to her. "Sit down," he said again, and this time it was softer. Not a command, an offer. She sat. Clover, disturbed by the change in altitude, shifted inside her cloak. A tiny white ear poked above Seraphine's collar, rotated once like a small furry periscope, and disappeared back into the fabric. Cale Ashbourne looked at the place where the ear had been. He looked at Seraphine. One corner of his mouth moved by approximately 1/16 of an inch. "Is there a rabbit in your cloak?" he asked. "There might be." "Does it have a name?" "Clover." "Of course it does." He took a sip of his tea. "You crossed the border last night, in the rain, without escort, with a broken mate bond and—" his eyes dropped to her satchel again, "what appears to be a full set of commercial account records." "I was not offered an escort. I was offered a leaking cottage and a monthly allowance." "And you chose the rain." "The rain doesn't condescend to me." That 1/16 of an inch movement at the corner of his mouth happened again. Seraphine was beginning to suspect it was his version of a smile. "I've been watching the Black Pine Pack's trade activity for 6 months," he said. "Specifically, the northern supply contracts that changed hands after the Winterborn betrothal was announced. Grain prices tripled on the Black Pine purchase orders. The Salt Road usage fees doubled. The Silver Mine transport contract was renegotiated with a penalty clause that didn't exist before." He paused. All of these changes happened after Lady Winterborn's family began their involvement with the Black Pine Pack, and all of the original contracts that kept prices stable were negotiated by one person. He looked at her. "You," he said. "Yes." The Black Pine Pack is approximately 30 days from a full winter supply crisis. Their grain will run short in 3 weeks. Their Salt Road closes in a month. Their medicine supply ends in 6 days. Their silver mine transport is in default. "Yes." "And the woman who built and maintained every single one of those supply lines is currently sitting in a border way station with a rabbit in her cloak." "Yes." Cale Ashbourne set down his tea. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and regarded her with an expression that contained, in carefully measured proportions, respect, calculation, and something that Seraphine could not immediately identify, but that made the broken place in her chest feel slightly less broken. "Lady Marlowe," he said, "I believe you and I have a great deal to discuss. I am no longer a lady of anything. That," he said, "is a matter of perspective and paperwork." He stood. He was even taller standing, which seemed structurally unnecessary. "I'm riding to Ironridge Keep this morning. My steward has been telling me for 6 months that our border trade network needs an overhaul, and I have been ignoring him because I don't have anyone who understands supply chains well enough to do it. You clearly do." He paused. "I can offer you border passage rights, a room in the keep, access to the Merchant Guild Hall, and the legal status of a trade advisor under my protection. In return, I would like you to look at my trade routes and tell me where they're bleeding money." Seraphine stared at him. "You're offering me a job." "I'm offering you a starting position. What you do with it is your decision." "You don't know me." "I know your work. I've been reading the trade records from the Black Pine Pack's supply chain for 6 months. I know that before you took over, their grain costs were 30% higher. I know that the Salt Road agreement you negotiated saved them 600 silver marks a year. I know that the Heartwood Carriers Guildmaster calls you the only honest dealer north of the river. And I know," he paused, and his blue eyes held hers with an intensity that made Clover thump nervously against her collarbone, "that a man who had all of that and threw it away to marry a Winterborn is either a fool or a coward, and I don't particularly care which." The common room was very quiet. Every soldier, the innkeeper, and the old woman knitting in the chimney corner were pretending very hard not to listen. Seraphine's throat was tight. Not from tears, she would not cry in front of this man, in front of anyone, but from the unfamiliar sensation of being seen. Not pitied, not managed, not handled, seen. "I have a rabbit," she said, because she was the kind of person who disclosed potential complications up front. "I noticed. She eats cabbage leaves and thumps when she's startled. My keep has a kitchen garden. She'll fit right in." He extended his hand, not to shake, to help her stand, the way a man offers his hand when he wants a woman to know that he considers her his equal, and that the hand is offered by choice, not obligation. Seraphine looked at his hand. It was large and scarred and steady. She took it. His grip was warm and firm and lasted exactly 1 second longer than strictly necessary. When he let go, his fingers brushed her palm in a way that could have been accidental but was not. Clover thumped. "Your rabbit approves," Cale said. "My rabbit approves of very little. She merely tolerates what she cannot kick." That 1/16 of an inch smile happened a third time, and Seraphine realized, with a sensation like stepping off a cliff into unexpectedly warm water, that she wanted to make it happen again. Chapter 4: Ironridge Keep. Ironridge Keep sat on a granite bluff above the border river, where the old trade road forked, one branch running north to the settled Pack territories, the other running south to the riverport towns and the merchant guilds beyond. It was not a beautiful building. It was a functional one. Thick walls, deep cellars, wide gates designed for wagons, and a stable yard that could hold 50 horses. It looked like a building that had been designed by someone who valued efficiency over aesthetics, which was exactly the kind of building Seraphine felt most comfortable in. Cale Ashbourne had given her a room in the East Tower. Not the finest room in the keep, but a good one, with a window that overlooked the river and the trade road, a fireplace that drew properly, and a desk. The desk was large. Seraphine approved of large desks. She had spent 6 years managing the Black Pine Pack's entire commercial infrastructure from a writing table that was slightly too small because Roderick had never thought to ask if she needed a bigger one. Clover was given the run of the kitchen garden, which she investigated with the methodical intensity of a land surveyor, and from which she returned each evening with dirt on her nose and an expression of profound satisfaction. Within 3 days, Seraphine had mapped the Ironridge trade network. Within a week, she had found where it was bleeding money. The border trade routes were a mess, not from corruption but from neglect. Cale Ashbourne was a superb military commander and a respected alpha, but he had the commercial instincts of a brick. His steward, a well-meaning man named Aldrich, had been doing his best, but his best involved paying whatever price the merchants quoted and hoping for the best. Seraphine did not hope for the best. Seraphine negotiated. She started with the grain merchants. The Iron Ridge Pack was buying winter grain from 3 separate suppliers at 3 different prices, none of which had been compared or renegotiated in 2 years. Seraphine sat in the Merchant Guild Hall, a drafty stone building in the border town below the keep, and invited all 3 suppliers to the same meeting. "Gentlemen," she said with Clover tucked invisibly under her heavy wool skirt, "I notice that you are each charging the Iron Ridge Pack a different price for the same grade of grain. This suggests either that grain quality varies dramatically between your warehouses, which would concern me, or that you have been taking advantage of the fact that no one here has bothered to compare your invoices, which would also concern me." The grain merchants looked at each other. They looked at the golden-haired woman sitting at the head of the table with her hands folded and her expression pleasant and her eyes sharp enough to cut glass. They lowered their prices, all 3 of them, voluntarily. "That," Aldrich said afterward with the dazed expression of a man who has just witnessed a miracle, "has never happened before." "It happens," Seraphine said, "when you read the invoices." By the end of the 2nd week, she had renegotiated the tallow contract, restructured the firewood supply chain, established a new credit arrangement with the Riverport warehouses, and set up a rotating delivery schedule for the border way stations that cut transport costs by 1/3. The merchants liked her. The guild leaders respected her. The border guards, who had been eating terrible food for years because no one managed the supply contracts for the waystation kitchens, practically worshipped her. Cale watched all of this. He watched from the doorways of meeting rooms, from the upper gallery of the guild hall, from the parapet of his keep where he stood in the mornings with his tea and his maps and his scar catching the winter light. He watched Seraphine Marlowe walk into rooms full of men who had been cheating his pack for years and walk out with better terms, fair prices, and signed agreements. He watched her crouch in the kitchen garden to let Clover climb into her hands, her golden hair falling over her shoulder, her face soft in a way it never was when other people were looking. He watched, and he said very little, because Cale Ashbourne was a man who understood that some things are better observed than discussed. But his soldiers noticed, Aldrich noticed, the cook noticed, the stable master noticed. Everyone in Iron Ridge Keep noticed that their alpha, who had never in anyone's memory shown personal interest in any woman, tracked Seraphine Marlowe's movements through the keep like a compass needle finding north. Chapter 5. The First Cloak. The first ambiguity-destroying moment happened 16 days after Seraphine's arrival, on the night of the first real snowstorm. She had been in the guild hall until well past dark, finalizing a salt contract with a coastal trader who had the negotiating style of a weasel and the attention span of a gnat. The deal was done. Favorable terms, reliable delivery, penalty clause for late shipments that Seraphine had insisted on because she had once waited 3 weeks for a late salt delivery and had no intention of ever doing so again, and she was walking back to the keep through the narrow streets of the border town. The snow came suddenly, as border snowstorms do, not a gentle beginning, but a wall of white, horizontal, and blinding, driven by a wind that turned the air into knives. Seraphine, who had been too focused on the salt contract to check the sky before leaving the guild hall, found herself blind and freezing in a street she barely knew. Clover, who had been riding under her skirt hem, her preferred mode of transport in cold weather, pressed against Seraphine's ankle like a warm, furry boot, began thumping. Not the small, conversational thump of contentment, the rapid, staccato thump of alarm. Thump, thump, thump. Seraphine could feel the vibration through the sole of her boot. "I know," she muttered, pressing against a building wall. "I know. I can't see either." The wind screamed. Snow plastered her hair to her face, found every gap in her cloak, bit through her gloves. The broken bond in her chest throbbed. It always throbbed more in the cold, as though the severed thread was trying to pull her back to a warmth that no longer existed. and then a cloak dropped over her shoulders. Not thrown, placed. With precision, with weight, with the careful deliberateness of a man who had practiced moving in darkness and bad weather until it was as natural to him as breathing. The cloak was enormous. Heavy, dark wool lined with fur, still warm from the body that had been wearing it, and it smelled of pine smoke and cold steel and something underneath both of those things that was simply, unmistakably, him. "The Guildhall closed an hour ago," Cale said, and his voice was very close, cutting through the wind from directly above her left ear. "I sent Aldrich to walk you back. He said you were still arguing about penalty clauses." "I won the argument." "I would have been surprised if you hadn't." His hand found her elbow, unerringly, in total darkness and blinding snow, and steadied her. "Can you walk?" "Of course I can walk." "You're shaking." "I'm cold. Those are different things." A pause. She could not see his face, but she was absolutely certain that the 16th of an inch smile was happening. "Walk with me then," he said. "The keep is 4 streets north. I know the way blind." "You came out in a blizzard to find me." "I came out in a blizzard to check the border watch. Finding you was coincidence." "You're not wearing a cloak." "I have a thick constitution." "You're standing in a blizzard in a shirt." "A heavy shirt." Seraphine wanted to argue further, but the wind chose that moment to gust so hard that she staggered, and Cale's hand on her elbow tightened, and she found herself pressed against his side, his very solid, very warm, very shirt-clad side, and his arm came around her shoulders to hold the cloak closed against the wind, and she discovered that the warmth of a large man in a snowstorm is a profoundly convincing argument against further protest. They walked. His arm stayed. Clover, from her position under Seraphine's skirt hem, produced a single, contented thump. Halfway to the keep, Seraphine became aware that Cale was shielding her from the wind with his body. Not obviously, not dramatically, but with the quiet, automatic precision of a man for whom protecting others was as reflexive as breathing. He had positioned himself on her windward side. His arm across her shoulders was angled to block the snow from hitting her face. He was, she realized, freezing. "You should take your cloak back," she said. "No. You'll get frostbite. I'll get warm by the fire." "You are the most stubborn." This, from a woman who argued about penalty clauses for 3 hours in a room with a dying fire. The fire was adequate. The fire was 2 embers and an optimistic stick. She laughed. It was a small, involuntary sound, startled out of her by the sheer absurdity of standing in a blizzard, arguing about fire quality with a man who had given her his cloak and was pretending he wasn't cold. It was the first time she had laughed since the Moonvow Hall, and the sound of it surprised her so much that she stopped walking. Cale stopped too. In the narrow space between snow gusts, she caught a glimpse of his face, snow in his dark hair, ice on his scar, and his blue eyes looking at her with an expression that was not the 16th of an inch smile. It was something larger, something unguarded, something that he shut down almost immediately, but not quite fast enough. He had been looking at her the way Roderick used to look at her, except that Roderick's version of that look had always contained, underneath the warmth, a flicker of something wary, a man admiring a fire that he feared might burn him. Cale's version contained no fear at all. "We should keep walking," he said, and his voice was perfectly steady, because Cale Ashbourne could control his voice the way other men controlled their sword arms. They kept walking. His arms stayed around her shoulders. The cloak smelled like pine smoke and cold steel in him, and Seraphine stored that information in the same part of her mind where she kept her most important accounts, the things too valuable to write down, in case someone tried to take them away. Chapter 6: The Rotting Pack. While Seraphine was building trade routes and accepting cloaks from blue-eyed border kings, the Black Pine Pack was dying. Not literally, not yet, but the slow, grinding death of a community that has lost its infrastructure and doesn't realize it until the food runs out. The grain ran short in the 3rd week, exactly as Seraphine had predicted. The river merchants declined to renew the credit arrangement without Seraphine's personal guarantee, exactly as she had warned. The Salt Road closed when the Greymark elders received no renewal request from anyone they recognized, and the medicine supply from the Ashwick herb women ended when the payment was 6 days late. The silver mine wagons stopped coming on the 22nd day. Roderick Blackpine discovered, in the sharp and unforgiving classroom of consequence, that running a pack required more than being tall, handsome, and commanding. It required knowing where the food came from. It required knowing who to pay and when and how much. It required knowing that the cobbler who made boots for the pack's children at cost did so because someone delivered his wife's cheese to market, and that if the cheese deliveries stopped, the boots stopped, and if the boots stopped, children walked barefoot in snow. It required, in short, Seraphine Marlowe. And Seraphine Marlowe was gone. Alara Winterbourne, to her credit, was not entirely useless. She was, in fact, much more capable than Roderick had expected, but her capabilities lay in a direction that made his blood run cold as the winter deepened. She began with the pack's debts. The Blackpine Pack owes 2,000 silver marks to the Heartwood Carriers Guild, she told Roderick on the fourth morning, her voice soft and measured, her pale eyes scanning a ledger that she had produced from her own traveling case. And 1,400 marks to the river merchants, and 800 to the Salt Road Licensing Authority. Total outstanding obligations, 4,200 marks. Roderick stared at her. I didn't know. Your former Luna managed these debts personally. She kept them rolling through a combination of personal guarantees, bartered services, and partial payments timed to cash flow projections. Alara set the ledger down. She was, I must admit, remarkably skilled. Can you do the same? I could, she folded her hands. But it would be simpler to consolidate. Consolidate how? My family's banking house can purchase the outstanding debts from the individual creditors. Instead of owing money to a dozen different people, the Blackpine Pack would owe money to one, the Winterbourne family. She smiled. It was a lovely smile, warm and reassuring and utterly without warmth. It's more efficient. Roderick, who did not understand debt consolidation the way Seraphine would have, and who was too proud to admit this, agreed. This was the second worst decision he had ever made. The first was letting Seraphine walk out of the Moonvow Hall. Because Alara Winterbourne had not come to the Blackpine Pack to be a Luna. She had come to be a locksmith, fitting the tumblers of debt and dependency into place until the entire pack was a door that her family could open at will. Within 2 weeks, the Winterbourne family held every major debt the Blackpine Pack owed. The grain supply was rerouted through Winterbourne warehouses at prices that were technically fair but practically ruinous. The pack's guard rotation was supplemented by Northern soldiers for the pack's protection during this difficult transition, who answered to Alara's family steward, not to Roderick. The pack's treasury key, which Roderick had always carried, was placed in a lockbox to which Alara held the second key as a precaution against the debts. She was absorbing the pack, piece by piece, contract by contract, coin by coin, and she was doing it with such impeccable courtesy, such flawless legal justification, and such a beautifully concerned expression that Roderick did not fully understand what was happening until the day he tried to authorize a firewood purchase and was told by his own steward that the purchase needed Lady Winterbourne's countersignature. She controls the countersignature? Roderick said, and his voice was very quiet. His steward, a nervous man who had replaced the previous steward, who had been loyal to Seraphine and had been reassigned to stable duty by Alara's suggestion, nodded miserably. Roderick sat in his study, which had once been Seraphine's study before it was his, and which still smelled faintly of the lavender sachet she had kept in the desk drawer, and he thought about what he had done. He had traded a woman who loved his pack for a woman who was buying it. Chapter 7. The Stone Keep Accounts. The fourth week brought 2 things to Ironridge Keep, the first snow thaw and the old Blackpine records keeper. His name was Osric, and he was 73 years old, and he had served the Blackpine Pack for 50 of those years as historian, archivist, and keeper of the ancient pack charter. He arrived at Iron Ridge on a mule, wearing a coat that had been patched so many times it resembled a quilt with aspirations, and carrying a leather case that he held against his chest as though it contained his own heart. "Lady Marlowe," he said when Seraphine met him in the keep's great hall, and his old voice cracked on her name. "I'm not Lady Marlowe anymore, Osric." You are, because he never filed the severance." Seraphine went very still. "What?" Osric opened the leather case with trembling fingers and pulled out a sheet of parchment. Old, official, bearing the Black Pine Pack's seal. When an alpha dissolves a mate bond and removes a Luna from her position, the ancient charter requires a formal severance to be recorded by the pack historian and witnessed by 3 elders. The alpha must sign it. The historian must seal it. Until this is done, the former Luna retains her legal standing as a member of the pack. He held up the parchment. It was blank, unsigned, unsealed. "He forgot," Osric said. "He was so busy with the new Luna and the northern contracts and the spectacle of it all that he forgot to complete the severance. I waited. I prepared the document. He never came to sign it." Seraphine's mind was doing what it always did in moments of crisis, running calculations at a speed that would have made an abacus weep. If the severance was never completed, she was still, legally, under the ancient Black Pine Charter, a member of the pack, not Luna. She had publicly relinquished the title, but a member. With membership came certain rights, including the right to invoke the Charter's most ancient and least used provision, the right of stewardship. "Osric," she said slowly, "the stewardship clause." The old man's eyes lit up. Chapter 7, Article 3. When the Alpha's governance endangers the pack's survival through debt, famine, or loss of sovereign territory, any full member of the pack may petition for temporary stewardship, provided they can demonstrate both the means and the intent to restore the pack to solvency. And if the Alpha has incurred debts that threaten to transfer pack lands to an outside family, the stewardship petitioner may acquire those debts and present them as evidence of the Alpha's unfitness, triggering a public tribunal. Seraphine looked at the unsigned severance document. She looked at Osric. She looked at the account ledger in her satchel, which contained every debt, every credit, every supply line, and every contact she had built over 6 years. "Osric," she said, "I need you to tell me the exact amount of every debt the Winterborn family has purchased from the Black Pine Pack's creditors." Osric told her. Seraphine sat down at her large, beautiful desk in Iron Ridge Keep, opened her account ledger, and began to plan. That night, she was still working when Cale found her. The account room in the East Tower was lit by 4 candles and a fire that had burned low. Seraphine was surrounded by papers, debt records, charter copies, trade route maps, supply calculations. Her golden hair had come loose from its braid and was falling across the ledger she was writing in, and she was so absorbed that she did not hear Cale enter until he set a cup of tea on the desk beside her. She startled. Clover, who had been sleeping under the desk in a nest of discarded draft paper, thumped once. "It's past midnight," Cale said. "I'm aware. You've been in here since supper. You didn't eat supper." "I ate bread." "A bread crust does not constitute supper. It constitutes bread, which is a component of supper." He pulled a chair from the corner, set it beside hers, close but not touching, and sat. He looked at the papers spread across the desk, and Seraphine watched his blue eyes move over the numbers, the contracts, the charter language, with the quick, sharp comprehension of a man who might not love commerce but understood power. "You're buying the Black Pine debts," he said. "I'm considering it." "With what funds?" "My personal savings, my trade commissions from the past 6 years, and," she hesitated, "a loan." "From?" "I don't know yet." Cale was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I'll fund it." Seraphine turned to look at him. They were very close. Close enough that she could see the individual threads of silver in his blue eyes, close enough to smell the pine smoke on his shirt, close enough that when he shifted his weight, his knee brushed hers under the desk. "I can't accept that," she said. "Why not?" "Because it would make me beholden to you, and I have spent 6 years being beholden to a man who used my competence and discarded my person, and I will not. It's not a gift, it's an investment. His voice was steady. I invest in the Black Pine debt acquisition. When you take stewardship of the pack, you fold the Black Pine trade routes into the border network, which benefits my territory. I get a return on my investment through reduced trade costs and increased traffic. It's business. Seraphine stared at him. She knew it was not entirely business. She could see it in the set of his jaw, in the way his hand rested on the desk near hers, not touching, but close, as though it was taking conscious effort to maintain the distance. "And if I fail?" she asked. "You won't." "You don't know that." "I know you argued about salt contract penalty clauses for 3 hours with a dying fire. You don't fail, you outlast." From under the desk, Clover thumped. Then, slowly, she hopped out from her paper nest, crossed the cold stone floor, and climbed onto Cale's boot. He looked down. Clover looked up. She was sitting on his boot like a small, furry auditor, her dark cherry eyes fixed on his face, her nose twitching. She thumped once, not the alarm thump, not the contentment thump, the assessment thump, the thump that said, "I am evaluating you, and you should be aware that my standards are high." Cale, slowly and carefully, reached down and offered his hand, palm up. Clover sniffed his fingers. She sniffed for a long time, an unreasonably long time, as though she were conducting a thorough olfactory background check. Then she pressed her nose against his knuckle and hopped off his boot. "She approves," Seraphine said, and her voice was softer than she had intended. "Does her approval matter?" "It does to me." They looked at each other across the desk. The fire crackled, the candles flickered, the papers rustled in a draft from the window, and outside, the border wind carried the sound of the river and the distant howl of wolves in the wild country. "Take the loan," Cale said. "On what terms?" "Standard interest, 1-year repayment, no personal obligations." He paused. "I won't use money to own you, Seraphine. No one will ever use anything to own you again." It was the first time he had used her given name. It sounded different in his voice, not smaller the way it had sometimes sounded in Roderick's mouth, as though he were trying to contain it, but larger, expansive, like a name that had room to grow. "All right," she said. "All right? I accept the loan, standard terms, and I want the interest rate in writing before dawn." The 16th of an inch smile became, for the first time, a full smile. It transformed his face. It made him look younger, warmer, and so devastatingly handsome that Seraphine's stomach did something structurally inadvisable. "I'll have it drafted," he said, and stood, and his hand brushed her shoulder as he passed, the lightest possible touch, barely there, a whisper of warmth through her wool sleeve. She did not sleep that night, but the reason had changed. Chapter 8. The Salt Road Gambit. Seraphine Marlowe bought the Black Pine Pack's debts in 8 days. It was, by any standard, a masterpiece of financial warfare. She approached each creditor personally, the Heartwood Carriers Guild, the River Merchants, the Salt Road Authority, the medicine suppliers, and purchased their claims on the Black Pine Pack at a discount. The creditors were happy to sell. They had no confidence in Roderick Blackpine's ability to pay, they had no relationship with Alara Winterbourne, and they trusted Seraphine implicitly. The total cost was 3,600 marks, less than the face value of the debts, because Seraphine negotiated discounts with the same ruthless efficiency she applied to grain contracts. Cale's loan covered the bulk of it. Her personal savings covered the rest. When it was done, Seraphine held every debt that Alara Winterbourne had purchased from the original creditors. Because Alara had bought the debts from the same people Seraphine had relationships with, and Seraphine had simply offered to buy the debts from Alara's family at a price slightly higher than what the Winterbournes had paid, making it look like a profitable exit rather than a strategic defeat. The Winterbournes, who thought in terms of interest rates rather than relationships, accepted the buyout. They did not realize until later that they had just sold their entire leverage over the Black Pine pack to the woman the pack had thrown away. "You bought our own debts out from under us?" Alara's steward said, staring at the signed transfer documents that Seraphine's courier had delivered to the Black Pine pack hall. "I bought them from your family, yes. At a profit to your family. Your Lord Father should be pleased." The steward was not pleased. Alara Winterbourne, when she heard, was significantly less pleased. And Lord Aldous Winterbourne, the patriarch of the Northern family, who had spent 3 months engineering the perfect acquisition of a vulnerable pack in its territory, was so profoundly displeased that he broke a quill and had to sit down. But the documents were signed. The law was clear. The debts belonged to Seraphine Marlowe. While the debt acquisition was unfolding, 2 women arrived at Ironridge Keep. The first was Marta, the former warehouse keeper of the Black Pine Pack's central grain store. She was a broad-shouldered woman in her 40s with calloused hands and a face like a friendly boulder. She had managed the Black Pine granary for 15 years, knew every sack of grain by weight and origin, and had been dismissed by Alara Winterbourne and replaced with a northern-appointed manager who didn't know the difference between winter wheat and spring barley. "They fired me," Marta said, standing in Seraphine's account room with her hat in her hands and her chin trembling. "After 15 years. The northern woman said they were restructuring warehouse operations, which apparently means replacing everyone who knows anything with people who don't, but who answer to her." "How bad is the granary?" Seraphine asked. 2 weeks of supplies. Maybe less. The northern grain shipments are coming, but they're delayed and the quality is poor. I saw the manifests before they locked me out. Half of it is feed grain, not milling grain. The pack will have bread, but it'll be the kind of bread that breaks teeth. The second arrival was Brenna, a widow from the border town who ran a small caravan operation, 3 wagons, 5 drivers, and a reputation for delivering anything, anywhere, in any weather. She was 50 years old, had 4 arms like a blacksmith, and had been trying to get a trade license from the Iron Ridge Border Authority for 2 years. "I heard you're the woman who's reorganizing the border trade," Brenna said, standing in the guild hall with her arms crossed and her gray hair pulled back in a no-nonsense knot. "I also heard you're the woman the Black Pine Alpha threw out on her ear at the Moon Vow, which makes you either the unluckiest woman in the borderlands or the most interesting. I'm betting on interesting." Seraphine liked her immediately. "I need a grain run," Seraphine said. "Fast, reliable, and quiet. 40 wagons of good grain from the Riverport warehouses to a staging point on the Black Pine border. Can you do it?" 40 wagons? Brenna's eyebrows rose. "That's a full winter supply for a medium pack." "Yes." "When?" "Before the tribunal." Brenna grinned. It was the grin of a woman who had been waiting her entire life for someone to ask her to do something this ambitious. "I'll do it in 12 days, she said, "but I want the trade license." "Done." Brenna left. Marta stayed, and Seraphine put her to work organizing the grain logistics, purchase orders, quality checks, wagon assignments, delivery schedules. Marta was thrilled. She had not been this useful since being fired, and usefulness was the air she breathed. "It's like old times," Marta said, sorting manifests with the speed of a woman who dreamed in inventory counts. "Except better. Because this time, the person I'm working for actually knows what she's doing and appreciates it." Seraphine looked up from her ledger. "Roderick appreciated your work." "Roderick didn't know I existed until the granary was empty. You knew my name on your second day." Marta paused. "That's the difference, Lady Marlowe. You see the people who keep things running. He only saw the things." Chapter 9. The Riding Lesson. On the 29th day, Cale took Seraphine to inspect the southern trade route. This was technically a business necessity. The southern route ran through a mountain pass that was critical to the grain shipments Brenna was organizing, and Seraphine needed to see the terrain, the bridge conditions, and the way station capacity. It was also less technically the first time they had been alone together outside the keep since the night of the blizzard cloak. The southern pass was beautiful and terrible. A narrow road cut into the side of a granite gorge with the river roaring 100 feet below and the mountain rising sheer above. The winter sun turned the ice on the rocks into diamonds, and the air was so cold and clean that breathing it felt like drinking water from a glacial stream. Seraphine was a competent rider, but she was not a mountain rider. The border horses were different from the gentle, road-trained animals she had ridden in the Black Pine lowlands. They were sure-footed, opinionated, and alarmingly comfortable with heights. Her horse, a gray mare named Slate, who had the personality of a mildly intoxicated duchess, decided halfway through the pass that the best route was 6 inches from the edge of a 200-foot cliff. "Pull her left," Kale said from behind her. "I am pulling her left. She is ignoring me." "She's testing you. Pull harder." "If I pull any harder, I will pull myself off this horse and into the gorge." Kale brought his horse alongside hers. There was barely room for 2 horses abreast on the narrow road, which meant his leg was pressed against hers, his shoulder almost touching hers, and his hand was available to reach over and steady her reins. He did reach over. His hand closed over hers on the reins, large and warm and absolutely steady, and he guided the mare away from the edge with a calm, practiced pressure that the horse immediately respected. "She listens to you," Seraphine said, and she was annoyed to discover that her voice was slightly breathless and not from the altitude. "She listens to confidence. Horses and wolves are the same. They follow the person who believes they know where they're going." "I know where I'm going." "I know you do." His hand was still on hers. The reins were steady. The horse was walking calmly. There was no practical reason for his hand to remain. It remained. "You can let go," Seraphine said. "I could." "The horse is fine." "The horse is fine." "Then why?" "Because your hand is cold and mine is warm, and I am choosing to interpret this as a practical concern rather than an emotional one." Seraphine turned her head to look at him. He was very close, close enough that she could count the shades of blue in his eyes, close enough to see the way the winter light caught on the fine scar across his cheekbone. He was looking at her with that expression again, the one from the blizzard, the one that contained no fear. "Is it a practical concern?" she asked. "Absolutely. Frostbitten fingers cannot sign contracts, and you have a tribunal to prepare for." "That is the most unromantic thing anyone has ever said to me." "I am a deeply unromantic man." His thumb moved across the back of her hand. "Once, slowly. Ask anyone." From beneath Seraphine's heavy riding skirt there was a soft, rapid thumping. Thump, thump, thump. Clover had strong opinions about the current situation. Kale looked at Seraphine's skirt. He looked at Seraphine. The full smile appeared again, the one that transformed his entire face and made Seraphine's internal organs rearrange themselves. "Your chaperone disapproves," he said. "My chaperone approves. That's the approval thump." "How many thumps does she have?" 7. I have a chart." He laughed. It was the first time she had heard him laugh, a real laugh, deep and warm, caught off guard by a woman with a rabbit under her skirt and a chart of rabbit thumps. The sound echoed off the granite walls of the gorge and came back to them like a gift. They rode the rest of the pass in silence, but his hand did not leave hers until they reached the valley floor, and when it finally did, she felt its absence like a change in temperature. Chapter 10. The Unwelcome Visitor. On the 33rd day, Roderick Blackpine came to Iron Ridge. He came alone, which was either brave or stupid, riding a horse that was too thin for the border roads and wearing clothes that were too fine for the weather. He looked, Seraphine thought when she saw him from her tower window, like a painting of a hero that had been left in the rain. Still beautiful, still technically impressive, but slightly running at the edges. He asked to see her. He was told by Aldrich that Lady Marlowe was in a meeting with the Merchant Guild. He waited in the Great Hall for 2 hours, during which he was offered tea, adequate, bread, good, and the company of 3 border guards who knew exactly who he was, exactly what he had done, and who spent the entire 2 hours playing dice and pretending he did not exist. When Seraphine finally came to the Great Hall, she found Roderick standing by the fire with his hands behind his back and his jaw set in the expression she recognized as his I am about to do something difficult, and I need you to make it easy for me, face. She had seen this face before negotiations, before elder meetings, before every hard conversation in 6 years of partnership. She had always made it easy for him before. She would not be doing that today. Seraphine. Alpha Blackpine. The formality hit him like a slap. She saw it in the way his gray eyes flinched. If you came to ask me to return, save your breath. If you came to deliver the severance document, I should tell you that I'm aware it was never completed, and I intend to use that. Roderick's face went pale, then red, then pale again, which was a meteorologically impressive sequence of color changes. How did you... Osric. That old man had no right. Osric is the pack historian. Maintaining the charter records is literally his right and his duty. If you'd bothered to talk to him at any point in the last 3 months, instead of being distracted by northern fur and winterborn flattery, you would know that. Seraphine, I didn't come here to fight. Then what did you come here for? He looked at her, really looked at her, the way he used to look at her in the early years when they were young and in love, and he hadn't yet started resenting her for being better at his job than he was. His gray eyes were soft and pained and, damn him, honest. The pack is falling apart, he said. The grain is running out. The northern contracts are strangling us. Ilara's family is... I think they're trying to take our lands. Our people are cold and scared, and they're asking for you. Not me. You. They want to know where Lady Marlowe is, and when she's coming back, and whether she knows that the children don't have boots. Seraphine's chest constricted. The children who had always come to her when they needed things, boots, medicine, a story before bed, someone to listen when they were scared. The children should have boots, she said, and her voice was not entirely steady. Come back, Roderick said. Come back and fix it. I'll give you whatever authority you need. Full control of the supplies, the trade routes, everything. Just come back. And Lady Winterborn? Ilara stays. The marriage it's done. But you can be co-Luna, or... Co-Luna. Seraphine's voice could have frozen the river. You want me to come back and do all the work of running your pack while your wife sits in the Luna's chair and her family continues to drain your treasury. You want me to save you and remain subordinate to the woman who replaced me. It's not like that. It is exactly like that. It is, in fact, so precisely like that I am impressed you managed to describe it without realizing what you were describing. Sera? Do not call me that. The old name, the private name, the one he had whispered against her hair in their bed, the one he had called her when they were alone and happy, and the world was small enough to fit between them, hung in the air between them like a ghost. You don't get to use that name anymore, Seraphine said. You gave up that name when you paraded another woman into our hall on our night and told our people that I was being retired to a leaking cottage. You gave it up, Roderick, and you cannot have it back. The doors at the far end of the great hall opened and Cale Ashbourne walked in. He was wearing his border commander's coat, dark leather, gray fur collar, steel-reinforced bracers. He had clearly come from the training yard. There was a fine sheen of sweat on his temple, and his dark hair was pushed back from his face in a way that made the scar on his cheekbone catch the firelight. He looked, Seraphine thought, with a completely unhelpful surge of awareness, like a man who had been carved by a sculptor with a very generous imagination and a deep understanding of shoulder-to-waist ratios. He assessed the scene in approximately 2 seconds. Roderick Blackpine, standing by the fire, tall and handsome and visibly desperate. Seraphine, standing 10 feet away, golden-haired and furious and shaking slightly. The charged, painful air between them. Cale walked to Seraphine's side and stopped. He did not touch her. He did not speak. He simply stood beside her, close enough that his sleeve brushed hers, and looked at Roderick with an expression of calm, complete, and devastating indifference. Roderick looked at Cale. Cale looked at Roderick. The two men were roughly the same height, but the comparison ended there. Roderick was a regional alpha clinging to a pack he was losing. Cale was a border king with an army, a trade network, and the quiet confidence of a man who had never needed to prove his power, because no one had ever seriously questioned it. "You must be the former Alpha," Kale said. His tone was pleasant, as though he were commenting on the weather. "I am the current Alpha of the Black Pine Pack." For now, Kale turned to Seraphine. "The Guildmaster has confirmed the grain shipment schedule. Brenna's wagons leave the river port tomorrow. You'll have 40 wagons of good grain at the border staging point in 12 days. "Thank you," Seraphine said. "You should eat supper tonight, a full supper, not bread." "I had bread and cheese." "Adding cheese does not make bread into supper." Roderick watched this exchange with the expression of a man watching his own house burn down from across a field, helpless, horrified, and beginning to understand that he had left the stove unattended. Kale was not touching Seraphine. He was not holding her hand, not putting his arm around her, not making any overt claim. He was simply there, solid, warm, calm, and so obviously oriented toward her that the entire room rearranged itself around the two of them like iron filings around a magnet. And Seraphine, for the first time since the Moonvow Hall, looked comfortable. She looked like a woman standing next to someone she trusted, in a place where she was valued, doing work that mattered. Roderick saw all of this. It destroyed him. "I should go," he said. "Yes," Seraphine agreed. "You should." He walked to the door. He stopped. He turned back. "I loved you," he said. "I need you to know that. I loved you, and I was afraid of how much I needed you, and I chose wrong. I know that now." Seraphine looked at him across the hall. Her golden brown eyes were steady. "You loved me," she said, "but you loved your pride more, and that, Roderick, is why you lost both." He left. The great doors closed behind him. Seraphine stood very still for a long moment. Then her shoulders dropped half an inch, the only outward sign that the encounter had cost her anything, and she exhaled. "Bread and cheese is a perfectly adequate supper," she said to no one in particular. "It is not," Kale said. From beneath her skirt, Clover produced a single, emphatic thump of agreement. Chapter 11: The Northern Reckoning. Alara Winterborn arrived at Iron Ridge 4 days later, and she did not come alone. She came with her father. Lord Aldous Winterborn was a tall, thin man with hair the color of old iron and eyes like a ledger. Every number noted, every debt remembered, every opportunity calculated to the last decimal. He wore fine clothes without ostentation, spoke softly, and radiated the particular kind of menace that belongs to people who destroy others using paperwork instead of swords. He also brought 20 Northern soldiers, which was technically a breach of border protocol and practically a statement of intent. Kale met them at the gate. He did not invite them in. He stood in the gateway of Iron Ridge Keep with his arms crossed, his border guard flanking him, and an expression that suggested the Northern soldiers had approximately 30 seconds to explain themselves before they experienced the practical implications of trespassing on a Border King's territory. "Lord Winterborn," Kale said, "your soldiers can make camp outside the walls. Border law does not permit foreign armed forces within Iron Ridge Keep." Lord Winterborn's thin smile did not waver. "They are an escort, Lord Ashbourne, for my daughter's safety." "Your daughter is safe. The borderlands are my jurisdiction, and I do not lose guests." He paused. "The soldiers stay outside." They stayed outside. Lord Winterborn entered the keep with Alara and a single steward, and was shown to the hall where Seraphine was waiting. This was the first time Seraphine and Alara had been face to face since the Moonvow Hall. Seraphine had spent the intervening weeks building a trade empire, acquiring debts, organizing grain shipments, and falling reluctantly but thoroughly in love with a border king. Alara had spent the same weeks managing a dying pack, executing her father's acquisition strategy, and slowly discovering that being a tool was lonelier than being a person. They looked at each other across the hall. "Lady Marlowe," Alara said. Her voice was as musical and measured as it had been in the Moonvow Hall, but there were shadows under her pale eyes that had not been there before. "Lady Winterborn, I understand you've purchased our family's debt holdings on the Black Pine Pack." I have. At a profit to my family. At a fair price to your family. I don't operate through deception, Lady Winterbourne. I find it inefficient. Alara's jaw tightened. The barb had landed, because her father's entire strategy had been built on deception. The deception of a marriage disguised as an alliance, debts disguised as assistance, absorption disguised as generosity. Lord Winterbourne stepped forward. Lady Marlowe, my family has invested considerable resources in the Black Pine Pack's recovery. We have supplied grain, soldiers, and administrative support during a time of crisis. The debts you purchased represent a fraction of our total commitment. I propose a discussion about... Lord Winterbourne, Seraphine said, I don't negotiate with men who use their daughters as financial instruments. The hall went silent. Lord Winterbourne's thin smile froze. Alara beside him went very still, but not with anger, with something else, something that looked for one unguarded instant like recognition. I beg your pardon? Lord Winterbourne said. Your daughter was sent to the Black Pine Pack with a betrothal chain, a set of debt contracts, and instructions to convert a marriage into an acquisition. The grain you supplied was feed quality, not milling quality. The soldiers you sent answered to your steward, not to the Alpha. The administrative support involved replacing every pack official who might resist your control with northern appointees. Seraphine opened her account ledger. I have the manifests, the contracts, the personnel records, and the correspondence between your steward and your banking house. I obtained them from sources within the Black Pine Pack who were loyal to me, who are still loyal to me, because loyalty is not something you can purchase at a discount. She set the ledger on the table. You did not invest in the Black Pine Pack, Lord Winterbourne. You were buying it. And now you can't because I own the debts, I hold the trade routes, and your daughter's leverage has evaporated. Lord Winterbourne's face was a study in controlled fury. He was not a man accustomed to being outmaneuvered, and he was even less accustomed to being outmaneuvered by a woman who had been publicly discarded 5 weeks ago. This matter will be settled at tribunal, he said tightly. I agree, Seraphine said. I have already petitioned for one. After the Winterbournes left the hall, Kale found Seraphine in the kitchen garden, sitting on a stone bench with Clover in her lap, staring at nothing. He sat beside her. Not too close. Close enough. You're going to win, he said. I know. Then why do you look like you just swallowed a stone? She was quiet for a moment. Because Alara Winterbourne looked at me, when I said her father used her as a financial instrument, and she looked relieved, as if someone had finally said out loud what she already knew. That doesn't make her innocent. No, but it makes her pitiable, and I don't want to pity the woman who took my place. I want to be angry at her. Anger is simpler. Kale considered this. You can be angry at someone and pity them at the same time. It's called being a good person. I don't feel like a good person. I feel like a woman who is about to destroy a family's acquisition strategy and potentially orphan a pack from its new Luna, all because I was too proud to accept a leaking cottage. You were too smart to accept a leaking cottage. There's a difference. She looked at him. The winter sun was behind him, catching in his dark hair, lighting the scar on his cheekbone. He was not smiling, not even the 16th of an inch version. He was looking at her with complete, unguarded seriousness. You are going to walk into that tribunal, he said, and you are going to save a pack that threw you away. You are going to do it with your own mind, your own work, your own relationships, and your own courage. And when it is done, everyone in that hall, your former Alpha, his new wife, her father, the elders, the merchants, every person who watched you walk out of that Moonvow Hall and thought you were finished, every single one of them will know that Seraphine Marlowe is the most formidable woman in the Borderlands. His hand was on the bench between them. She put hers on top of it. His fingers curled around hers, warm, steady, certain. Stay with me, she said. At the tribunal. I don't need you to fight for me, but I need you beside me. I was always going to be beside you, he said. You just hadn't asked. Clover from Seraphine's lap thumped once. The approval thump. The real one. Chapter 12. the second flash of white lightning. The incident happened 3 days before the tribunal, and it remains the single funniest thing that anyone in Iron Ridge Keep has ever witnessed. Lord Winterbourne's steward, a thick-necked man named Garrett who had been left at Iron Ridge to coordinate logistics, but who was actually there to intimidate and obstruct, cornered Seraphine in the Guildhall antechamber while she was reviewing the final tribunal documents. Lady Marlowe. He stepped between her and the door. He was a large man, and he used his size the way large men often do, not through direct physical threat, but through the implicit suggestion that the space he occupied was his, and anyone smaller had better work around him. "Your tribunal petition is ill-advised," he said. "Lord Winterbourne is prepared to offer generous terms for a withdrawal, a payment, a property, a position in the Northern household." "No. You would be wise to consider." "I have considered. The answer is no." Garrett stepped closer. "Lady Marlowe, you are a woman alone in the borderlands with no pack, no family, and no protection. The tribunal may not go the way you expect. Lord Winterbourne has resources. Step back. And influence and allies who—" "I said step back." He did not step back. He reached for her arm, not to grab, not exactly, but to guide, to steer, to physically move her the way men sometimes move women when they want to emphasize that they are larger and stronger and that this is a conversation they intend to control. His hand was 6 inches from her wrist when Seraphine gathered her heavy wool skirt in one hand and lifted it exactly 8 inches off the ground. Clover came out like a white cannonball. The rabbit had been pressed against Seraphine's ankle for the entire conversation, and the thumping, rapid, furious staccato had been building with each word Garrett spoke. When the skirt lifted, Clover launched. She crossed the 3 feet between Seraphine and Garrett in approximately half a second. She hit his right boot at ankle height with both hind legs, a double-footed rabbit kick delivered with the full force of a prey animal that had spent its entire life developing explosive leg muscles for exactly this kind of emergency departure. The kick itself was not devastating. Clover weighed 4 pounds, but the impact, combined with the sheer cognitive disruption of being attacked by a white rabbit that had apparently materialized from a woman's skirt, caused Garrett to lurch sideways. His boot caught on the leg of a chair. The chair tipped. Garrett grabbed for the table to steady himself and caught the edge of a wooden document tray, which slid, taking with it a large inkwell that upended itself across Garrett's shirt sleeve and a stack of correspondence that scattered across the floor like paper snowflakes. Garrett stood in the antechamber with ink running down his arm, papers at his feet, an overturned chair behind him, and a small white rabbit sitting in front of him, thumping one hind foot against the stone floor with the slow, measured cadence of a creature that was thoroughly satisfied with its work. In the doorway, 2 Guildhall clerks and a border guard, who had been passing in the corridor, stood frozen in various states of astonishment and barely contained hilarity. "What?" Garrett sputtered. "What is that?" "That," Seraphine said, gathering Clover up and tucking her back into the safe, warm space beneath her skirt, "is my associate. She has strong opinions about people who crowd her workspace." Garrett looked at the ink on his arm. He looked at the papers on the floor. He looked at the border guard, who was biting his lip so hard it had gone white. "Lord Winterbourne will hear about this," he said, which was the verbal equivalent of a man trying to reassemble his dignity out of wreckage. "I do hope so," Seraphine said pleasantly. "I hear he enjoys a good story." Garrett left. The border guard waited until he was out of earshot, then doubled over laughing. The story was all over the keep by sundown, and by the following morning, the kitchen staff were leaving extra cabbage leaves outside Seraphine's door. Chapter 13. The Night Before the Tribunal. The night before the tribunal, Seraphine could not sleep. She stood at the window of her tower room and looked out at the border river, silver in the moonlight, and thought about everything she was about to do. She was about to walk into a room full of people who had watched her be humiliated and demand that they acknowledge her authority. She was about to challenge the man she had loved, outmaneuver the woman who had replaced her, and dismantle the strategy of a family that was older and richer and more powerful than she would ever be. She was terrified. Not of losing. She had done the math. The law was on her side. The evidence was overwhelming. She was terrified of winning, because winning meant going back. Winning meant returning to the Black Pine Pack, to the halls and hearths and faces of the people who had watched her be set aside and said nothing. Winning meant being responsible again for people who had not fought for her. There was a knock at her door. "It's me," Cale said from the other side. She opened the door. He was standing in the corridor in a dark shirt, his hair slightly disheveled, as though he had been running his hands through it. He looked, for the first time since she had met him, uncertain. "I saw your candle from the yard," he said. "You should be sleeping." "I am aware of what I should be doing." "May I come in?" She stepped back. He entered. The room was small with both of them in it. Small in a way that made the air feel charged, as though the space between their bodies was conducting something that neither of them had named. He stood by the window. She stood by the desk. Clover was asleep in a basket by the fire, a small white comma of fur and contentment. "You're afraid," Cale said. "I am not." "Seraphine." She stopped. He never used her name as a weapon. He used it like a key, gently, precisely, to open something she was trying to keep locked. "I'm afraid of going back," she said. "I'm afraid of being needed by people who didn't need me enough to keep me." "They needed you. They just didn't know it until you were gone." "That's the same thing as not needing me." "No, it's not." He crossed the room. Not quickly, slowly, deliberately, giving her every opportunity to step back, to refuse the closing distance. She did not step back. It's the difference between a man who doesn't know what air is and a man who doesn't breathe. One is ignorant. The other is dead. He stopped in front of her. Close. Very close. Close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating off his body. Close enough that his breath stirred the loose strands of her golden hair. "Your pack is suffocating without you," he said. "You are the air. You have always been the air. And tomorrow you are going to walk into that hall and remind every person in it what it feels like to breathe." She looked up at him. He was looking down at her with such focus, such intensity, such barely contained want that the air between them felt like it was burning. "And after the tribunal," she asked, "if I go back to the Black Pine Pack, if I take stewardship, I'll be there and you'll be here. I'll be wherever you need me to be." "That's not an answer." "It's the only answer I have." His hand came up slowly, and his fingers brushed her jaw. A touch so light it was barely there, so careful it was almost reverent. "I will not make demands of you, Seraphine. Not tonight, not ever. You have had enough of men who demand things." "What if I want you to demand something?" The question fell between them like a lit match. Cale's blue eyes darkened. His fingers, still against her jaw, trembled. The first time she had ever seen him shake, and the knowledge that her words had caused it made her feel powerful in a way that had nothing to do with debts or trade routes or pack politics. "Then I would demand," he said, his voice low and rough, "that you eat a full supper every day, including vegetables, and that you stop staying up past midnight with your account ledger, and that you—" "Cale." "Let me stand next to you, not behind you, not in front of you, next to you, for as long as you'll have me." The fire crackled. Clover stirred in her basket, thumped once, the soft, sleepy thump that meant all was well in the world, and resettled. Seraphine lifted her hand and placed it flat against Cale's chest. His heartbeat was rapid beneath her palm, rapid, strong, and completely at odds with his controlled exterior. He was as terrified as she was, she realized. He was the Border Wolf King, commander of armies and master of trade routes, and he was standing in a tower room with his heart hammering because a golden-haired woman with a rabbit and a ledger had put her hand on his chest. "Next to me," she said. "Yes. Starting tomorrow. Starting now. Starting always. Starting every day from now until the borderlands crumble into the sea." She almost laughed. That was romantic. I told you, deeply unromantic man. The most unromantic declaration I have ever received. I can do worse. Would you like to hear my opinions on grain tariffs? She did laugh then, a real, full laugh that lit up her face and made the room warmer, and his hand slid from her jaw into her hair, gentle and reverent and shaking, and she leaned into his touch, and they stood there in the candlelight with the moonlit river outside the window and the sleeping rabbit by the fire, and an entire future balanced on the edge of tomorrow. Chapter 14, The Tribunal. The tribunal was held in the great hall of the Black Pine Pack's ancestral keep, a vast, cold, stone-vaulted room with pillars carved like pine trees, and a dais at the far end where the Alpha's chair sat under a banner of silver and black. Everyone was there. Roderick Blackpine sat in the Alpha's chair, and he looked terrible. Not in appearance, he was still devastatingly handsome because genetics are not subject to political consequences, but in demeanor. He was thin. His gray eyes were shadowed. His hands, resting on the arms of the chair, were not steady. He looked like a man who had not slept well in weeks, which was accurate because he had spent the last week discovering the full scope of the Winterborn acquisition and understanding, with mounting horror that he had voluntarily married his pack into a trap. Alara Winterborn sat beside him in the Luna's chair, and she looked composed. Her auburn hair was immaculate. Her gown was immaculate. Her expression was immaculate. She was, to all appearances, a picture of confident authority. But Seraphine, who had spent 6 years reading people's faces across negotiation tables, saw the tension in Alara's jaw and the way her fingers were locked together in her lap. Not folded, locked, the way people hold themselves together when they are afraid of what will happen if they let go. Lord Winterborn sat in the honored guest's chair, flanked by his steward Garrett, whose sleeve still had a faint ink stain, and a lawyer whose expression suggested he had been promised an easy victory and was beginning to suspect he had been lied to. The 7 elders of the Black Pine Pack sat along one wall. Elder Marin, the oldest, caught Seraphine's eye as she entered the hall and gave her a nod so small it could have been a twitch. But it was not a twitch. The Merchant Guild representatives sat along the other wall. The Heartwood Carriers Guild Master, the River Merchants Factor, the Salt Road Commissioner, the Herb Women's spokeswoman. They had come because Seraphine had asked them to come, and because every one of them owed their best contracts to a golden-haired woman who actually read invoices. Brenna sat with the merchants, her gray hair pulled back, her arms crossed, her face set in the expression of a woman who had driven 40 wagons of grain through mountain passes in winter weather and was frankly looking forward to watching the bureaucrats try to match that. Marta sat beside Brenna, clutching a ledger of grain inventories and looking like she might vomit, but also like she might punch someone, and she had not yet decided which. Osric the historian sat in his designated corner with his leather case and his quilt coat and his 73 years of institutional memory, looking like a man who had been waiting for this day for a very long time. And Cale Ashbourne sat at the side of the hall, in a chair that had been placed slightly apart from the others, not on the dais, not with the merchants, not with the elders, but in a position that gave him a clear line of sight to Seraphine, and, not coincidentally, to every door in the room. He was wearing his border commander's coat, and his expression was the kind of calm that comes from absolute certainty about what he would do if anyone in this room made a wrong move. Seraphine entered last. She walked through the great doors of the hall in a gown of deep gold wool, not black pine colors, not Winterborn colors, but her own, with her golden hair loose over her shoulders, and her account ledger in her hand, and Clover invisible under the heavy folds of her skirt. She walked down the center of the hall, past the elders, past the merchants, past Roderick and Alara and Lord Winterborn, and she stopped at the foot of the dais. She did not look at Roderick, she looked at the elders. "I am Seraphine Marlowe," she said, and her voice carried the way voices carry in stone halls, clean, clear, and impossible to ignore. "I am a member of the Black Pine Pack by formal bond, which has never been legally dissolved. I am here to invoke the Stewardship Clause of the Black Pine Pack Charter, Chapter 7, Article 3, on the grounds that the current Alpha's governance has endangered the Pack's survival through debt, famine, and the imminent loss of sovereign territory." the hall erupted. Not literally, no one screamed or threw furniture, but the quality of the silence changed. It went from attentive to electric. Every elder leaned forward. Every merchant straightened. Lord Winterbourne's lawyer began writing furiously. Roderick gripped the arms of his chair. "You have no standing," Lord Winterbourne began. "I have full standing." Seraphine opened her ledger. "Osric, please confirm for the tribunal that Alpha Blackpine never completed the formal severance of my bond or my membership." Osric stood, opened his leather case, and held up the blank severance document. The severance was prepared on the night of the moon vow ceremony. It was never signed by Alpha Blackpine. It was never sealed by the pack historian. Under the charter, Lady Marlowe remains a full member of the Blackpine pack. Roderick's face went white. He looked at the unsigned document, and Seraphine watched him watched the understanding cross his face like a shadow, that his own carelessness, his own distraction, his own failure to complete a single piece of paperwork had given the woman he had discarded the legal right to challenge him. "That is an administrative oversight," Lord Winterbourne's lawyer said. "It is a legal reality," Seraphine said, "and here is why the stewardship clause applies." She laid out her case the way she laid out trade negotiations, clearly, precisely, devastatingly. The debts, the grain crisis, the salt road closure, the medicine shortage, the silver mine default, the northern soldiers stationed in a pack that had not requested them, the northern appointed officials who had replaced loyal pack members, the feed quality grain shipped at milling grain prices, the treasury lockbox with 2 keys, one of which was held by a woman whose family was systematically stripping the pack's assets. She presented manifests, contracts, correspondence between Lord Winterbourne's banking house and his steward, letters from northern officials that discussed the Blackpine Pack not as an ally but as an acquisition target and a territory in transition. She presented the debt transfer documents, the legal proof that she now held every debt the Winterbourne family had purchased. "The Blackpine Pack owes 4,200 marks," she said. "It owes them to me. I am not here to collect. I am here to forgive these debts in exchange for stewardship, because the purpose of stewardship is not profit, it is survival." Lord Winterbourne's lawyer was no longer writing. He was staring at the documents with the expression of a man who has just discovered that the ground he was standing on was never solid. These transfers are legally binding, signed by Lord Winterbourne's own financial officers, checked by the Merchant Guild's independent auditors, sealed by the Border Trade Authority under Lord Ashbourne's jurisdiction." She paused. "You are welcome to examine them." He examined them. He examined them for a long time. When he looked up, his face told Lord Winterbourne everything. "The transfers are valid," he said. Lord Winterbourne stood. His composure was cracking, not dramatically, but in the small ways that composure cracks in men who have always controlled every room they entered. A tightening of the jaw, a flattening of the eyes, a voice that was a shade too controlled. "This tribunal has no authority to dissolve a marriage alliance or to interfere with interpack trade agreements." "I am not dissolving your daughter's marriage," Seraphine said. "Alpha Blackpine chose Lady Winterbourne. That choice stands. But the trade agreements your family imposed on this pack were not agreements. They were tools of acquisition. And the stewardship clause exists precisely to protect a pack from being absorbed by an outside force through debt manipulation." She turned to the elders. "I ask the Council of Elders to rule on my petition. I have demonstrated the debts. I have demonstrated the threat. I have demonstrated my means. 40 wagons of good grain are currently at the border staging point, ready to enter Blackpine territory. Winter fuel, medicine, and craft supplies follow within the week. I am prepared to take stewardship of this pack, forgive its debts, restore its supply lines, and reopen its trade routes." She paused. "All I need is your vote." Elder Marin stood. She was 81 years old, barely 5 feet tall, and she had the moral authority of a mountain. "I have a question," she said. "Yes, Elder." "If we grant stewardship, what happens to Alpha Blackpine?" Seraphine looked at Roderick. He was staring at her. His gray eyes were bright with something that might have been tears, or might have been the reflection of the firelight, or might have been the terrible luminous clarity of a man who was seeing for the first time the full shape of what he had lost. Alpha Blackpine retains his membership in the pack, Seraphine said. He retains his home. He retains his wolf. But the stewardship clause suspends his governance authority until the pack is restored to stability. He will be assigned duties appropriate to his abilities. He can work. He can serve. He can rebuild trust. She paused. He cannot lead, not until he learns what leadership actually costs. Roderick flinched as though she had struck him, but he did not protest. He sat in his Alpha's chair and he looked at the woman he had thrown away, and for the first time in his life he did not try to argue or charm or command his way out of a situation. He simply nodded. "And the Winterborn family's involvement?" Elder Marin asked. "The Winterborn family's debts are forgiven. Their trade contracts are voided. Their soldiers leave Blackpine territory by sunrise. Their appointed officials are replaced by the original pack members who were dismissed." Seraphine looked at Lord Winterborn. "Your family entered this pack through a marriage. You may maintain the marriage, but the acquisition is over. And because your escort entered sovereign territory under false commercial papers," Elder Marin added, "the Winterborn Guard will unload and inventory every sealed weapons chest before they leave. Lord Winterborn will stand in the yard and sign each count himself." By noon, the northern lord who had arrived wrapped in white fox and certainty would be ankle-deep in black slush beside a wagon line, holding a clipboard with numb fingers, while border guards opened chest after chest of illegal blades. It was not blood. It was worse for a man like him. It was public labor, public mud, and public proof that his beautiful invasion had become paperwork in the snow. Lord Winterborn's thin face was rigid. "You will regret this." "I regret many things, Lord Winterborn. This will not be one of them." And then, because fate has a sense of timing that borders on theatrical, the moment broke. Roderick, in one last reflexive assertion of the authority he was losing, stood from his chair and let his Alpha presence roll through the hall. It was not an attack. It was instinct, the desperate, cornered instinct of a wolf who feels his territory slipping away. The pressure wave hit every person in the room, a heavy, suffocating weight of dominance that pushed at the chest and thickened the air. Seraphine felt it. She braced against it. She did not buckle. But under her skirt, Clover felt it too. The thumping started. Soft at first, then faster, then furious. Thump, 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 thump. The sound echoed off the stone floor. In the pressured silence of the hall, it was clearly audible, a rapid, insistent percussion that seemed to come from the base of the dais, from the ground, from the very foundations of the building. Every head turned. Lord Winterborn's lawyer looked at the floor. Garrett, the steward, looked at the floor. Elder Marin looked at Seraphine's skirt with narrowed eyes. Roderick stared, his Alpha presence faltering in confusion. Thump, 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 hump. "What is that sound?" Lord Winterborn demanded. Seraphine looked down at her skirt. She looked at the tribunal. She looked at Roderick, who was still standing, still radiating dominance, still trying to hold on to something that had already slipped through his fingers. She gathered her skirt in one hand. She lifted the hem 8 inches off the stone floor. Clover exploded outward. The rabbit, small, white, furious, and absolutely done with the pressure in the air, burst from beneath Seraphine's skirt with the trajectory of a startled snowball. She hit the dais step, slipped on the polished stone, bounced sideways, and crashed into the wooden document tray that held the tribunal's official seal, inkstand, and signing quills. The tray tipped. The seal rolled. The inkstand, full because Osric had filled it that morning, flipped end over end and landed upside down on the exact spot where Roderick had been resting his hand on the arm of the Alpha's chair. Black ink fountained across the chair arm, across Roderick's sleeve, and across the front of his ceremonial coat. Clover, having achieved maximum chaos by accident and wanting no further part in public law, froze in the middle of the dais. Her dark cherry eyes were wide. Her nose twitched rapidly. Her small white body trembled with the offended dignity of a rabbit that had found the entire room too loud, too tense, and too alpha. The hall was frozen. Then Elder Marin, 81 years old, 5 feet tall, moral authority of a mountain, began to laugh. Then Elder Marin, 81 years old, 5 feet tall, moral authority of a mountain, began to laugh. It started as a wheeze, progressed to a cackle, and became the kind of full-bodied laughter that makes old women clutch their ribs. Brenna joined in, then Marta, then the Heartwood Guildmaster, then the border guards, then the clerks, then one by one the elders, until the entire hall was ringing with laughter, and Roderick Blackpine was standing on his dais in an ink-splattered coat, while a terrified white rabbit tried to hide behind Seraphine's hem. Kale, from his chair at the side of the hall, watched Seraphine. He was not laughing, he was smiling. Not the 16th of an inch smile, not the full smile, but something else entirely. Something private. Something that he would probably deny later if anyone asked. He was looking at her the way a man looks at the person he is going to spend the rest of his life next to. The person who brought a rabbit to a tribunal and somehow made it the most memorable moment of judicial history. Seraphine bent down and picked Clover up. The rabbit tucked herself against Seraphine's chest and thumped once. Satisfied, definitive, done. "I apologize for the interruption," Seraphine said to the tribunal, her voice perfectly steady despite the fact that her lips were twitching. "My rabbit objects to loud men and poor governance." Elder Marin wiped her eyes. "The associate's feelings are noted." She straightened, still wheezing slightly. "The council will vote. All in favor of granting stewardship to Seraphine Marlowe?" 7 hands rose. Every elder, unanimous. "Stewardship is granted," Elder Marin said. "Lady Marlowe, the Blackpine Pack is yours." Chapter 15. The Homecoming. Seraphine Marlowe returned to the Blackpine Pack on the morning after the tribunal, and she did not return empty-handed. Brenna's 40 wagons of grain rolled through the pack gates at first light, driven by border teamsters and guarded by Iron Ridge riders. Behind the grain came wagons of firewood, tallow, salt, and medical supplies. Behind those came Marta, who walked into the granary she had managed for 15 years, looked at the feed-quality northern grain that had been stored in her absence, said, "Absolutely not," and began organizing the replacement with the focused intensity of a woman who had been personally insulted by substandard wheat. The pack watched from their doorways and windows as the wagons rolled in. They watched in silence at first, the wary, uncertain silence of people who have been let down too many times to trust easily. Then an old woman in the baker's row stepped out of her house, looked at the grain wagon, looked at Seraphine, and said, "Is that milling grain?" "Yes." "Good quality?" "I inspected it personally." "River Valley or Mountain?" "River Valley, this year's harvest, dry stored in the port warehouses since October." The old woman nodded. Then she did something that broke the silence of the entire street. She applauded. A single, sharp clap that echoed off the stone buildings, followed by another and another. The baker's wife joined, then the cobbler's apprentice, then the families in the doorways, one by one, hands coming together in the cold morning air until the sound rolled up the street like thunder. Seraphine stood in the center of it, golden-haired and straight-backed, with a rabbit under her skirt and a wolf in her chest and tears that she absolutely refused to let fall, and she thought, This is what power is for. The northern soldiers left by midday. Their departure was not graceful. Lord Winterbourne's steward Garrett, who was supervising the withdrawal, managed to trip over a grain sack that Marta had deliberately placed in the narrowest part of the gate corridor. He went down on one knee, his sword caught on his cloak, and his belt pouch split open, sending a cascade of copper coins across the cobblestones. 3 children, who had been watching the departure with the frank, unfiltered delight that children take in watching adults look foolish, scrambled to collect the coins and presented them back to Garrett with angelic smiles. "Thank you for visiting," the eldest child said. She was 7 years old and had clearly been coached. "Please don't come back." Garrett turned crimson, retrieved his coins, and left without further incident. Lord Winterbourne himself departed on horseback, his lawyer beside him, his thin face set in an expression that promised retribution. Seraphine watched him go from the parapet of the keep wall. "He'll be back," she said. "Eventually," Cale agreed. He was standing beside her, always beside her now, as naturally as breathing. But not soon. His leverage is gone, his debts are forgiven, his soldiers are withdrawn. The most he can do is complain to other northern families that a woman with a rabbit outmaneuvered him, and I don't think his pride will allow that. "And Alara?" They both looked down into the courtyard, where Alara Winterbourne was standing alone. She had not left with her father. She was standing by the well in the center of the courtyard, her auburn hair escaping its careful coil for the first time since Seraphine had known her, her midnight blue gown creased and travel-stained, her hands at her sides. She looked, stripped of her composure and her family's backing, very young. Seraphine went down to the courtyard. They stood on opposite sides of the well, and for a long moment, neither spoke. "Your father is gone," Seraphine said. "Yes." "You stayed." "The marriage is valid. Roderick is my husband. Whatever else has changed, that has not." Alara's voice was steady, but the shadows under her eyes were deep. "Unless you intend to dissolve it." "I don't dissolve marriages, I dissolve bad contracts. Your father's contracts were bad. Your marriage is your own business." Alara looked at her. "You hate me." "I don't hate you. I hate what you were sent here to do, but I watched you in the tribunal, and I don't think you enjoyed doing it." Something cracked in Alara's composure, a small, controlled fracture, like a line appearing in ice. "I was trained," she said, "from the time I was 12. Ledgers, contracts, debt structures, acquisition strategies. My father taught me to see every relationship as a transaction and every weakness as a purchase opportunity. I was very good at it." "You were excellent at it." "I didn't want to be." The words came out fast, as though she had been holding them for a long time. "I wanted to, I don't know, I wanted to be good at something that didn't require making people vulnerable. But my father said that was soft. He said softness was a luxury our family couldn't afford." Seraphine studied the woman who had replaced her. She saw the precision, the training, the cold competence. She also saw the exhaustion underneath it. The weariness of a person who had spent her entire life performing a role that someone else had written. "You are good at accounts," Seraphine said. "You are good at reading contracts, managing numbers, seeing patterns. Those are valuable skills. They do not have to be weapons." "What else can they be?" "Tools. For building something instead of taking something apart." She paused. "The pack needs a treasury manager. Someone who understands debt, credit, and financial structures. Someone who can prevent the kind of crisis your father's family exploited. It would not be a glamorous position. It would not be the Luna's chair, but it would be useful, and it would be yours." Alara stared at her. "You're offering me a job." "I'm offering you a choice. You can go back to your father and be his instrument again, or you can stay here and be something else." The crack in Alara's composure widened. Her pale eyes filled, not quite with tears, but with the precursor to tears. The bright, painful pressure that comes when a person is offered something they did not expect and are not sure they deserve. "I'll stay," she said. Seraphine nodded. "Good. Your first task is to audit the northern grain that was delivered during your tenure. Marta says half of it is feed quality. I want to know exactly how much we were overcharged, because I intend to send the invoice to your father." Despite everything, despite the wreckage of her plans, the humiliation of the tribunal, the collapse of her family's strategy, Alara Winterbourne laughed. It was a small, startled, genuine sound, and it made her look, for the first time, like a woman rather than a strategy. "I deserved that," she said. "You did. But you also deserved a choice, and now you have one." Seraphine extended her hand. "Welcome to the Black Pine Pack, Lady Winterbourne, the real one." Alara took her hand. Chapter 16. The Reckoning of the Alpha. Roderick Blackpine's punishment was not dramatic. There was no public flogging, no chains, no exile. Seraphine had always understood better than Roderick himself, that the most devastating thing you could do to a proud man was not to hurt him, but to make him useful. He was assigned duties, humble ones. He carried grain sacks from the wagons to the granary, heavy, dirty, back-breaking work that he had never done in his life because he was an alpha. And alphas gave orders about grain sacks rather than carrying them. He repaired the eastern border cottage, the one with the leaking roof, the one he had tried to banish Seraphine to, under the supervision of the pack's carpenter, who was a woman named Dag, who had once arm-wrestled a bear and who took visible pleasure in correcting Roderick's shoddy roof work. "That nail is crooked," Dag said. "It's functional." "It's crooked. Pull it out and do it again. Lady Marlowe lives in a keep with straight nails. The least you can do is provide the same standard for the cottage." Roderick pulled the nail and did it again. He did not complain. He had lost the right to complain in the Moonvow Hall, and he knew it. He saw Seraphine every day. She was everywhere, in the granary checking stores, in the guild hall negotiating contracts, in the elders' meeting room discussing winter preparations, in the kitchen garden where Clover had established a small but resolute empire among the remaining cabbage plants. She was golden-haired and efficient and calm, and she was building something extraordinary out of the wreckage he had created. And every day the distance between them grew, because he could see her, and she no longer looked at him. On the 5th day of his penance, he was stacking firewood in the courtyard when Seraphine walked past with Cale. They were discussing trade route adjustments, the kind of practical, detailed conversation that Roderick had always found tedious and that Seraphine made sound like poetry. Cale was listening to her the way Roderick had never listened, with full attention, genuine interest, and the quiet, absolute focus of a man who understood that the woman beside him was extraordinary and who had no intention of taking that for granted. Seraphine said something about Salt Road tariff structures, and Cale said something back that made her laugh, a real laugh, bright and warm, the laugh that Roderick had not heard in years because he had stopped making her laugh long before he stopped being her mate. And then Cale's hand settled on the small of her back as they walked through a doorway, an easy, natural touch, the touch of a man who was allowed to touch and who touched not to claim but to connect. And Seraphine leaned into it, just slightly, just for a moment, a movement so small that no one but Roderick would have noticed. But Roderick noticed. He stood in the courtyard with an armload of firewood and watched the woman he had loved walk away with a man who was better than him in every way that mattered, and the wood was heavy, and the air was cold, and the fire in his chest was the kind that burned without warmth. He had loved her, and he had been afraid of her strength. And he had chosen a woman who came wrapped in the illusion of softness and the reality of steel. And now the woman he had loved was laughing in another man's keep and leaning into another man's hand and building an empire out of the rubble of his mistakes. He put the firewood down. He drove the nails straight. He did not complain. It was, Seraphine noted with a detachment that was mostly genuine, a start. Chapter 17. The Moonbound Queen. The coronation, if it could be called a coronation, technically it was a confirmation of stewardship, but everyone, including the person who drafted the official documents, understood that it was a coronation, took place on the winter solstice in the Moonvow Hall where everything had begun. The hall looked different. Seraphine had not changed the architecture. The stone pillars still rose like pine trees. The moonstone dais still gleamed at the far end. But the hall was warm because the firewood supply was restored. It was bright because new candles filled every bracket. It was full because the pack had come. Every family, every elder, every child, every person who had watched Seraphine walk out of this hall 6 weeks ago with her spine straight and her future unknown. They had come to watch her walk back in. The merchants were there, the Heartwood Guildmaster, the River Factor, the Salt Road Commissioner, all of them people who had done business with Seraphine for years and who had come to see her formally recognized. Brenna was there, wearing a new coat and the trade license that Seraphine had promised her, looking like a woman who had driven 40 wagons through a mountain pass and would do it again tomorrow if asked. Marta was there, standing near the granary delegation, clutching a grain manifest that showed the stores at full capacity for the first time in 3 months. Osric was there, in his quilt coat, holding the charter as though it were a holy relic, which to him it was. Alara was there. She sat in the second row, not the first, in a plain woolen gown instead of midnight blue velvet. She looked composed, but differently composed. Not the composure of a woman maintaining a mask, but the composure of a woman who was discovering, tentatively, what her face looked like without one. She was holding a ledger, the treasury audit she had completed at Seraphine's request, and when Seraphine's eyes found her, she gave a small nod that contained, if you were looking for it, something that might have been gratitude. Roderick was there. He stood at the back of the hall, near the doors. He was wearing a plain coat, no ceremonial silver, no Alpha's insignia. He had come not because he was required to, but because, for the first time in his life, he wanted to be present for something that was not about him. And Kale was there. He stood at the front of the hall, near the dais, but not on it. He was wearing his commander's coat, the dark leather and gray fur that had become, for Seraphine, the most comforting sight in the world. His blue eyes were on her as she walked the length of the hall, and his face held nothing, no mask, no composure, no strategic neutrality. Just warmth. Pure, unguarded, unflinching warmth. Seraphine walked to the dais. Elder Marin met her there, holding the old silver circlet of the Black Pine Pack's ruling authority, the same circlet that had been worn by every leader since the pack's founding, simple and ancient and heavy with history. Seraphine Marlowe, Elder Marin said, and her old voice carried to every corner of the hall. You left this pack with nothing but your ledger, your savings, and your word. You returned with grain for our granary, medicine for our sick, fuel for our fires, and hope for our future. You purchased our debts and forgave them. You uncovered the threat to our lands and defeated it. You did all of this not with armies or wealth or family name, but with the intelligence, the relationships, and the relentless competence that this pack took for granted and very nearly lost. The hall was silent. Absolutely, profoundly silent. I ask whether this woman, who has earned the loyalty of every trade partner, the respect of the Border Wolf King, the gratitude of Black Pine, the trust of Iron Ridge, and the very loud approval of a particular rabbit, should be recognized not as a temporary steward, but as what she has already become on every road, in every granary, and at every bargaining table, a queen. She held up the circlet. I ask whether this woman, who has earned the loyalty of every trade partner, the respect of the Border King, the gratitude of her people, and the trust of a very particular rabbit, should be recognized not as a steward, but as what she has always been, a queen. The response was not a vote, it was a roar. The pack rose to its feet. The merchants rose. The border guards rose. Brenna stamped her boots on the stone floor so hard that the sound echoed like thunder. Marta clapped until her calloused hands were red. The children in the front row cheered with the unself-conscious delight of people who did not understand politics, but understood that the nice lady who remembered their names was in charge now, and things were going to be better. Elder Marin placed the circlet on Seraphine's golden hair, and Seraphine closed her eyes for 1 second, one single second of pure, private feeling, and then opened them. I accept, she said, not because I wanted this, but because this pack deserves someone who will choose its people over her pride. I will rebuild what was broken. I will protect what is ours, and I will never, ever let anyone use our vulnerabilities against us again. She turned to face the hall, and the hall looked back at her, and what they saw was not a discarded Luna, or a scorned woman, or a convenient administrator. They saw a queen. The moonbound queen of Black Pine, Iron Ridge, and the eastern trade roads. Under her skirt, Clover thumped once, soft, certain, final. The reception after the coronation was chaotic and joyous and involved a great deal of good milling quality bread, the first the pack had tasted in weeks. Marta had personally supervised the baking, and she stood near the bread table with an expression of fierce maternal pride, as though each loaf were a child she had raised from dough. Brenna cornered the Heartwood Guildmaster and negotiated a reduced transport rate for spring deliveries, while he was distracted by Honeymead. The Guildmaster agreed to terms he would later describe as generous and possibly the result of mild inebriation. But by then the contract was signed. Osric sat in his corner and cried quietly into his quilt coat, which was the happiest Seraphine had ever seen him. One of the younger border guards, a sandy-haired man named Finn, who had been assigned to Seraphine's escort during the grain runs, brought her a cup of mead and said with the earnest directness of a 23-year-old who had been thoroughly smitten for weeks, "My lady, if there is ever anything you need, anything at all, I am entirely at your service." "Thank you, Finn." "Anything, day or night, rain or shine, I mean that quite seriously." "I know you do." Cale, who had appeared at Seraphine's shoulder with the silent, lethal efficiency of a man who had a sixth sense for when younger men were being too attentive to the woman beside him, said, "Finn." "My lord?" "The Eastern Watchtower needs a night patrol." "Now, my lord." "Now, Finn." Finn left, looking slightly dazed but fundamentally unharmed. Seraphine looked at Cale. Cale looked at his mead. "That was unnecessary," she said. "The Eastern Watchtower is chronically understaffed. You're jealous. I am strategically allocating personnel. You are jealous, and you are bad at hiding it. I am the Border Wolf King. I do not get jealous. I get territorial." He paused. "There is a significant difference." "Is there?" "Jealousy is irrational. Territoriality is biological." "And which biological impulse prompted you to send a 23-year-old to a watchtower in the middle of winter?" "The one that responds to men who say day or night, rain or shine to women who are not their mates." He took a sip of mead. "I can recall him if you found his attention flattering." "I found his attention sweet." "Sweet." The word came out as though it had personally offended him. "I will endeavor to be sweet. Would you like me to bring you mead and make earnest declarations? I can attempt an expression of youthful devotion. I should warn you, my face may not cooperate." Seraphine laughed. She laughed so hard she had to put down her own cup. And when she straightened, Cale was looking at her with that expression, the one that was not the 16th of an inch smile or the full smile, but something else, something that he had stopped trying to hide. "Come outside," she said. They went to the courtyard. It was cold and clear, and the moon was full, an enormous luminous moon that turned the snow on the mountains into silver and made the world look like it had been painted in light. They stood side by side, the way they had been standing for weeks, always side by side, always close enough to touch, always just barely not touching. "I have something to ask you," Seraphine said. "Ask." "I am the queen of the Black Pine Pack. My territory borders yours. Our trade routes are interconnected. Our supply chains are integrated. From a strategic perspective, an alliance between our packs would be mutually beneficial." "From a strategic perspective," Cale repeated. "Yes, and from a personal perspective," she turned to face him, "I would very much like to stop pretending that I am not in love with you." The moonlight caught his face, the scar, the blue eyes, the jaw. The expression that was no longer guarded, no longer measured, no longer anything other than what it was. A man looking at the woman he loved with the relieved, wondering joy of someone who had been waiting for permission to stop holding his breath. "I was not pretending," he said. "You were a little bit pretending." "I was strategically managing my emotions." "You were pretending." "I was. All right, I was pretending." He took her hand. Both hands. He held them the way he had held them on the mountain pass, warm, steady, certain. "I have been pretending since the moment I saw you in that way station, covered in mud, clutching an account ledger, with a rabbit in your cloak and your spine straighter than my sword. I have been pretending through every meeting, every trade negotiation, every blizzard cloak and mountain pass and midnight account session. I have been pretending because you had just been betrayed by a man who used love as leverage, and I would rather have pretended for the rest of my life than make you feel that my love came with a price." "It doesn't come with a price?" "It comes with a standing interest rate, an annual review, and a penalty clause for insufficient vegetable consumption at supper." She hit his shoulder. He caught her hand and held it against his chest, where his heart was beating fast and hard beneath the leather and fur and the warm solidity of him. "Seraphine Marlowe," he said, "moonbound queen, most formidable woman in the borderlands, will you choose me? Not because you need me, not because I am useful, not because my territory borders yours or my trade routes complement yours, but because I am the man who walked into a blizzard without a cloak to find you, and I would do it again every night for the rest of my life, and I would like the opportunity to also argue about supper. You are the most unromantic man I have ever met. You have mentioned this. I love you." "I know. Your rabbit told me." She kissed him. Or he kissed her. It was difficult to determine who moved first because they had been moving toward each other since the way station, since the blizzard, since the moment their eyes met across a common room full of soldiers, and neither of them had looked away. The moonlight was on them, the snow was on the mountains, the wind was cold, and his arms were warm, and somewhere inside Iron Ridge Keep, a white rabbit thumped once in her basket by the fire and went to sleep. Epilogue: The New Road. Spring came to the borderlands the way spring always comes, slowly, reluctantly, one snowdrop at a time. The Black Pine Pack survived the winter. Not just survived, thrived. The grain lasted, the medicine held, the firewood kept every hearth burning. The Salt Road reopened under new terms that Seraphine negotiated personally, with better rates and fairer access for the border merchants. The silver mine wagons resumed their monthly runs, and the Heartwood Guildmaster, who had been worried about his contract for months, sent Seraphine a crate of the real cinnamon, not sawdust, the real thing, with a note that read, "For the only honest dealer north of the river, with gratitude and excellent spices." Brenna expanded her caravan operation to 12 wagons and became, within 6 months, the most successful independent hauler in the border trade network. She credited Seraphine publicly, frequently, and at considerable volume. Marta reclaimed her granary and ran it with the fierce, methodical joy of a woman who had been given back her purpose. She also adopted 3 cats to patrol the grain stores for mice, and she named the meanest one Garrett. Osric retired to a cottage near the archive, where he spent his days writing a history of the Black Pine Pack that placed Seraphine Marlowe at its center, because, as he said, history should record who actually kept the lights on. Finn, the young border guard, accepted his watchtower assignment with good grace and eventually fell in love with the daughter of the border baker, who appreciated earnest devotion and found, day or night, rain or shine, to be exactly the kind of thing she wanted to hear. Alara Winterbourne stayed. She managed the treasury with precision and care, and over time she began to laugh more and calculate less. She and Roderick did not have a happy marriage. The foundation of the marriage had been built on acquisition rather than love, but they had a working partnership, and Alara discovered that being useful for someone else's benefit, rather than her father's, was not the same as being weak. Lord Winterbourne sent 3 letters demanding her return. She burned all 3. She never heard from him again. Roderick Blackpine carried grain, mended roofs, guarded the border, and learned, slowly, painfully, one humbling day at a time, what it meant to serve. He watched Seraphine lead the pack he had nearly destroyed, and he watched her love a man who deserved her, and he did not complain. Some nights, when the moon was full and the wind carried the sound of wolves in the wild country, he stood at the edge of the pack territory and looked toward Iron Ridge Keep, where a light burned in the east tower, and he thought about everything he had lost. He did not go back. There was nothing to go back to. The woman he had loved was not the woman he had thrown away. She was bigger now, brighter, more herself than she had ever been when she was his. She had outgrown the space he had made for her, and the only honorable thing left was to be grateful she had saved his people despite what he had done to her. He was grateful. It was not enough. It would never be enough. But it was a start. And Seraphine Marlowe, moonbound queen, steward of the Black Pine Pack, trade partner of the Border King, owner of the most opinionated rabbit in the borderlands, stood on the parapet of her keep in the first warm wind of spring, with kale beside her and clover at her feet, and the trade road stretching south, like a ribbon of possibility. And she looked at her kingdom and her king and her future, and she smiled. It was not a strategic smile. It was not a measured smile. It was the smile of a woman who had been thrown out, beaten down, stripped of her title, severed from her bond, offered a leaking cottage and a monthly allowance, and who had responded by buying back the debts of the people who betrayed her, outmaneuvering a northern banking dynasty, winning a tribunal with the help of a rabbit, and becoming a queen. It was in every way that mattered, the smile of a woman who had chosen herself, and who had been chosen in return by a man who understood that love is not about possession, but about standing next to someone in a blizzard and giving them your cloak. Clover thumped. Kale looked at the rabbit. The approval thump? The approval thump. Good. He took Seraphine's hand. I aim to maintain a satisfactory rating. Your rating is under annual review. I look forward to the performance evaluation. The spring wind blew, warm and full of promise, and the trade road was open, and the grain was in the granary, and the boots were on the children's feet, and the moon-bound queen stood on her wall with her king beside her and her rabbit at her feet and the whole bright, difficult, wonderful world ahead of her. And somewhere in the borderlands, a waystation innkeeper told a traveler the story of a golden-haired woman who walked out of a wolf pack with nothing but an account ledger and a rabbit and came back as a queen. And the traveler said, "That can't be true." And the innkeeper said, "Every word." I poured her first cup of tea. And the wind carried the story south, down the trade road, past the river towns and the merchant guilds and the coastal ports, until it reached the kind of people who needed to hear it. The overlooked, the undervalued, the women who kept everything running and received no credit, the ones who had been offered leaking cottages and monthly allowances and told they should be grateful. And those women heard the story of Seraphine Marlowe, and they looked at their ledgers, and they looked at their supply lines, and they looked at the small, warm, stubborn creatures that followed them through their days, the cats and rabbits and stubborn goats and loyal dogs, and they thought, if she could do it with nothing but a ledger and a rabbit and a spine made of silver, then so can I. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Alpha Regret, and Chosen Love werewolf romances.
The first thing Seraphina Hale heard through her bedroom wall was her fiancé laughing at the word accident. The second thing she heard was Lady Corvina Marrow saying, "Snow hides foolish girls very well." Seraphina stood in the middle of her chamber with a silver brush in one hand and a hunting boot in the other. The fire had burned low. The mirror showed a woman of 26 in a dark green house gown, hair half braided, face too still. At her feet, 8 royal winter hounds stopped chewing the same stolen slipper and lifted their heads together. Prince Oren Vale spoke again on the other side of the carved panel. His voice had the lazy softness he used at council dinners. She knows the forest paths. Make her trust the western stag trail. The ravine will do the rest. Corvina gave a small, delighted gasp. You sound almost cruel. Cruel would be breaking the betrothal in open court, Oren said. This is cleaner. A tragic misdirection during the winter hunt. Her hounds will scatter. She will panic. By sunset, father will need a new bride for the Border Alliance. Seraphina lowered the boot. Captain Biscuit, largest of the hounds, rose with the patience of a judge. Duchess followed. Buttons wagged once, then sneezed into the slipper. Oren added, Besides, she is only the royal kennel master's pretty daughter. My father liked her mother's service record. That does not make her fit to sit beside me. The silver brush bent in Seraphina's hand. For 3 breaths, she did nothing. That was important. Her mother had taught her not to loose a hound until the hound understood the shape of the field. So Seraphina listened. She heard silk brush stone. She heard Oren lift a cup from the little table in the adjoining guest salon. She heard Corvina murmur that she had already moved the western trail markers. Then Seraphina set the brush down and smiled at her hounds. Good evening, respectable criminals, she whispered. We are going to practice manners. Every tail began to move. She crossed the room, opened the hidden panel, and stepped into the guest salon with all 8 hounds at her skirts. Oren was standing too close to Corvina beside the wine table. His dark blue coat was unbuttoned at the throat. Corvina's white fur wrap sat over Serafina's own chair. They both turned at once. Serafina looked at the wine, the trail map, the shifted markers drawn in red ink, and the little knife Corvina had used to scrape wax from the royal hunt seals. "My lord," Serafina said, "my lady." Oren went pale. "Suha, this is not what it appears to be." "Excellent," she said, "because it appears to be a planned disappearance with poor handwriting." Corvina recovered faster. She smiled with her lips and not her eyes. "You should not enter rooms without knocking." Serafina lifted 2 fingers. Captain Biscuit put both front paws on Oren's chest and flattened him onto the carpet. Oren made a sound that would not have impressed a rabbit. Duchess seized the hem of his coat and dragged him 3 feet from the wine table. Buttons leapt on Corvina's fur wrap and shook it with such moral fury that white hair filled the air. Mutton, who had never respected royalty, placed one enormous paw on Oren's stomach and licked his chin. "Call them off," Oren shouted. "You wanted me lost in a ravine," Serafina said. "I want your collar buttons lost under a settee. We are not the same." Corvina shrieked when Pepper caught the sash of her gown and pulled it loose enough to tangle her ankles. No one was hurt. Only tailoring suffered. The hounds had been trained to catch sleeves, cloaks, straps, and pride. They did their work with frightening cheer. Serafina stepped over Oren's boot and took the trail map. She took the scraped seal knife. She took the little red pouch of false markers from Corvina's hand while the lady was busy trying to save her sleeve from foxglove. Oren tried to rise. Captain Biscuit lowered his head and breathed directly into the prince's face. "He has eaten boiled cabbage," Serafina warned. "Make choices with that knowledge." Oren froze. For one wild moment, laughter climbed Serafina's throat. It was sharp and bright and wrong. She let it out anyway. The sound startled Corvina more than the hounds had. Serafina backed toward the panel. "I will send someone for the furniture. You may want new furniture. Also new soles." "Sarah," Oren said, voice breaking, "you cannot do this. Watch me." She whistled once. 8 hounds released silk, wool, buttons, and dignity. They rushed after her through the panel. Serafina shut it, bolted it from her side, and ran. She laughed down the corridor until the laugh cracked. She laughed past the tapestry of the first winter hunt. She laughed down the servant's stair, while Buttons carried Corvina's fur wrap in his mouth like a fallen enemy banner. By the time she reached the kennels, the laugh had become a sob she could not swallow. The royal kennels were warm with straw, iron stoves, and dog breath. 32 hounds lifted their heads from their beds. The youngest pups tumbled over each other to reach her. The old lead bitch, Grandmother Pike, opened one eye and judged everyone. Serafina shut the kennel door behind her and pressed both hands to her mouth. Oren had planned the western ravine. Corvina had moved the markers. The prince had said only the kennel master's daughter. Only pretty, only useful until a cleaner bride appeared. Her knees weakened. Captain Biscuit leaned his weight against her thigh. Duchess pushed her head under Serafina's hand. Buttons dropped the fur wrap and sat on it, proud and unhelpful. Serafina allowed herself 12 breaths. On the 13th, she stood. Crying was permitted. Collapse was not. She crossed to the tack room and lit 2 lamps. The kennel ledgers waited in their cabinet. She pulled the winter feed book, the hunt route register, the injury log, and the sealed copy of the hound master's oath. Her mother had made 3 rules for a woman cornered by a noble house. First, leave with proof. Second, leave with witnesses. Third, leave loudly enough that silence becomes suspicious. Serafina took all 3 rules personally. She packed the ledgers in oilcloth. She strapped grain pouches to 6 sled harnesses. She opened the iron cage where the hunt whistles hung and took the black horn whistle that had belonged to her mother. Then she paused at the smallest hook. A child's whistle hung there on a frayed blue cord. It was plain bone, carved with a crooked moon. A boy had given it to her in a snowstorm when she was 8. He had found her crying under a pine before she ever came to the palace. He had wrapped his own scarf around her and said, very severely, that brave girls were still allowed to ask for help before freezing to death. She had never learned his name. Serafina put the old whistle around her neck. The hounds watched with bright eyes. "We are not sneaking away," she told them. "We are conducting a professional relocation." Grandmother Pike groaned. "Do not take that tone." 1 hour later, the eastern kennel gate opened on a sight the palace would discuss for years. Serafina Hale walked out under a hard white moon wearing her training coat, tall boots, and a belt full of whistles. Behind her came 32 royal winter hounds in travel harness. 6 dragged sleds of ledgers, feed, medicines, blankets, and 1 stolen white fur wrap that Buttons refused to surrender. At the front, Captain Biscuit carried Orin's torn collar in his mouth. Serafina stopped at the public hunt board in the stable court. She pinned the red pouch of false trail markers beside the royal map. Under it she wrote, in the bold hand her mother had beaten into her, the Western Trail was tampered with. Ask Prince Orin why. After a moment, she added, do not feed traitors to the hounds. It upsets the hounds. The stable boys read it twice. One of them whispered, Mistress Hale, where are you going? To the border, Serafina said. The hounds require fresher company. Captain Biscuit wagged. No one stopped her. By dawn, the palace bells were behind them. The city road lay buried under clean snow, and Serafina had cried enough to leave salt on her scarf. Her hounds moved around her in disciplined waves. Some ran ahead to read the wind. Some guarded the sleds. Buttons kept trying to wear Corvina's fur wrap and falling sideways into drifts. Serafina should have gone south to her mother's cousin. She should have sought a magistrate. She should have stayed in the palace and forced a hearing before Orin could prepare his lies. Instead, she had chosen the border road. The border was where grain shortages were whispered about in the palace kitchens. It was where soldiers wrote complaints that disappeared inside sealed offices. It was where her mother had once said truth traveled faster because hungry men had less patience for court perfume. It was also the road Orin would least expect a kennel woman to take with 32 hounds and several sleds of incriminating paper. At mid-morning, Grandmother Pike stopped beside a frozen ditch and growled. Serafina raised a fist. Every hound halted. The road ahead curved through black firs. Beyond the firs came the low iron sound of horses moving under armor. Not palace riders. The rhythm was heavier, colder, controlled by people who expected ambush and had survived many. Captain Biscuit moved in front of Serafina. Easy, she said. The first rider appeared between the trees. He was tall even on a tall black horse. A charcoal cloak hung from shoulders built for war rather than court. His hair was black, wind-torn, and swept back from a face cut with hard lines. A scar crossed the edge of his jaw. His eyes were the pale steel gold of an alpha who had stopped asking rooms for permission years ago. Behind him rode 20 border soldiers, all lean, all cold, all watching the hounds with the same wary calculation. The lead rider reined in. Serafina looked up at him. He looked down at her sleds, her hounds, her red eyes, and the stolen fur wrap currently wrapped around Button's middle. Is this a rebellion, he asked, or a kennel exercise with poor paperwork? Serafina wiped her face with the back of one glove. That depends who is asking. General Rurik Voss of the Frost March. She stiffened. Every servant in the palace knew that name. The border alpha general was called cold-blooded by people who had never spent a winter without firewood. He had broken raider sieges, dragged 3 corrupt quartermasters to judgment, and once refused to bow to Orin at a feast until the prince apologized to a wounded soldier. Rurik's gaze moved over the hounds again. And you are? Serafina Hale, royal hound trainer. Former fiancée of Prince Orin, unless he has developed courage during breakfast. One of the soldiers coughed. Rurik did not blink. Former? He planned to lose me in a ravine during the winter hunt. I objected with dogs. The general's horse shifted. Rurik's gloved hand tightened on the reins. Did you kill him? He asked. No. Did the dogs? Also no. They mauled his tailoring. A second soldier turned his face away. Rurik leaned slightly forward. Snow dusted the black sweep of his hair. You left the palace with every royal hound. Not every hound, Serafina said. I left 3 elderly spaniels. They are politically unreliable. For a moment, his mouth changed. It was not a smile. It was the memory of one. Then a cartwheel cracked behind his line. A grain wagon lurched sideways in the road. 2 soldiers jumped down to steady it. One sack fell from the back, burst against a stone, and spilled pale kernels across the snow. Serafina smelled the problem before anyone spoke. The hounds smelled it too. Grandmother Pike lowered her nose. Captain Biscuit sneezed and looked offended. Rurik turned in the saddle. Hold that sack. Serafina walked past him without asking. A border sergeant moved to block her, then stopped when 32 hounds politely considered removing him from the path. She crouched beside the torn sack. Wheat should smell dry, grassy, faintly sweet. This smelled of cellar mold, river silt, and something sharp that belonged in mortar. She pushed her fingers into the grain and rubbed. Grit scratched her glove. Sand, she said. Rurik dismounted in one smooth motion. He landed close enough that she felt the impact through the frozen road. How much? Serafina lifted a handful. Grain and pale grit slid between her fingers. Enough to cheat a scale. Enough to break teeth. Enough to starve a keep while the ledger says you were fed. The nearest soldiers went very still. Rurik crouched beside her. His shoulder nearly brushed hers. He smelled of cold leather, pine smoke, and iron discipline. Up close, his face looked younger than the stories and more tired than the scar allowed. Can your hounds track where the sand entered the sacks? He asked. Serafina glanced at the torn seal. The wax mark was royal blue, but the press had slipped. Her kennel ledgers tracked feed shipments by scent for the hunt dogs. Grain theft always left a trail if someone cared to put a nose to it. Yes, she said, if you stop breathing down my collar. His eyes lowered to the space between them. Serafina realized his gloved hand was braced on the snow beside hers. Their fingers were close enough for the heat of him to reach her through winter air. Her heart, treacherous animal, struck once against her ribs. Rurik did not move away. I breathed where the evidence is, he said. Then the evidence is about to file a complaint. A hound sneezed directly into the spilled grain. Serafina closed her eyes. That is Mutton. He has strong views on fraud. Rurik looked at the hound, then back at Serafina. Mistress Hale, I was riding to the capital to demand the grain owed to my garrisons. It appears the capital has sent me sand and a witness. I am not capital property. I did not say you were. His answer came too fast for courtesy. It landed between them with a weight she felt. Serafina stood. He stood with her. Because he was very tall and too close, she had to tilt her head back. Oren had used height as decoration. Rurik wore it like a wall built in a blizzard. I can help you test the wagons, she said. Then I keep moving. Where? Away from ravines. The road ahead is borderland. Wolves answered to me there. Hounds answered to me everywhere. One of his eyebrows rose. Captain Biscuit chose that moment to sit on Rurik's boot. The general looked down. Serafina folded her arms. He is negotiating. For what? Possibly your boot. Possibly your soul. He is ambitious. Rurik's gaze returned to her face. The hard line of his mouth shifted again. This time the smile almost survived. Then we should draft terms, he said. The first test took place in the lee of the firs. Serafina cut open 6 sacks from 3 wagons. Rurik watched in silence while she separated wheat, grit, chaff, and seal threads on a square of dark cloth. His soldiers watched her hands with the hungry attention of men whose supper depended on facts. The result was worse than she expected. Every sack held sand. Some held more sand than grain. The mold hid at the center where a careless inspector would miss it. 2 sacks had dead beetles. One had a pebble stamped with blue quarry dust from the capital's North Chapel works. Serafina held that pebble in her palm. This is not border sand, she said. This came from the palace district. Rurik's jaw tightened. The quartermaster swore the wagons were sealed at the royal granary. He may have sworn truthfully. Someone could have filled false sacks before sealing, or changed them in a holding yard. Can your ledgers prove that? My ledgers prove what the kennels received. They include cent notes for hound feed and hunt grain stores. My mother believed numbers lied less when dogs checked them. Your mother was sensible. She was terrifying. Good. Serafina looked up. Rurik's face had gone flat again, but his eyes were on her fingers. She realized she had rubbed the pebble so hard that grit had cut through her glove. A thin red line marked her thumb. Before she could hide it, he caught her wrist. The contact was careful. It still sent heat up her arm. His hand circled her wrist with complete control and no effort. She could feel the difference between restraint and weakness. He had both strength and the decision not to use it. Small cut, she said. Open skin in winter is not small. You command armies. Do you inspect every thumb? Only the ones holding evidence. His thumb pressed the heel of her glove back. The motion exposed the cut. He took a clean strip from inside his cloak and wrapped it around her thumb with efficient hands. Serafina meant to make a remark. The words left her when his knuckle brushed the inside of her palm. Rurik looked up. The space between them changed. Snow moved through the fir branches. The soldiers' voices faded. His fingers still held her wrist. His eyes had lowered to her mouth for one dangerous beat before returning to her face. "Mistress Hale," he said quietly, "you are shaking." "I walked all night. That is not the only reason." Serafina should have pulled away. Instead, she leaned half an inch closer, angry that he had noticed, angrier that the notice did not feel cruel. "Do you always diagnose witnesses?" "Only when they arrive with 32 hounds, a stolen fur, and evidence of a planned disappearance." "A planned disappearance. Do not inflate my importance. I rarely need to inflate what is already large." His voice had gone lower. It struck under her ribs with an alarming lack of permission. Captain Biscuit sneezed between them. Serafina snatched her hand back. That was late but effective. Rurik looked at the hound. He objects. He believes bandages should be paid for in dried liver. Reasonable. The general gave the hound a strip from his saddlebag. Captain Biscuit accepted it with the solemnity of a treaty signing. By noon, Rurik had turned his column toward Frostgate Keep instead of the capital. Serafina objected immediately. "I said I would help test wagons. I did not agree to become a military attachment." "You have no safe lodging on this road," Rurik said. "Prince Oren will send riders. My keep has walls, witnesses, and enough legal clerks to make a liar regret literacy." That sounded almost charming until the clerks. "My charm is rationed. Your soldiers must suffer. They are alive." He said it without pride. Serafina heard the cost under it. They rode with her hound caravan between the grain wagons and the cavalry. Rurik offered her a spare horse. She refused and walked beside the sleds until the road iced over near a narrow bridge. Buttons slipped first. The sled lurched. Serafina grabbed the trace line, lost her footing, and slid toward the bridge rail. Rurik reached her before the hounds could. One arm locked around her waist and pulled her back against his chest. His other hand caught the sled rope. The motion stopped her hard enough to knock breath from her lungs. For one suspended second, Serafina stood pressed against him from shoulder to hip. His cloak wrapped around her side. His body was winter hard and living hot. She felt his breath at her hairline. "Still objecting to military attachment?" he asked against her ear. Her pulse did something humiliating. "I object to bridges that betray women in public. The bridge will be disciplined." "Severely?" "Without mercy." She looked down at his hand spread over her waist. He released the sled rope, but not her. His thumb had landed over the seam of her coat. Through wool and leather, she still felt the pressure of it. "General," she said. "Yes. Your soldiers are watching. They have been ordered to survive worse." Serafina turned her head. His face was close enough that she could see pale frost in his lashes. The cold-blooded Alpha General did not look cold now. He looked controlled by the width of a knife edge. "I can stand," she said. "I know. Then why are you still holding me?" A pause opened. His answer was very quiet. "Because you nearly fell. That was earlier." "I am aware." The hounds began to howl. Not a danger howl. Worse, a delighted howl. Serafina closed her eyes as all 32 hounds announced to the entire road that their mistress was being held by a tall man and had not bitten him. Rurik released her slowly. "Your pack reports everything," he said. "They were raised in court. Gossip is in the mortar." The hounds kept howling until Grandmother Pike barked once. Silence fell at once. Rurik looked at the old bitch with respect. "I want her on my council. You cannot afford her. What does she demand?" "Blankets, meat, and the right to judge men from a cushion." "Half my council already does that." Serafina laughed before she could stop herself. The sound surprised them both. Rurik looked at her as if the laugh had shown him a door he had not known existed. Serafina looked away first. Frostgate Keep rose from the border cliffs at dusk. It was not beautiful in the palace sense. No gold domes, no painted saints, no perfumed arches. It was black stone, smoke, iron gates, and men on the walls with crossbows. The mountain wind struck it and broke. Hungry soldiers lined the yard when the wagons entered. Their cheeks were hollow. Their winter coats had been patched too often. A young guard in his early 20s stared at the grain sacks with such plain hope that Serafina's stomach twisted. Rurik dismounted before the main steps. "No sack opens for the kitchens until Mistress Hale and my quartermaster inspect it," he ordered. "Any man who steals before inspection eats sand first." The soldiers managed a tired laugh. A young woman in a brown grainwatch coat pushed through them with a ledger under one arm and a steel staff across her back. Her dark braid was pinned high, her nose had been broken once, and every starving soldier made room for her without being told. "General, if the capital has sent us more rotten wheat, I am feeding the royal seals to the goats." "Grain Watch Captain Marave," Rurik said. "She monitors the border grain line, audits every wagon, and breaks the fingers of men who think hunger is paperwork." "Captain, this is Serafina Hale, Royal Hound Trainer. She found sand in the shipment." Marave looked Serafina up and down. "You brought dogs." "Hounds," Serafina corrected. "They eat." "With enthusiasm. Then they are soldiers. Welcome." Serafina liked her at once. Marave gave no court bow. She offered Serafina a square nod, then crouched and held one hand toward Captain Biscuit. The hound sniffed her knuckles, sneezed once, and accepted her as a public servant with potential. "He approves," Serafina said. "Good," Marave replied. "I have been rejected by bishops. I could not survive rejection by a working dog." Rurik said, "Captain Vey is honest, armed, and impossible to flatter." "A rare government office," Serafina said. Marave pointed her ledger at the sacks. "Then let us make it useful before someone important lies at me." Within an hour, the keep yard became an inspection hall. Torches burned in iron baskets. Sacks were opened under guard. Serafina set hounds in pairs to scent mold, silt, and false grain oil. Marave weighed samples, sealed jars, and made every driver say his route aloud in front of witnesses. Rurik stood over the work with the stillness of a locked gate. One wagoner tried to step backward when Duchess found silt under the clean top layer. Marave caught him by the elbow, turned his wrist with neat efficiency, and sat him on a flour barrel before he could blink. "Running makes ink suspicious," she told him. The wagoner swallowed. "I was stretching, then stretched toward the truth." Serafina tried not to laugh and failed. Rurik looked at Marave with the expression of a commander watching a regulation write itself. More than half the shipment was fraudulent. The soldiers did not shout. That was worse. Hunger had already burned the noise out of them. Serafina watched a young guard pick 3 good kernels from a bad sack and place them in his pocket. Not stealing, saving proof that the good grain had existed somewhere before it was taken. Her throat tightened. Rurik saw her looking. "This is why I was riding to the capital," he said. "The Frost March paid taxes in silver, timber, and service. The royal granary answered with excuses. Oren knew. I sent 6 petitions. He signed 3 dismissals. The prince's name turned the cold inside her into a cleaner thing. Then we will give him a 7th document," she said. "One he cannot dismiss." Rurik turned toward her. Serafina was tired. Her eyes burned. Her thumb hurt. Her heart had been dragged over stones by a man who had planned to lose her in snow. Yet standing in that yard, among hungry soldiers and honest hounds, she felt the first hard shape of purpose. "I need a table," she said. "A lamp. Fresh wax. Thread from every sack. A map of the capital granary yards. Access to your petitions. And dried liver for the witnesses." Marave grunted. "The dog witnesses? They work cheap. Better than most inspectors," Marave said. "They cannot read a bribe and pretend it is weather." Captain Biscuit wagged once, as if accepting the promotion. Rurik's gaze did not leave Serafina's face. "You will have all of it, and I am not your prisoner." "No, I decide when to leave." "Yes, I keep my own room." His eyes changed at the edges. "Also yes." Serafina heard the roughness under the last answer and felt heat rise under her collar. She looked down at the ledgers before her face betrayed her. "Good," she said. "Then bring me your fraudulent wheat." Buttons trotted past, wearing Corvina's fur wrap again. Marave stared. "Why is that one dressed like a bankrupt duchess?" "Evidence," Serafina said. Rurik looked at the hound. "Against fashion? Against many things." They worked until the moon stood high over the keep. Serafina discovered 3 patterns before midnight. First, the worst sacks came from wagons marked with the blue seal of the Royal Chapel District. Second, the thread used to stitch them was not granary hemp, but fine white court cord. Third, each false sack carried a faint scent of rose oil. Corvina Mero wore rose oil. She had spilled it in Serafina's bedroom once, and complained that the hounds had sneezed for a day. When Serafina told Rurik, he did not look surprised. Lady Mero's father owns warehouses near the chapel works, he said. Of course he does. Her family also brokers grain contracts. Of course they do. Prince Oren approved the winter reserve transfer 3 weeks ago. Serafina set down her pen. Of course he did. The room assigned to the investigation had once been a chapel. It now held maps, sacks, scales, and hounds asleep under every bench. The hearth gave off a hard orange heat. Rurik stood at the long table beside Serafina, one hand braced near her inkpot. He had removed his armor. Without it, he looked less like a fortress and more dangerous. Black wool fit close across his shoulders. His throat was open at the collar, showing a narrow scar near the base. Serafina had not meant to notice. She noticed thoroughly. You should sleep, he said. So should you. I sleep when my keep is fed. Then you have been awake since autumn. Close. She looked up sharply. That was not a joke. It was an approximation. General. Rurik, he said. The name sat in the warm room between them. Serafina looked down at her ledger. You should not give me your first name while I am holding ink. I may use it to forge something. What would you forge? A requisition for blankets. Your hounds need more. My hounds? Your soldiers, then. Quartermaster Mara, they classified mine as soldiers. I am adapting. Rurik leaned closer to read the ledger line she had marked. His arm brushed hers. Neither moved. You blush when you are angry, he said. Serafina's pen stopped. I do not. You do. That is not useful evidence. It tells me when to stop speaking, and yet you continue, because I also want to see what happens. Her breath caught. The silence turned thick. Rurik's shoulder remained against hers. His hand shifted on the table, not touching her, close enough that one small movement would change the night. Serafina could smell soap on his skin under leather and smoke. She could see a tiny line of exhaustion beside his mouth. What happens, she said very quietly, is that I remember I was betrayed this morning. His face changed at once. He drew back by half a step, not in rejection but in discipline. Then I stopped. The loss of heat annoyed her. The gentleness annoyed her more. Serafina turned toward him. I did not ask you to freeze. Rurik looked at her for a long moment. Tell me where the line is. I will stand on the correct side. That sounds very noble. It is practical. I do not want to become another man who takes your choices. Her anger softened before she could protect it. The line moves, she said. Today it is somewhere between being held on a bridge and being kissed over forged grain reports. His eyes lowered to her mouth. That is a narrow border, he said. You command borders. Not that one. For 3 breaths, neither of them moved. Then Buttons rolled under the table in his sleep, kicked both hind legs, and struck Rurik's boot with a thud. Serafina exhaled a laugh. Rurik looked down at the hound with calm betrayal. He has opinions, she said. He has terrible timing. No, that was good timing. Terrible timing would have been 2 breaths later. Rurik's gaze returned to her so fast her stomach dipped. Then I owe him dried liver, he said. She did not sleep much that night. Her room was small, clean, and plainly prepared by soldiers who had no idea what women needed but respected blankets. Someone had placed 4 on the bed, 2 on the chair, 1 over the washstand, and 1 on the floor where Captain Biscuit immediately lay down. Serafina took off her boots and sat on the edge of the bed. The old bone whistle rested against her throat. Oren's voice kept returning. Only. The word had teeth. She pressed both fists into the blanket. The tears came without drama this time. They came because she had once wanted a husband who laughed with her at morning hound chaos. She had once imagined Oren watching her train pups and saying he was proud. She had spent years turning his distracted affection into proof of a future. Now that future lay on a salon carpet under Captain Biscuit's paws. The door creaked. Serafina wiped her face. If you are a soldier, retreat. If you are a hound, enter quietly. Grandmother Pike pushed the door open with her nose. Behind her stood Rurik holding a covered cup. Serafina sat straighter. You are not a hound. I brought one as a credential. Grandmother Pike walked in and took the rug. Rurik remained outside the threshold. Marave makes a winter herb drink. It tastes like boiled pine in punishment. It helps with shock. You're selling it poorly. I am honest about beverages. She stood and crossed to the door. He handed her the cup without stepping inside. Steam curled between them. Thank you, she said. His gaze moved over her face. He saw the tears. He did not mention them. There will be riders from the capital by morning, he said. Orin will call you unstable. He will call the hound stolen property. He may claim you attacked him without cause. I left the trail markers on the hunt board. Good. I took the knife. Better. I made his collar a dog toy. This time Rurik did smile. It was small, brief, and devastating. Necessary, he said. Serafina looked down at the cup because looking at him became difficult. I am not unstable, she said. I know. I am angry and embarrassed and apparently wanted dead, but I am not unstable. I know. Do you say anything else? When required. She drank. The herb brew did taste like pine and punishment. She grimaced. Rurik watched her mouth again, then looked away as if the wall required military attention. General, she said. Rurik. Rurik. His name changed the air a second time. Serafina lifted the cup. Thank you for stopping at my door. Thank you for not entering without permission. And thank you for looking at the wall as if it insulted your ancestors. It did. What did it say? That I have poor judgment. Does it often tell the truth? His eyes came back to hers. Tonight, yes. The cup warmed her fingers. His voice warmed everything else. Serafina should have closed the door. Instead, she let herself stand there with one bare foot on cold stone and one hound snoring behind her. Rurik's shadow filled the threshold without crossing it. Sleep, Serafina, he said. The way he said her name made it feel less damaged. You too. I will try. That was not an agreement. No. She narrowed her eyes. You are difficult. I have references. She closed the door before she smiled too much. Morning at Frostgate Keep began with a horn, a curse, and a hound stealing a sausage from a lieutenant's hand. Serafina woke before the second horn. Habit pulled her from bed while the sky was still iron gray. At the palace, this was the hour she crossed the kennel yard with warm mash, brushed snow from every muzzle, and greeted each hound by title. The ritual had survived fevers, royal inspections, Orin's board visits, and one unfortunate spring when Buttons fell in love with a laundry basket. She found the Frostgate hounds, her own hounds, and 4 suspicious border mutts gathered in the lower yard around a cook who looked prepared to resign from life. Serafina put 2 fingers to her mouth and whistled. Every dog sat. The cook almost dropped the sausage pan. Rurik stood near the armory steps with a mug in hand. He wore no cloak despite the cold. His black training shirt clung to his shoulders, and his hair was still damp from washing. Serafina's brain, usually competent before breakfast, mislaid several useful thoughts. He watched her line the hounds in rows. Good morning, honorable criminals, she said. 36 tails moved. Captain Biscuit, you look innocent. That means you are guilty. Duchess, stop judging the cook. He has suffered enough. Mutton, remove your paw from that boot. It still contains a lieutenant. Buttons, if you are wearing stolen fur before sunrise, you must at least stand straight. The soldiers gathered on the steps began to grin. Serafina moved down the line, touching each nose. Every hound gave a different greeting. Captain Biscuit pressed his forehead into her palm. Duchess offered one paw. Mutton leaned so hard she had to brace. Grandmother Pike allowed one royal tap, and then looked away in contempt. When Serafina reached the young pups, she crouched. And good morning to the tiny disasters. Did we dream of eating glove leather? We did. Did we repent? We did not. A laugh broke from the soldiers. Rurik's mug had stopped halfway to his mouth. Serafina straightened and caught him looking. For once, the general did not hide it. What? She asked. I have watched men confess under interrogation with less discipline than those pups show for you. Pups respond to consistency, food, and being told when they are ridiculous. Men are less advanced. The soldiers laughed harder. Rurik's gaze warmed. You may brief my officers after breakfast. On grain fraud. On being less advanced than pups. She pointed at him. Do not tempt me before tea. Breakfast became a council because Frostgate had no talent for leisure. They gathered in the old chapel room again. Marave brought porridge thinned beyond pride. Rurik's captains brought maps, petitions, and a stack of replies from the capital. Serafina read them with growing rage. The palace had dismissed every complaint as border exaggeration. The Crown Office claimed weather delays. The Granary Office claimed rodent loss. Oren had signed one note in his own hand. General Voss must learn that hunger makes wolves dramatic. Serafina stared at that line until the ink blurred. Ulrich sat beside hit. His knee brushed hers under the table. It might have been accidental. It did not move. He wrote this while my men were cutting mold from bread, Rurik said. He wrote it because he has never watched a young border guard save 3 kernels in his pocket, she answered. A captain with a scarred cheek looked up. You saw Tobin do that? Yes. The room quieted. Serafina closed the letter. We need more than proof of bad grain. We need proof of intent, profit, and chain of custody. If this is only incompetence, Oren will blame a clerk. If it is theft, he will blame a dead clerk. If Lady Marrow's family is involved, they will blame a foreign merchant. Marave nodded. Then we need their own numbers. And scent, Serafina said. Numbers can be copied. Scent travels poorly through lies. Rurik pointed to the capital map. 3 places. Royal Granary, Chapel Warehouse, North Weighing Yard. The wagons passed all 3 before coming to us. The rose oil was in the sacks, Serafina said. Corvina touched them, or her personal servants did. One officer frowned. Could perfume cling that long? To court cord, yes. To wax, less so. To hounds, forever, because they are petty archivists. Duchess lifted her head from under the table, as if sighted. Rurik leaned toward the map. His shoulder touched Serafina's again. This time the contact lasted. If I ride to the capital now, Oren will bar the gates. He cannot bar the winter hunt. Marave's eyes sharpened. Serafina tapped the marked route register. All noble houses must attend in 3 days. The hunt opens the Old Oath Road. Hounds, riders, grain sponsors, chapel officers, and border envoys gather in one place. If I accuse him there, he cannot hide the accusation inside a clerk's drawer. Dangerous, Rurik said. Yes. Public. Yes. He already planned to lose you there. Then he will expect fear, not an audit. Rurik turned his head toward her. His eyes were close. You intend to walk back into the trap? No. I intend to bring the trap witnesses. Captain Biscuit sneezed under the table. An illegal team, she added. Preferably one that bites cloth. The plan required a day of ugly work. Serafina sorted thread samples. Marave wrote chain of custody statements in a hand so sharp it looked capable of cutting bread. Rurik's captains interviewed wagoners who had been too frightened to speak before. Marave found the turn in the route first. She slapped one inked finger onto the map. Here. Every false wagon stopped at the chapel warehouse after the royal seal was applied. Honest wagons passed straight through. Rotten ones took the pretty road. The pretty road? Serafina asked. The one with guards who call theft logistics. A pattern emerged. Each driver had been told the delay came from Prince Oren's personal hunt preparations. Each received a sealed coin purse from a Marrow steward. Each had also been warned that Captain Vey was a hysterical woman who disliked noble accounting. Marave smiled without warmth. I adore noble accounting. It confesses when you hold it upside down. By afternoon, Rurik sent 3 scouts to intercept one such steward on the road. They returned with the steward, 2 purses, and a face that suggested he had considered running until Captain Biscuit smiled at him. The steward broke in 7 minutes. Serafina did not enjoy the man's fear. She enjoyed his documents. He carried a small coded invoice listing good grain weights, sand weights, and payments to chapel warehouse guards. The largest notation bore Corvina's private mark, a rose pierced by a pin. Beneath it was an instruction. Prince Oren wants the kennel woman away before the hearing. Make sure the western trail remains open. Rurik read the line once. The room grew cold. He gave a written order, Marave said. A stupid written order. She laid the document flat and pinned one corner with her thumb. A fresh bruise darkened her knuckles from the wagoner who had tried to be athletic with the truth. He did not write, I am stealing grain because I am a peacock with a title, Marave said, sadly, but the order is enough. It moves the western trail open, pulls the hound master away, and sends the chapel warehouse officers to handle the sealed sacks without public weighers. Serafina looked from the order to the map. So Oren did not just want me gone. He needed my hounds gone. Marave nodded. A lie is easiest when the noses are removed. Buttons lifted his head from the corner, deeply offended on behalf of noses everywhere. Vanity makes people use stationery, Serafina said. Her voice sounded steadier than her hands felt. Rurik noticed. He always noticed. He took the paper from her fingers before she crushed it. Walk with me, he said. It was not a request, but it was not a command either. It was a rope thrown before she sank. They left the chapel room through a side door and stepped into the wall walk. The wind hit hard. Below, the hounds chased one another between snow piles while soldiers pretended not to watch. Beyond the keep, the border forest stretched dark and white toward the old hunt road. Serafina gripped the stone parapet. I wanted to humiliate him. I wanted his buttons scattered. I wanted him frightened for 1/10 of the time he meant me to be frightened. You did humiliate him. Not enough. Rurik stood beside her, close enough to block part of the wind. No, not enough. The agreement loosened something in her chest. People keep expecting me to be sad in a quiet way, she said. I am sad, but I also want to knock his teeth loose with a ledger. A heavy ledger? The feed register from last winter. 400 pages. Excellent spine. Practical. She looked at him. Rurik's face remained serious, but his eyes were not. That nearly undid her. Serafina laughed once, then covered her mouth. The laugh shook into a sob. She hated that. She hated him witnessing it. She hated that he did not look away in embarrassment or step forward to smother her in comfort she had not requested. He simply opened his cloak. Not his arms. His cloak. The offer was absurdly formal and dangerously intimate. That is not a military tactic, she said. It is shelter. Shelter often becomes tactic in male hands. Then take the cloak, not the man. She looked at the black wool hanging open. He was letting cold into his own shirt. The wind cut across the wall and lifted her hair from its braid. She stepped closer before courage could cool. Rurik wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. For a while neither spoke. She stood against his chest, facing the forest. His arms held the cloak around her, not trapping, not loose either. The warmth was immediate and unfair. Serafina's cheek brushed his shirt. His heart beat slow under her ear, though she could feel how much of that steadiness was work. You are very warm for someone called cold-blooded, she said. The title was assigned by idiots. Many titles are. His chin almost touched her hair. What title would you choose? For you. For yourself. She went still. Only the kennel master's daughter. Only pretty. The wind dragged snow along the parapet. I do not know anymore, she said. His arms tightened by a fraction. Then do not let him name you while you are still bleeding. The words entered quietly and stayed. Serafina turned inside the cloak. They were too close. Her hands landed against his chest to steady herself. Muscles shifted under her palms. Rurik looked down at her hands first, then her face. There, she said, softer than she meant. That sounded wise. Are you ill? Severely. Symptoms? Poor judgment. Wall confirmed it. She smiled. His gaze dropped to that smile. The air between them tightened again. This time no hound stood near enough to save them. Rurik lifted one hand slowly, giving her time to step back. She did not. His fingers touched a loose strand of hair at her cheek and drew it away from her mouth. Serafina forgot the wind. This is near the line, he said. Yes. Has it moved? A little. Which direction? She rose on her toes and kissed the corner of his mouth. It was brief. Barely a kiss. Still, it struck through both of them. Rurik inhaled once, sharply. His hand moved to the back of her neck, then stopped before pressure became demand. Serafina felt that restraint. She liked it. She resented it. She wanted to test it with scientific cruelty. That was not forged grain reports, she whispered. No. It was also not quite a kiss. His thumb brushed the hair below her ear. Do you require accuracy? In all investigations. Rurik bent his head. Captain Biscuit barked from the yard below. A soldier shouted. General, the steward fainted again. Rurik closed his eyes. Serafina dropped her forehead against his chest and began to laugh. 2 breaths later, she said, "I am going to promote that dog to enemy command." "You cannot. He already holds a senior office." The laughter lasted longer than it should have. When it ended, the grief had not vanished. Nothing so convenient happened, but grief no longer held the only chair inside her. That evening, a palace rider reached Frostgate with a sealed order. Rurik received him in the keep hall with Serafina at his right and 32 hounds occupying the lower steps. The rider's face twitched when Buttons sniffed his boot. The order accused Serafina Hale of theft, assault, and emotional volatility. It demanded the immediate return of the royal hounds, the stolen hunt ledgers, and Lady Marrow's white fur wrap. It described Prince Oren's injuries as severe humiliation, though the scribe had crossed out humiliation and replaced it with bruising. Serafina appreciated the first draft. Rurik read the letter aloud without expression. Then he looked at the rider. "Reply," he said. "The hounds are material witnesses in a grain fraud investigation. The ledgers are evidence. The fur wrap is being held by a dog of uncertain allegiance. Prince Oren may petition the Winter Hunt Tribunal if he wishes to dispute custody." The rider swallowed. "My general, His Highness also says Mistress Hale is not to attend the hunt." Serafina stepped forward. "How thoughtful. Did he mention the ravine?" The rider looked away too fast. Rurik saw it. So did every soldier in the hall. "Ask him," Serafina said pleasantly, "whether he wants me to bring the red trail markers, or whether he prefers to identify them from memory." The rider left at speed. The next day passed in preparation. Serafina trained the hounds to identify 3 scents: chapel quarry dust, rose oil, and mold hidden under clean grain. Rurik assigned soldiers to carry evidence chests and protect witnesses. Marave prepared duplicate ledgers, so no one could steal the only proof. Near noon, Rurik found Serafina in the lower yard teaching border soldiers how to work with the hounds. "Do not shout," she told them. "A hound hears better than your conscience. Keep your hand low. Offer scent cloth flat. Do not wave it in his face unless you want him to think you are the clue." A broad soldier named Jory held out a cloth to Duchess. Duchess sniffed, turned, and sat in front of Rurik. The yard went quiet. Serafina covered her smile. "Interesting." Rurik looked at the hound. "Explain." "Duchess found the scent on you." "What scent?" Serafina took the cloth from Jory. It held pine soap, smoke, and the faint iron tang of Rurik's armor oil. "Apparently the exercise cloth was not grain fraud," she said. "It was you." Jory looked horrified. "General, I did not mean to imply you were evidence." "Everyone is evidence eventually," Rurik said. Serafina liked that too much. Rurik walked toward her. The soldiers suddenly found reasons to adjust straps, examine snow, and become furniture. He stopped close enough that Duchess, still seated, had to lean against both their legs. "You are enjoying this," he said. "Immensely. At my expense. Your expense appears durable." His mouth curved. "What is the correction? For a false alert?" The handler apologizes to the hound, resets the scent, and praises the correct behavior. "Then apologize." "I am not the handler." "You are always the handler." That should not have sounded intimate. It did. Serafina held his gaze. "Fine. Duchess, I apologize for asking you to identify fraud when General Voss was standing nearby being suspiciously scented." Duchess wagged once. Rurik bent, took the scent cloth, and held it out again. His shoulder brushed Serafina's hip as he crouched. She felt the contact all the way up her spine. "Try again," he told the hound. Duchess sniffed the corrected cloth, crossed the yard, and put her nose on a marked sand sack. The soldiers cheered. Rurik stood. "Good." Serafina looked up at him. "That is all. Good. She saved your honor. My honor has survived worse than a hound's nose." "Has it survived wearing Corvina's fur wrap?" His eyes narrowed. "Do not test command structure." "I would never." Buttons appeared behind him dragging the white wrap. The entire yard inhaled. Rurik did not turn around. "Mistress Hale." "Yes." "Is there a hound behind me with enemy fabric?" "No." A pause. "Define no." "There is a hound behind you with evidence." Jory made a strangled sound. Rurik turned. Buttons placed the wrap over the general's boot and looked proud. Serafina expected Rurik to scowl. Instead he reached down, lifted the wrap, and draped it over one forearm as if accepting a ceremonial mantle. "If I must enter the winter hunt with this," he said, "I will declare war on fashion." The soldiers laughed until Marave shouted that anyone with lungs that strong could carry evidence chests. Later, when the yard emptied, Rurik walked Serafina to the kennels built against the inner wall. The hounds settled around them in straw and lamplight. Outside, wind climbed the stones. Inside, the smells of clean fur, leather, and warm mash wrapped around her like something close to home. Rurik stopped beside a pen of young hounds. "You look different here. Covered in hair? At ease." She fed a pup from her palm. "Kennels make sense. Eat, work, play, sleep. If a hound loves you, he shows it. If he hates you, he also shows it. Court could learn from that. You belong there less than they told you." Her hands stilled. "Do not be kind just because I am useful," she said. "I am not kind. That is your defense. It is my reputation. Your reputation is terrible company." "I know." The quiet after that was not uncomfortable. It was worse. It invited honesty. Serafina touched the old bone whistle at her throat. Rurik's eyes followed the motion. "Where did you get that?" he asked. "A boy gave it to me when I was little. Before the palace. I got lost during a winter market storm. He found me under a pine, wrapped me in a blue scarf, and scolded me for freezing quietly." Rurik went still. Serafina looked at him. "What?" He reached toward the whistle, stopped, and lowered his hand. It was not blue. Her breath caught. "What?" "The scarf was gray when my mother made it. I had fallen through creek ice the week before and stained it with the dye from a merchant's glove. It looked blue after that." The kennel sounds faded. Serafina's fingers closed around the whistle. "You?" Rurik's face had lost its hard command. Under it stood a boy with serious eyes in a snowstorm. "I was 14, he said. "You were very small, very angry, and determined not to cry where anyone could see. I was 8. You told me brave girls did not make noise. And you said brave girls were allowed to ask before becoming decorative ice." I was not diplomatic. A laugh escaped her, soft and stunned. "You were rude. You were freezing." I kept the whistle. His gaze moved over her face in a way that felt almost painful. "I looked for you the next morning. The market had cleared. No one knew where the little girl with the hound pup had gone. My mother found me first. She nearly killed 3 guards in one weather vane. Then she took service at the palace 2 years later." "I remembered you," he said. The words were plain. They did not feel plain. Serafina leaned back against the rail because her knees had become unreliable. "You remembered a lost child?" "I remembered a girl who corrected my knot while shivering. I tied the scarf badly. You were offended. It was a terrible knot. I improved." His voice had dropped. Serafina looked at the man before her, the general with scarred hands, the alpha who stood at thresholds, the boy who had given her a whistle without asking for anything back. Something in her chest shifted from interest into recognition. Not fate. She did not trust words that removed choice. Recognition was different. Recognition said, "There you are, and I decide what that means." "You saved me once," she said. "Your mother saved you. I found you first. Do not argue with a woman holding 32 witnesses." He stepped closer. "I am not arguing. You look like you are. I am trying not to touch you." The confession struck clean. Serafina's fingers tightened on the rail. "Why?" "Because you learned today that I was part of an old memory that can make a person feel cornered by gratitude. You think too much. Often. Stop for a minute." His eyes darkened. She took his hand and set it at her waist. Rurik went completely still. The touch was over coat and corset and wool, but his fingers spread as if he had been made to hold that exact line of her body and punished for discovering it late. Serafina stepped closer until the toes of her boots touched his. Her free hand rested against his chest. "I am not grateful right now," she said. "I am tired, angry, and choosing badly on purpose." His thumb moved once at her waist. "This is not bad. It may be unwise. Most things worth guarding are." She lifted her face. He bent slowly. This kiss was accurate. It began carefully, because both of them were too aware of what had broken behind her. Then his hand tightened at her waist, and hers slid up to the back of his neck, and careful became something warmer. He tasted of winter herb drink and restraint finally given a task. Serafina rose higher on her toes. Rurik's other arm came around her back, steady and firm, pulling her closer without taking the choice from her feet. A pup sneezed. Neither of them stopped. Another pup barked. Rurik made a low sound against her mouth that had nothing to do with command. Serafina smiled into the kiss before she could help it. Grandmother Pike barked once. They separated at once. The old bitch stared from her cushion with ancient disapproval. Serafina pressed both hands to Rurik's chest and breathed. That was not 2 breaths later. That was adequate timing. Rurik rested his forehead near hers. I dislike that hound less now. Her approval is difficult to win. I noticed. The hound settled again. Serafina should have been frightened by how quickly her body had trusted his. She was frightened. She was also alive in a way grief had tried to smother. Rurik touched the whistle cord lightly. Keep this visible at the hunt. Why? Old border law honors a rescue token. It proves I knew you before court could buy or name you. If Oren claims you manipulated me for protection, I will show that I owed you none and gave it anyway. You did not owe me protection. No, and you are not giving it anyway. His eyes searched hers. She tapped his chest. You are giving me soldiers, clerks, evidence chests, and a very severe quartermaster. I will protect myself in public. You may stand close enough to make stupid people reconsider their hobbies. Rurik's slow smile returned. That I can do. Good. Serafina. Yes. After the hunt, when the evidence is read and your name is yours again, I will ask if the line has moved farther. Heat climbed her neck. That is arrogant. It is strategic patience. You make patience sound indecent. Only near you. Grandmother Pike barked again. Serafina pointed at the old hound. Do not judge me. You had 6 mates and bit 3. Rurik choked on a laugh. The hunt began under a sky the color of polished steel. The royal forest lay 2 hours from the capital, where old pines crowded a ceremonial road lined with antler poles and blue banners. Noble houses arrived in fur and jewels. Priests from the Moon Chapel carried silver bowls. Merchants brought decorated grain baskets for public blessing. Border soldiers entered last, without decoration, pulling sealed evidence chests on sleds. Serafina rode at the front of the hounds. She wore no bridal white. She had chosen her dark green training coat, polished boots, and her mother's black horn whistle at her belt. The old bone whistle lay visible at her throat. 32 hounds moved around her in perfect formation. Buttons wore no fur wrap today because Marave had locked it in an evidence chest after discovering he had tried to trade it for sausage. Rurik rode beside Serafina on his black horse. He wore border armor under a plain cloak. No jewel marked him. He did not need one. People moved aside because their bodies understood him before their pride did. Whispers rippled through the gathered houses. There she is. She stole the hounds. He brought the border wolf. Prince Oren stood on the high viewing platform beside King Albrecht, Lady Corvina, and the council. Oren's collar sat high enough to hide several bruises. Corvina wore a pale blue gown and a new white fur wrap. Her smile thinned when she saw Serafina. Serafina smiled back. Captain Biscuit showed his teeth in what might have been joy. The master of ceremonies lifted a staff. By royal command, the winter hunt opens with the prince's first trail. Objection, Serafina said. Her voice carried because she had trained hounds across wind for 10 years. The staff faltered. Oren leaned forward. Mistress Hale has no standing to interrupt royal ceremony. She is under accusation for theft and assault. Serafina rode closer to the platform. Rurik stayed at her shoulder, silent and immense. I have standing under the Hound Master's oath, she said. If the hunt trail is tampered with, the trainer may halt the hunt before the first horn. If royal hounds are used to conceal a crime, the trainer may demand witness track before all packs. A murmur moved through the old nobles. They knew the law. They had forgotten it because kennel people rarely had enough power to use it. King Albrecht frowned. He was a broad man with tired eyes and a crown too heavy for his neck. Serafina, child, this is not the time. She flinched at child, then steadied. Your Majesty, Prince Oren and Lady Corvina planned to send me down the western ravine during this hunt. Lady Corvina moved trail markers. Prince Oren approved it. I have the markers, the map, the seal knife, and witnesses. Oren laughed. It sounded practiced. Witnesses? Dogs? Yes, Serafina said. They are less corrupt than men. A dangerous amount of the crowd agreed out loud. Corvina stepped forward. This is a hysterical performance. She attacked us with animals because she could not accept that the prince preferred a more suitable bride. The old wound opened. Serafina let the crowd see it for one heartbeat. Then she closed her hand around the reins. A more suitable bride would not need a ravine. Laughter broke from the lower ranks. Corvina's face tightened. Rurik spoke for the first time. The Frost March also enters accusation. The royal grain sent to my garrisons was cut with sand, mold, and false weight. Evidence links the fraud to chapel warehouses controlled by House Marrow and authorized under the prince's winter reserve order. Oren's gaze snapped to him. General Voss, you overstep. I underfed my temper for 3 months, Rurik said. Do not call that overstep. The border soldiers struck spear, but against the snow. King Albrecht lifted a hand. Enough. These are grave claims. They will be heard after the hunt. Serafina's stomach dropped. After the hunt meant time to hide evidence, silence witnesses, and trigger the same trap under ceremony. She raised the blackhorn whistle. No, she said. The entire field stilled. King Albrecht stared at her. Serafina's voice shook once, then steadied. The oath says before the first horn, not after. The hounds are not decorations, Your Majesty. The hunt is not a toy for princes. If the Western Trail remains open while the accusation stands, every rider here enters a tampered course. If the grain blessing proceeds while sand sits in royal sacks, every hungry border child hears the crown bless fraud. The king's face changed. Oren saw it and struck fast. She is manipulating you with kennel law. Father, she is angry because I ended a childish match. She stole royal animals. She fled the palace in the night. Serafina dismounted. Snow crunched under her boots. I left in the night, she said. After you planned to leave me in the snow. I took ledgers, hounds, and proof. That is not flight. That is transportation of evidence. Rurik dismounted behind her. He did not touch her. She felt him there anyway. The master of ceremonies looked helplessly at the king. Before the king could answer, Corvina smiled again. Then let the hounds track, she said. If Mistress Hale trusts beasts more than nobles, let beasts decide. Serafina did not like how easily Corvina agreed. Rurik's hand brushed the back of Serafina's glove. One brief contact. Warning, not command. Corvina turned to the crowd. Let them track the western markers. If her accusation is true, the hounds will find my scent, yes? If not, she should surrender the hounds and accept a healer's rest. A healer's rest meant quiet confinement. Oren looked relieved. Serafina understood the trap. Corvina had replaced the marker scent. She wanted a simple track because she had cleaned the obvious clue. So Serafina changed the game. Agreed, she said. The hounds will track 3 things everyone can understand. Your rose oil, the Marrow warehouse seal, and the prince's own grain order. We will begin with your new fur wrap, Lady Corvina. Corvina's smile froze. Buttons, sitting beside Mara Vey's evidence chest, perked up with religious interest. Mara Vey stepped forward and opened the first chest. Inside lay the original white fur wrap, sealed in linen, along with Corvina's scraped wax knife and red markers. The crowd leaned in. That is my property, Corvina snapped. Yes, Serafina said. It has been very useful. Buttons wagged as if thanked personally. The king rubbed a hand over his face. Proceed. The hound track became the most watched ceremony in winter hunt history. Serafina gave Duchess the fur wrap scent first. Duchess crossed the snow, ignored Corvina's current wrap, and put her nose on the trail map table beside the platform. Then she pawed at the underside. A clerk lifted the tablecloth. 3 spare red markers were taped beneath the wood. The crowd erupted. Oren shouted. Anyone could have put those there. Correct, Serafina said. So we continue. Mutton tracked the Marrow warehouse seal from the false sacks to a chapel guard satchel. The guard tried to run. Mara Vey moved first, swept his ankle with her staff, caught his collar before his face met the snow, and set him on his knees with insulting politeness. The satchel held seal wax, rose oil, and a payment token marked with House Marrow's rose. Corvina's mother fainted with excellent timing. No one helped quickly. Grandmother Pike tracked the same sour warehouse dust to 2 marrow wagons parked behind the blessing tent. Under the canvas, good wheat filled the top layer of each display basket. Sand and mold filled the lower sacks meant for public shipment after ceremony. The border soldiers began to shout. Rurik raised one hand. They fell silent, but the silence had claws. Serafina looked at Oren. His face had lost its handsome laziness. Without it, he looked smaller. "You signed the transfer," she said. "I signed what my officers prepared. And the note about me?" She turned to Marave. Marave opened the second chest and handed the steward's order to the king's clerk. The clerk read the line aloud. "Keep the kennel woman away from the hearing. Leave the western trail open. Ovi." The field went so quiet Serafina heard harness bells in the far snow. Oren's eyes flicked from the king to the nobles to Rurik. Then they landed on Serafina and filled with a hatred that finally looked honest. "You should have stayed grateful," he said. The words carried. Rurik moved. Serafina caught his wrist before he crossed the space. His whole body stopped under her hand. The power in that pause shook her more than movement would have. "Mine," she said quietly. "This part is mine." Rurik's eyes burned down into hers. Then he stepped back. Serafina faced Oren. "I was grateful," she said. "For work. For a place in the kennels. For my mother's oath being honored. You mistook gratitude for ownership because no one taught you to see women who arrive with useful hands." Oren's mouth twisted. "You think a few dogs and a border brute make you powerful?" Captain Biscuit growled. Rurik did not. That was more frightening. Corvina seized the moment. She lifted a silver whistle from her sleeve and blew 3 sharp notes. The sound cut through the field. Several strange wolves burst from the tree line. They were not palace hounds. They were paid winter riders in white hunting wraps, hidden low among the trees. They ran for the evidence chests, not the crowd. Serafina understood the trick at once. Ruin the proof, blame panic, and call the hearing unsafe. Serafina blew the black horn whistle. Her hounds surged. No wounds. No frenzy. She had trained them for crowd control, not harm. Captain Biscuit hit the first attacker in the chest and drove him into a snowbank. Duchess caught a white cloth sleeve and spun another rider sideways. Mutton seized a satchel strap and dragged its owner in a circle until the man begged for stillness. Border soldiers closed around the evidence chests. Oren grabbed Serafina from behind. His arm locked across her shoulders. The silver edge of a ceremonial hunt knife flashed near her collar, too close for comfort. The crowd recoiled. Rurik froze 10 steps away. Serafina felt Oren shaking. "Call them off," he hissed. "Call them off, or I will make this ugly." Fear flashed through her body, bright and old. Snow. Ravine. Only. Then Captain Biscuit saw the blade and lunged. "Stay," Serafina shouted. The hound stopped mid-charge, claws tearing lines through snow. The command rippled outward. Every hound froze. Every border wolf turned. Oren laughed against her ear. "There. That is what you are. A trainer. A servant with tricks." Something opened under Serafina's skin. It was not gentle. It was not a pretty glow from a tail. It felt like winter cracking a locked river. Her mother's black whistle burned at her belt. The bone whistle at her throat turned cold enough to bite. Every wolf sound in the clearing struck her blood as language. She heard panic, hunger, shame, rage, obedience forced through bad orders. She heard Rurik's wolf as a low thunder held behind iron, furious because she had told him not to move. Serafina drew one breath. The old oath rose in her memory. Her mother had made her repeat it every winter before the first hunt. The hounds do not belong to the crown. The crown belongs to the one who keeps the pack alive. Oren's grip tightened. Serafina spoke, and her voice carried over the entire field without strain. "Kneel." Every wolf in the clearing went to one knee. Not the humans, not the hounds, the wolves. The hired shifters collapsed first. Then the palace wolf guards. Then 3 noble alphas who had been standing near the platform, faces white with shock. At last, Rurik's knee struck the snow. His eyes stayed on Serafina. The sight nearly broke her concentration. Rurik Voss, border general, cold-blooded alpha, kneeling because her blood had commanded every wolf in reach. Oren did not kneel. He had no true wolf in him, only borrowed authority and a title. Seraphina understood before anyone spoke. A sound moved through the crowd. Old Winter Line. Old Kennel Oath. Winter Steward. King Albrecht stood. His face had gone ashen. Orin's grip loosened. Seraphina drove her heel into his instep. He yelped. She caught his wrist, turned under his arm the way she taught handlers to escape a tangled lead, and slammed his hand against his own chest. The ceremonial blade fell into the snow. Captain Biscuit sprang, caught Orin's coat sleeve, and dragged him face first into a drift. The field exploded into noise. Seraphina did not look away from the kneeling wolves. Her body shook with the force moving through it. She could command them to stay down. She could command them to crawl. The power invited cruelty with a sweet, cold voice. Then she saw Tobin, the young guard with kernels in his pocket, kneeling among the border wolves. His face was frightened, not of her exactly, but of what power might do when it finally changed hands. Seraphina released the command. "Stand," she said, "by your own will." The wolves rose slowly. Rurik stood last. Snow clung to one knee of his black trousers. His face held no humiliation, only awe, anger, and something that looked dangerously like devotion. Seraphina pointed to the evidence chests. "Read the grain oath. All of it." The king's clerk hesitated. Rurik turned his head. "Read." The clerk read. The old winter grain oath was plain enough for every rider, cook, and kennel girl to understand. The crown had one winter duty before all ceremony: feed the border honestly. Any heir who stole grain, falsified hunt trails, or threatened the hound master's witnesses lost winter authority before the assembly. At the final clause, the clerk's voice broke. If the crown fails the pack, the winter steward may take charge until the packs choose succession openly. Everyone looked at Seraphina. She looked at King Albrecht. The king gripped the rail of the platform. Age had turned him slow, but not stupid. His eyes moved from the fraudulent sacks to the kneeling wolves, to Orin spitting snow while Captain Biscuit sat on his back, to Corvina trying to edge behind her mother. "Your mother," he said to Seraphina, voice rough. "Leora Hale. She was not only kennel master." Seraphina's throat tightened. "No," the king said. "She was my cousin's child, born of the old winter line. She refused court. I gave her service because she demanded work instead of empty honors." Seraphina heard whispers become a roar. Not a hidden princess in silk. Not a girl raised for a throne. A kennel woman's daughter with an old winter claim, public evidence, and 32 hounds who had better manners than the royal heir. Orin lifted his snow-covered head. "Father, you cannot be serious. She is a servant." King Albrecht looked at him. Something in the old man's face hardened at last. "You are stripped of hunt command," he said. "You are stripped of winter reserve authority. You will be confined pending full council judgment. House Marrow's warehouses are seized for audit and repayment to the Frost March. Lady Corvina Marrow is detained for conspiracy, grain fraud, and attempted evidence destruction." His voice carried harder. "Every high officer who signed, sealed, ordered, or protected the false grain will stand public judgment under the winter grain oath. If the evidence proves deliberate starvation, the sentence is death. There will be no private pardon behind a velvet curtain." The chapel warehouse officers went white. One granary lord dropped his ceremonial cup into the snow. Marave caught it with one boot before the wine could splash the evidence chest. "Littering during treason," she said. "Bold." Several terrified clerks laughed before remembering they were terrified. Corvina screamed then. It was not elegant. Buttons barked at her once, offended by the pitch. The king turned back to Seraphina. "The old law requires a steward. Will you claim it?" The field seemed to tilt. Rurik stood 10 steps away, hands loose at his sides. He did not nod. He did not prompt. He only watched her with a face that said he would hold the line whatever she chose. Seraphina thought of the palace kennel at dawn. She thought of her mother oiling leather straps by lamplight. She thought of hungry soldiers, false sacks, a boy saving 3 kernels, Orin's hand at her collar, and wolves kneeling because power had finally answered the wrong person in the field. She also thought of the danger. Power did not become clean because it changed hands. Someone had to scrub it daily. Seraphina lifted her chin. "I will claim stewardship," she said. "Not as decoration, not as bride, not as grateful servant. I claim it under the grain oath until the packs can choose openly. First order, Frost March receives full grain from seized marrow stores before sunset. Second, all reserve ledgers become public record. Third, Prince Oren's confinement includes basic food, clean blankets, and no ravines. We are not becoming him. The crowd stared. Then Marave struck her ledger against a shield. One border soldier followed. Then another. The sound spread across the field, shield, staff, boot, spear, hand. It became approval not polished enough for court, but strong enough to shake snow from the banners. Rurik bowed his head. Not a court bow. A border oath. Seraphina's eyes stung. Captain Biscuit dragged Oren 3 more inches for emphasis. Enough, Seraphina said. The hound released him immediately. Thank you, Oren gasped. Captain Biscuit sneezed into his hair. The first act of Seraphina's rule was not dramatic. She signed grain release orders with hands that would not stop trembling. Marave stood on her left correcting totals. Rurik stood on her right, making anyone who approached with nonsense reconsider. Border soldiers loaded seized marrow grain into inspected wagons. Hounds checked every sack before it moved. Court nobles tried to speak to Seraphina in the new tone people used for power they had recently mocked. She disliked it intensely. One lord bowed so low his hat feather brushed Mutton's nose. Mutton ate the feather. Seraphina signed another order. Put that on the evidence list. Rurik leaned closer. Feather theft? Feather redistribution. A promising policy. She looked up at him. The day had left lines of strain around his eyes. Snow had melted in his hair. One knee of his trousers remained wet from kneeling under her command. Guilt pricked. About the field. I did not mean to force you down. I know. I hated seeing it. I know. Stop saying that as if it fixes things. Rurik took the signed order from her and passed it to Marave. Then he turned Seraphina gently by the elbow, guiding her behind a banner pole where the crowd could not read her mouth. His touch was light. It steadied anyway. Listen to me, he said. You stopped hired wolves without bloodshed. You released the command when fear would have made many keep it. You gave Oren blankets in the same breath you took his power. Do not spend your first hour as steward apologizing because corrupt men forced an old oath awake with a threat. Her breath shook. You knelt. My wolf recognized winter authority. My pride survived. You are sure? His mouth tilted. I have knelt for worse reasons. Boot repairs. Fallen maps. A hound sitting on my foot. Captain Biscuit is very heavy. Marave stepped around the banner pole with 3 fresh warrants under one arm and the expression of a woman who had just found religion in properly numbered arrests. High Steward, she said, then paused. Am I allowed to call you that before the ink dries? Only if you promise not to faint, Seraphina said. I have never fainted in my life. I once broke a smuggler's jaw with a sack of barley. Rurik looked mildly impressed. That is not in your service record. Because I wrote the record. I am merciful to boring historians. Seraphina laughed, and the laugh steadied something inside her. Captain Vey, until the full assembly votes, you are acting warden of the grain line. Independent authority. Public ledgers. Armed escort. No noble private access to sealed grain. Marave's face changed once. Not much. Enough. The young officer swallowed, then struck her fist to her heart. Then I will make hunger afraid of paperwork, she said. Good, Seraphina replied. Make it terrified. A heavy tyrant. She laughed, then pressed a hand over her eyes. Rurik took that hand and pulled it down. Not roughly, not softly enough to be dismissed. His fingers wrapped around hers. Look at me. She did. I am not less because your power answered, he said. If anything, I am relieved. I have carried too much alone because the crown preferred hungry wolves to inconvenient reports. If you mean to scrub power daily, I will hand you brushes. That struck deeper than any pretty vow could have. That may be the least romantic sentence ever spoken. I can do better later. Later? His thumb moved over her knuckles. When you are not signing food orders and trying not to faint from bloodline politics. I am not trying to faint. Good. Because if you fall, I will catch you, and every hound will howl again. As if summoned by prophecy, Captain Biscuit howled from across the field. Seraphina lowered her head to their joined hands. I am going to outlaw timing. Ambitious first decree. Do not mock your steward. I would not dare. He absolutely would. By nightfall, Frostgate wagons rolled north loaded with clean grain. Marrow warehouses sat under seal. Oren and Corvina were transported separately under guard, both furious, both alive, both facing public judgment. King Albrecht issued a proclamation naming Serafina Winter Steward until the full pack assembly convened in 30 days. The title felt too large. The work did not. Work began immediately. Serafina returned not to the palace bridal wing, but to the old council residence beside the Hound Yards. She refused the queen's apartments. She also refused 3 ladies who arrived to dress her in silver before breakfast. "I am auditing grain stores," she told them. "If any sleeve prevents me from opening sacks, the sleeve is treason." They retreated. Rurik arrived 10 minutes later with a stack of petitions, 2 clerks, and Captain Biscuit trotting proudly at his side. Serafina stared. "Why is my hound with you?" "He followed me." "He does not follow. He supervises." "Then I am supervised." Captain Biscuit dropped a glove at Serafina's feet. She looked at Rurik's bare right hand. "Did he steal that from you?" 3 corridors ago. I chose not to negotiate with a superior force." "Wise." Rurik set the petitions on her table. "The first council sitting begins in 1 hour. Before that, Marave needs signatures for the second grain release. The palace steward wants to know whether you will preserve Oren's household staff. 3 noble houses request private audience. For request public distance from House Marrow. The chapel claims innocence with impressive volume. Also, your hounds have occupied the East Fountain." Serafina sat down slowly. "Why?" "It contains fish." "There are no fish in the East Fountain." "There were 2. She covered her face. "I have been steward for less than a day." Rurik came around the table and crouched in front of her chair. The position made her look down at him. After the field, that should have been strange. Instead, it felt like a private correction to public power. He placed both hands on the arms of her chair and held her gaze. "1 order at a time," he said. "I know. 1 liar at a time. I know. 1 hound-related disaster at a time." Her mouth trembled. "That may be impossible." "Then 2 disasters. Maximum." She laughed. Rurik's eyes softened. He reached up and touched her cheek with the backs of his fingers. "There you are." The words went straight through her. His thumb paused at the corner of her mouth. It was barely a touch, indecent only because both of them stopped breathing over it. "General," she said, and her voice came out lower than planned. "Steward," he answered. "You are too close for administrative efficiency." "I noticed." "Move back." His eyes dropped to her mouth. "Is that an order?" She should have said yes. Instead, her fingers closed around the front of his coat and held him exactly where he was. Captain Biscuit, apparently recognizing a government crisis, sat down beside the chair and began to pant with open delight. Serafina leaned forward before fear could count reasons. She kissed him in the middle of petitions, stolen gloves, and fish crimes. Rurik rose into it, 1 hand sliding to the back of her chair, the other settling at her waist with a restraint that was somehow worse than greed. The chair creaked. Serafina made the mistake of opening her mouth against his, and Rurik answered with a sound so low that her knees forgot they were seated. Captain Biscuit made an approving grunt. Serafina broke the kiss first, breathless. "Door. Closed. Clerks. Outside. Hound. Judging. Good. Accuracy matters." Rurik's hand flexed once at her waist. "If I keep kissing you, the clerks will invent a new category of delay." "Let them. You are High Steward. Then I can authorize delays." He laughed under his breath and rested his forehead against hers. For 1 dangerous second, he looked less like the cold border general and more like a man losing a battle he wanted to lose. For 1 full second, neither of them moved. Serafina closed her eyes. "I'm going to promote the first person who invents silent paperwork." Rurik's smile appeared against her mouth. "Always." Someone outside cleared a throat, aggressively official. The smile vanished from both of them. Marave's voice came through the wood. "If you 2 are done establishing diplomatic contact, the grain orders need ink." Serafina turned scarlet. Rurik looked at the door. "Quartermaster." "General." "You heard nothing." "I heard governance." It sounded inefficient. Captain Biscuit barked once. Marave added, "The dog agrees." Serafina dropped her forehead to Rurik's shoulder and laughed until the pressure in her chest eased. 30 days later, the full pack assembly met beneath the repaired antler poles of the winter hunt field. This time, no trail markers had been moved. Serafina checked them herself at dawn with Duchess and 3 board clerks. Every grain basket had been cut open, tested, weighed, sealed, and marked by public hand. The chapel warehouse officers stood under guard. House Marrow's accounts had been read until even the nobles understood the theft. Good grain had reached Frostgate, Northmere, Greyford, and the 3 villages that supplied sled dogs to the border. No one called hunger dramatic anymore. Oren stood before the assembly without his prince's cloak. He had eaten plain food, slept on clean blankets, and complained through most of it. The public judgment stripped his succession rights, seized his private hunting estates for restitution, and sentenced him under the winter grain oath for falsifying a hunt, endangering a witness, and protecting deliberate starvation. No noble name softened the sentence. It would be carried out away from the field, without spectacle, after the victims' accounts entered the public record. Corvina Marrow, her mother, the royal steward, the chapel bursar, 2 granary lords, and every high officer who signed the false route books received the same judgment. Lower clerks who had confessed early kept their lives and gave testimony. Drivers who had moved sealed wagons under threat were assigned supervised restitution. High officials who had traded border hunger for court comfort met the full sentence of the oath. The seized Marrow silver funded border reserves, kennel repairs, and a public grain office staffed by people who had eaten army porridge and were therefore immune to elegant excuses. Serafina watched the orders signed and felt no triumphal music rise inside her. Relief was quieter. It wore ink on its fingers. When the votes were called, the pack representatives chose her as High Steward for a full winter term, with authority to reform grain, hunt, and hound law before a permanent Crown Assembly. The old winter line made her eligible. The evidence made her credible. Her choices in the field made people trust the claim. Serafina's first permanent appointment came before any courtier could ask for a private favor. "Marave," she said. The grain watch captain stepped forward in her brown coat, steel staff at her back, and ledger hugged to her ribs. For once, she looked young. "You helped expose the theft when silence would have been safer," Serafina said. "You protected witnesses, held the grain line, and told the truth without waiting for permission. By my authority as High Steward, I name you High Warden of the Grain Line. Your office answers to the public ledger, not to noble kitchens." Marave stared at her. Captain Biscuit barked once. "He seconded the appointment," Serafina said. Marave struck her fist to her heart. "Then I accept before the dog changes policy." The field laughed. The laugh mattered. It meant the new law had a face, a staff, and a woman who would hit corruption with both hands. That distinction mattered to her. After the vote, King Albrecht removed the winter circlet from its velvet cushion. It was not a queen's crown. It was black iron set with one pale stone, made for work and weather. He held it out to her with both hands. "Leora's daughter," he said. "The crown should have known you before crisis forced it." Serafina took the circlet. Yes, it should have. A few courtiers inhaled at the bluntness. The king bowed his head. "Then let that be recorded too." She placed the circlet on her own head. The field bowed. Hounds did not bow, because hounds were sensible. Captain Biscuit sat on Rurik's boot instead, which many observers understood as a border endorsement. Rurik stood beside the steward's platform, not behind it. Serafina had insisted. He had argued for 7 minutes that a general belonged at her flank in public crisis. She had argued for 7 minutes and one eyebrow that a woman who had been almost erased by a fiancé did not need another man arranged as her shadow. They had compromised. He stood at the edge of the platform, close enough to intercept threats, visible enough to annoy traditionalists, and far enough that no one could pretend he held her strings. After the assembly, when the crowd moved toward the feast tents, Serafina found him in the old pine lane. Snow balanced on the branches. Evening light turned the path blue. For once, no clerk followed her. No noble waited with a complaint. No hound appeared except Grandmother Pike, who settled at the end of the lane and pretended not to guard them. Rurik looked at the circlet on Serafina's head. "It suits you. It pinches. Most authority does. I am considering replacing it with a warm hat. A radical reform." She stepped closer. Would the frost march support it? With enthusiasm. He reached up and adjusted the circlet with careful fingers. His knuckles brushed her hair. Serafina closed her eyes for 1 second, letting the touch land. When she opened them, his hand had lowered to her shoulder, but had not left. "You have not asked," she said. "I said I would ask after the hunt, then after the evidence, then after the assembly. You kept acquiring emergencies. I may continue acquiring them. I noticed. So ask before someone steals a fish." Rurik's hand slid from her shoulder to her waist, slow enough to give her every chance to refuse. She did not. The winter lane shrank around that touch. "Has the line moved?" he asked. Serafina looked at the man who had found a lost child without trying to own the memory. The man who had knelt under her power and risen without resentment. The man who brought petitions, blankets, military patience, and the worst romantic sentences in the kingdom. The man whose hand at her waist made her feel steadier and less tame at the same time. "Yes," she said. His eyes darkened. "How far?" She set both hands on his chest and pushed him back against the pine trunk. Surprise flashed across his face. It was brief. Pleasure followed. His hand settled on her hips, firm and warm through her coat. "That far," she said. Rurik looked down at her mouth. "A useful measurement. Do you need confirmation?" His hands had not moved higher than her waist. That almost made it worse. Rurik held her as if he had memorized the exact line between protection and hunger, and intended to suffer there with military discipline. Serafina, who had survived betrayal, grain fraud, and 32 hounds with opinions, found his restraint personally insulting. "You are thinking too loudly," she said. "I am trying to be honorable. Try being interesting." Rurik's laugh was quiet and rough enough to warm her ears. "In all investigations." She kissed him. This time, no grief stood between them. No one had just read an ugly order. No threat waited at her collar. The kiss was not careful in the same way. It was still controlled, because Rurik's control seemed built into his bones, but heat moved through it. His arm wrapped around her waist and drew her close. Her fingers slid into the black hair at his nape. He made that low sound again, the one that turned her knees into poor advisors. Grandmother Pike waited until Rurik's hand had fully tightened at Serafina's waist, until Serafina had made one helpless sound into his mouth, and then barked once from the lane. Serafina did not stop. Rurik smiled against her mouth. "Your chaperone objects. She objects to weak follow-through. Then I must respect command." He kissed her again, and for several excellent breaths, governance waited. When they returned to the feast, Marave gave them both a look that could curdle milk. "The new High Steward has pine needles in her hair," she said. Serafina removed one. Administrative burden. Rurik removed another from his own collar. Forestry consultation. Captain Biscuit stole a roll from the table and dropped it at Serafina's feet. "And what is that?" Marave asked. Serafina picked up the roll. "A tribute from the food office. That dog is going to have a title by spring. He already has one." Rurik looked resigned. "Minister of Stolen Bread?" "Deputy Minister," Serafina said. Grandmother Pike outranks him. The feast laughed around them. Not court laughter, better laughter. Soldiers, kennel girls, clerks, village delegates, and nobles who had learned quickly all shared tables under frost lanterns. The grain bread was coarse and honest. The stew held real meat. Hounds slept under benches with full bellies. At midnight, Serafina slipped from the tent and walked to the kennels prepared for the royal pack. The hounds rose one by one. Captain Biscuit came first, then Duchess, Mutton, Buttons, Foxglove, Pepper, Ash, and all the rest. Grandmother Pike remained lying down, but opened one eye. Serafina crouched in the straw. "Good evening, honorable criminals," she whispered. "We survive politics. Tomorrow we improve it." Buttons licked her chin. Behind her, the kennel door opened. Rurik entered with 2 bowls of stew and a blanket over one arm. "You missed the council toast," he said. "Was it good?" "Terrible. I improved it by leaving." He sat beside her in the straw without complaint. Captain Biscuit immediately put his head in Rurik's lap. Rurik looked down at him. "This is an abuse of office. You are learning government." Serafina took one bowl. Rurik spread the blanket over her knees, then over his, making no attempt to hide that he wanted the shared warmth. She let him. More than that, she leaned into his side. For a while, they ate in the kennels while the new government danced without them. "You will be busy," Rurik said. "You will be unbearable. Likely, you will tell me when my counsel is lying. Yes, you will not decide for me. No, you will stand close enough to make stupid people reconsider their hobbies." "With pleasure." She looked up, and when I am tired, his arm came around her shoulders. He pulled her into his warmth, not as a rescue, not as a claim, but as a place she had chosen and could choose again. "Then I will bring stew," he said, "and blankets, and petitions in the morning, after you sleep." Still not romantic, he bent and kissed the corner of her mouth. "I love you, Serafina Hale. I am trying not to make that sound like a supply order." Her heart stopped, then restarted with a force that made her laugh softly. "You failed," she said, "but I love you too." Rurik kissed her properly then, in the straw, under the supervision of 32 hounds and one ancient judge on a cushion. The kiss tasted of stew, winter, and the strange mercy of being wanted after being underestimated. It did not erase what had happened. Better than that, it met her on the far side of it. Outside, the first clean grain wagons rolled north under guard. At the head of the line rode High Warden Marave, steel staff across her saddle and public ledger sealed at her hip. The road would not belong to hungry excuses again. Behind the assembly hall, bells marked the completed sentences of the condemned high officers. The sound was brief, formal, and cold. No one cheered. Serafina had not asked for spectacle. Justice did not need theater to be final. Inside, the High Steward of Winter rested her head against the Border General's shoulder, while Captain Biscuit snored across both their boots. By morning, there would be reforms, angry nobles, hungry villages, and a fountain that still had to be investigated for missing fish. Serafina would rise before dawn, greet every hound by name, and put her hands on the work of ruling. This time, she would not be only anything. If you enjoyed this story, subscribe for more wolf romance, winter revenge, and stubborn women with dangerous hounds.
Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Part 1. Ashes and Silence. Serafina Ashgrove returned from the Sanctum Healing Ward with a death sentence in her pocket and found her husband's Old Alliance bride hanging above the hearth in his private chamber. Before she could tell Obsidian Drake that Ashheart Corrosion had given her 4 months to live, he would defend a portrait more fiercely than he had defended his wife in 6 years. If the universe intended to kill her, it had chosen a remarkably petty Tuesday to begin. Ashheart Corrosion, the healer had said that morning, turning the crystal diagnostic sphere in his weathered hands. Inside it, Serafina's blood sample pulsed with threads of dark silver. Beautiful, actually, if you didn't know what it meant. The decay has already entered your bloodstream and begun affecting your optic channels. I estimate 4 months, perhaps 5 if you avoid all magical exertion. Serafina sat very still on the examination bench. The leather was cold beneath her palms. She counted 3 cracks in the ceiling plaster before she trusted her voice. "And if I don't avoid magical exertion?" The healer looked at her then. His eyes held the particular pity reserved for those who had already decided their answer. 2 months, maybe less. At the door, a young apprentice healer named Ellen Vale pretended not to listen and failed completely. She was freckled, sharp-chinned, and still young enough to be angry at cruelty before she remembered to be afraid of rank. When Serafina rose, Ellen silently tucked an extra vial of pain tonic into her glove and looked away, as if mercy were a clerical error. She nodded once, precisely the way she did everything. Then she stood, smoothed her heavy wool cloak, charcoal gray, because apparently that was the only color the universe would permit today, and walked out without paying. Not because she couldn't afford it, but because she'd forgotten, which was worse. The cold hit her face like a slap. Good, she needed it. 4 months. She had spent 6 years as the contractual wife of Obsidian Drake, Duke of the Black Dragon Eyrie, Lord of the Dragonbone Mines, Commander of the Sky Cavalry, and Chairman of the Dragon Gold Merchant Consortium. 6 years of being invisible in her own home. 6 years of whispers behind fans. Poor thing, married above her station. He never touches her. Did you see the way she sat alone at the midwinter feast? 6 years of watching her husband look through her as if she were made of glass too thin to bother seeing. The cruelest part was that it had not begun as a prison. In the first winter after their contract, Obsidian had once stepped between her and a courtier's insult with such fierce, awkward tenderness that Seraphina had believed he might love her as she loved him. He had looked at her then as if no other woman in the world had ever mattered. That memory was why the betrayal still had teeth. She had spent 6 years, and the universe had decided that was enough. Fine. But she would tell him first. Not because she expected comfort, she had stopped expecting that approximately 4 years ago, but because there were practical matters. The marriage contract had clauses about illness, about inheritance, about the disposition of assets. She was, despite everything, a woman who believed in clean paperwork. The Black Dragon Eyrie sat atop Ironvein Mountain like a crown of obsidian and dragonbone, its towers carved from the living rock, its halls heated by veins of dragonfire that ran beneath the floors like molten blood. It was beautiful in the way that prisons could be beautiful, all sharp edges and expensive silence. Seraphina passed through the lower gates without challenge. The guards barely glanced at her. She had learned, in 6 years, to move through the Eyrie like smoke, present enough to avoid being locked out, absent enough to avoid being noticed. It was a skill that had served her well in her other life, the one nobody here knew about. The one that was killing her. She climbed the central staircase to the Duke's private wing, her boots leaving wet prints on the dragonbone steps. The halls were quiet at this hour. Most of the Eyrie's residents were at the evening meal in the Great Hall, which Seraphina had stopped attending 2 years ago after the incident with the soup. The soup had been poisoned, mildly. She had noticed before drinking it. Nobody had believed her. The door to the Duke's bedchamber was ajar. She pushed it open. The room was vast, all dark stone and black silk, heated by a fireplace large enough to roast a horse. Above the fireplace hung a portrait she had never seen before, or rather, a portrait that had been moved from storage to this most prominent position. It showed a woman, golden hair like sunlight through honey, blue eyes wide and dewy, lips curved in a smile so gentle it looked almost apologetic for existing. She wore white, naturally, because women like that always wore white. Celestine Brightmore. The Duke's former betrothed, the woman his family had once displayed as the perfect future duchess before the alliance dissolved. The one whose painted perfection had haunted their marriage bed more effectively than any actual ghost could have managed. Seraphina stared at the portrait. Something cold and sharp pressed behind her sternum. Not grief, not jealousy, just the bone-deep exhaustion of a woman who had walked into yet another room that wasn't really hers. She should not have touched the frame. She knew that. But her vision flickered, just for a moment, the edges going gray, and she reached out to steady herself, and her fingers brushed the gilded edge of the portrait. "Don't." The voice came from behind her, low, cold, resonant, the kind of voice that made lesser nobles stammer and serving girls drop their trays. Obsidian Drake stood in the doorway of his private bath, his dark hair damp, a high-collared black shirt fastened at his throat, his silver-gray eyes fixed on her hand with an expression that might have been anger or might have been contempt. With him, they often looked the same. He was beautiful. She had never denied that. Tall and broad-shouldered, with the sharp bone structure of old dragonblood aristocracy and the particular grace of a man who could shift into something enormous and winged. His jaw was cut glass. His cheekbones could slice paper. Even after 6 years of marriage to him, Seraphina occasionally caught herself thinking what a waste before her rational mind caught up. "I wasn't," she began. "Touching her portrait with your grubby little fingers?" He crossed the room in 3 long strides, took her wrist, and moved her hand away from the frame. His grip was not gentle. "I had it restored. The oils on skin can damage the pigment." Seraphina looked at her hand. It was perfectly clean. She had scrubbed it raw in the sanctum washroom after the diagnosis, a compulsive habit she'd developed to hide the faint gray discoloration that Ashheart corrosion left on the fingertips. "I came to talk to you," she said. Her voice was steady. She was proud of that. "About what?" He released her wrist and turned away, adjusting his cuffs with the precise irritation of a man interrupted during his evening routine. "If this is about the household budget again, I'm ill. He paused for exactly 1 second. Then he continued adjusting his cuffs. You're always claiming some ailment or another. Last month it was headaches, the month before fatigue. If you want attention, Serafina, there are less tedious ways to get it. The cold thing behind her sternum pressed harder. This isn't. Is this because of the portrait? He turned to face her, and now his expression was clear. Contempt, edged with something almost like satisfaction. You saw Celestine's portrait and decided to manufacture an illness for sympathy? How predictable. Obsidian. It's your grace in this wing. His silver eyes were flat. We discussed this. They had not discussed it. He had decreed it. 3 years ago, after she had made the mistake of calling him by name at a banquet, and he had looked at her as if she had publicly urinated on the tablecloth. Serafina drew a breath. The air tasted faintly metallic, her own blood, she realized. The corrosion was active today. She swallowed it. Your Grace, she said, and the words tasted like copper and ash. I have been diagnosed with ash heart corrosion. The decay has entered my blood and my optic channels. I have approximately 4 months. Silence. Obsidian studied her face the way one studies an insect that has landed on one's sleeve, with mild interest and absolute indifference to its survival. Ash heart corrosion, he repeated. A disease of runesmiths and sealcasters, which you are not. She said nothing. Unless you've been secretly practicing forbidden magic behind my back. Have you? His voice sharpened. Have you been dabbling in things beyond your station again? Beyond her station. She was the last living heir of the Ashgrove rune line, a bloodline so ancient it predated the Dragon Aeries themselves. She could trace, cast, and break dragon rune contracts that would make his court smiths weep with inadequacy. She had single-handedly saved his empire 6 years ago. But he didn't know that. And she was not going to tell him today. Never mind, she said quietly. I apologize for disturbing your evening. She turned to leave, made it 3 steps before. Serafina. She stopped, did not turn. If you're going to be ill, he said, his tone as casual as discussing weather, do it in the East Wing. I have guests arriving tomorrow, and I don't need you looking pathetic in the main halls. She left without another word. The guests arrived not the next day, but that very night, a dramatic entrance through the Aeries sky gates that woke half the household. Serafina, lying awake in her cold corner chamber in the East Wing, heard the commotion through the walls. Running feet, excited whispers, the heavy beat of wings in the landing courtyard. By morning, the entire Aerie was buzzing. Celestine Brightmoor had returned. Not alone. She came with a child, a small boy of perhaps 4 years, with silver blonde hair and wide blue eyes, and this was the detail that had set every tongue in the Aerie wagging, the ability to produce a flicker of blue dragon flame from his tiny palms. Serafina heard about it from her maid, Marta, the only servant still assigned to her wing, a sturdy woman of 50 who disapproved of everything equally, and therefore couldn't be called biased. Claims the boy is his Grace's blood, Marta said, setting down a tray of toast and weak tea with rather more force than necessary. Born after she left, she says. Raised in secret to protect him from enemies, she says. She sniffed. If you ask me, which nobody does, a woman who hides a child for 4 years has more to hide than a child. Serafina did not eat the toast. Her appetite had been failing for weeks, another symptom she had been carefully hiding. She drank the tea, which tasted like nothing. Where is the boy now? Main nursery. Already been given the blue silk suite, a personal nurse, and 3 new outfits from the Duke's own tailor. Marta's mouth was a thin line. You, meanwhile, have 1 maid and a leaking ceiling. The ceiling isn't leaking. It will be. I've seen the stain. Give it 2 weeks. Serafina dressed carefully. Heavy charcoal wool, high collar, long sleeves. She pinned her dark hair back with the simple iron clasp she wore daily, avoiding the ornate dragon crest jewelry that had come with the marriage contract and sat untouched in its velvet case. She checked her reflection, pale but composed. The gray discoloration hadn't reached her face yet. Good. She would need to see the boy. Not because she was jealous, she was dying. Jealousy required a future. But because something about the claim did not add up. Black dragons produced black dragon fire. The Obsidian bloodline had never, in 800 years of recorded history, produced blue flame. But she would need to be careful. The Ares residents already saw her as the unwanted wife. If she questioned the child's parentage openly, she would look like exactly what they expected, the bitter woman trying to eliminate a rival's offspring. She left her chamber and walked toward the main wing. The corridors were busier than usual, servants scurrying with fresh linens, courtiers clustering in doorways to whisper. They fell silent as she passed, then resumed at twice the volume behind her. She found the scene in the Winter Garden. Celestine Brightmoor sat on the carved stone bench beneath the frost roses, wearing a gown of white that somehow wasn't wrinkled despite her night of travel. Her golden hair fell in perfect waves. Her skin was porcelain. Her expression was one of fragile bravery, the look of a woman being very strong about something very difficult. The boy sat at her feet, playing with a set of dragon bone figurines. He was beautiful, Seraphina admitted. Silver blonde hair, enormous blue eyes, chubby cheeks flushed pink. He made small sounds as he played, and occasionally a tiny lick of blue flame curled from his fingers. Obsidian stood beside Celestine. Not sitting, he never sat in public with anyone, but close enough that his shadow fell across her. His hand rested on the bench back behind her shoulder. Not touching her, but close. He was looking at the boy with an expression Seraphina had never seen on his face before. Something soft, something wondering, something that might, in a less frozen man, have been called hope. He had never looked at Seraphina like that. Not once. She stopped in the garden archway, took it in, filed it away in the small, cold compartment in her chest where she kept things that hurt too much to examine. Celestine noticed her first. Those blue eyes widened with perfectly calibrated surprise. "Oh, you must be." She looked at Obsidian with a flutter of concern. "I didn't know we would be interrupting." "You're not interrupting anything," Obsidian said flatly, without turning to look at Seraphina. "Seraphina, this is Celestine Brightmoor and her son Lucian. He may be my heir." Maybe. At least he had that much caution still. "How wonderful," Seraphina said. Her voice was perfectly level. "Welcome to the Eyrie, Miss Brightmoor." Celestine smiled, tremulous, grateful, as if Seraphina's welcome meant the world. "Please, call me Celestine. I do so hope we can be friends." She reached out a delicate hand. "I know this must be difficult for you." Seraphina looked at the outstretched hand, then at Celestine's face. The smile was flawless. The eyes were calculating. She shook the hand, brief, professional. "Not difficult at all," she said. "I hope you find the Eyrie comfortable." She turned to leave, and her vision flickered. Just a moment. Just the edges going gray, the world tilting sideways. She caught herself on the archway, knuckles white against the stone. "Are you quite well?" Celestine's voice, sweet with concern that carried perfectly across the garden. Obsidian did not turn around. "Perfectly," Seraphina said, and walked away. 3 days passed, each worse than the last. Celestine established herself in the Eyrie with the efficiency of a military campaign disguised as helplessness. She needed a larger room. The boy had nightmares without windows. She needed different food. Her constitution was delicate. She needed Seraphina's personal sitting room for the boy's lessons. It had the best morning light. Obsidian granted every request without consulting his wife. The boy, Lucian, was paraded before the court daily. His blue flame was displayed, admired, exclaimed over. "A true dragon child," the nobles murmured. "Look at those eyes, just like his Grace's mother's side." Nobody seemed to remember that Obsidian's mother had been a black dragon whose eyes were silver, not blue. Seraphina watched. She said nothing. She noticed things. She noticed that Lucian's blue flame flickered oddly, not the steady burn of natural dragon fire, but the stuttering pulse of a flame sustained by external fuel. She noticed that Celestine's delicate wrists bore faint powder marks where something had been regularly applied and wiped away. She noticed that the boy flinched when Celestine touched his shoulder in a certain way. She noticed, but she could not yet prove. On the fourth day, Celestine made her first real move. It happened in the Great Hall at the noon meal. Serafina had come to retrieve a book she'd left on her usual side table. She no longer ate in the hall, but she occasionally sat there to read during off hours when nobody would bother her. The hall was crowded today, some minor celebration for the boy's official presentation to the court. Serafina was crossing the hall toward the side table when Celestine appeared from behind a pillar, carrying a tray of sweets. Their paths intersected. Celestine stumbled, a graceful, floating stumble, the kind that looked effortless, and went down. The tray scattered. Celestine hit the floor with a cry that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. Every head turned. "She pushed me," Celestine gasped, one hand clutching her ankle. Tears, actual glistening tears, filled her blue eyes. The Duchess, she cast something at my feet. The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. Guards appeared. Obsidian materialized from wherever he'd been lurking, his face thunderous. "Serafina." His voice cut through the noise like a blade. "What did you do?" She looked at him. He was already decided. She could see it in his eyes, the verdict rendered before the trial. Of course he would believe the weeping golden woman over the gray, silent wife who had never given him tears. The old Serafina, the one from 6 years ago, fresh-faced and still hoping, might have stammered a denial, might have begged him to listen, might have dissolved into the pleading, desperate creature he clearly expected her to be. The current Serafina did none of those things. She removed the iron ring from her left index finger, her ash print ring, the only visible tool of her true craft, and pressed it to the stone floor. A pulse of gray light spread outward from the point of contact, thin as spider silk, illuminating the floor like frost on glass. Everywhere it touched, previously invisible marks became visible, footprints of residual spell energy glowing faintly gold. The courtiers gasped. There, clearly visible on the floor, was a neat line of trip hex energy. It originated not from Serafina's path, but from directly beneath Celestine's own feet. The woman had hexed herself, tripped herself, thrown herself down, and blamed it on the silent wife standing 6 feet away. The glowing marks faded after 3 seconds. Ashprint diagnostic traces were not permanent, but 3 seconds was enough. Half the court had seen. Celestine's tears dried remarkably fast. Her expression shifted, just for a heartbeat, from wounded innocence to something sharp and furious before the mask slid back. I don't understand what that was," she whispered. "Some kind of illusion? Obsidian, she's casting things?" "It was a diagnostic reveal," said a voice from the crowd. Old Magister Thornwell, the Ares senior arcanist, pressed forward. His rheumy eyes were sharp. "Shows the origin point of recently cast hexes. Can't be faked." The hex came from under her. He pointed at Celestine, not from the Duchess. Silence. Obsidian looked at the floor where the marks had been, then at Celestine, then at Serafina. He said nothing. He did not apologize. He turned and walked away. Celestine was helped up by her supporters, she still had plenty, and whisked off to her rooms with much fluttering concern. The court dispersed, buzzing. Serafina stood alone in the great hall. Her vision flickered again, longer this time. She pressed her palm against the cool stone of the pillar until the grayness receded. Then she walked to the side table where Lucien's silver water cup had been left among the lunch debris. She turned it over. With a movement so small no one would notice, she pressed her ashprint ring to the cup's inner base, leaving a blood trace marker that would activate when the cup was next used. The marker would read the child's blood composition through any liquid he drank from it. In 3 days, it would have enough data to determine exactly whose bloodline Lucien carried. She set the cup back, walked away. Let the blood speak for itself. Part 2. Dead Eggs and Living Things. The snow began that evening, heavy, wet, blanketing the mountain in white that turned the Ares black stone dramatic. Seraphina left through the servants' gate at dusk, pulling her hood low. She had an appointment at the Sanctum Healing Ward for a follow-up examination, and she was not going to let anyone see her go. The path down from the Eyrie to the city was treacherous in snow, but she knew every step. 6 years of lonely walks had made her an expert on this particular mountain. She moved quickly, her boots finding purchase on the icy stones by memory more than sight. Her right eye had developed a persistent gray haze that no amount of blinking could clear. The appointment was brief and brutal. The corrosion had advanced since Tuesday. The healer adjusted his estimate downward, 3 months, perhaps 3.5. "Is there anything?" Seraphina began. "The only known treatment requires a source of white gold dragon fire," the healer said gently, "which, as I'm sure you know, has been extinct for over a century. I'm sorry, Your Grace." She nodded, thanked him, left. The snow had thickened while she was inside. The streets were almost empty, merchants packing up early, lanterns sputtering in the wet wind. Seraphina pulled her cloak tighter and turned toward the mountain path. She almost missed it. A pile of refuse beside a merchant's cart, broken crates, soiled straw, the usual detritus of market day. But something in the pile caught the fading lantern light. A curve. A smooth, oval shape, gray and dull, half buried in dirty snow. An egg. Seraphina stopped. It was large, roughly the size of a melon, and completely unremarkable. Gray shell, hairline cracks webbing its surface, no luminescence, no warmth, no sign of the inner fire that marked a living dragon egg. A dead egg. Worthless. That's why the merchant had tossed it with the trash. She should keep walking. She had 3 months to live, a marriage to dissolve, a secret identity to protect, and absolutely no time for. Thump. She felt it through her ash print ring. Not heard, felt. A vibration so faint it was barely distinguishable from her own heartbeat. But there, undeniably there. A heartbeat, inside the egg. Tiny, struggling, almost gone. "Oh, for..." Seraphina pressed her hand to her face. "No, absolutely not." Thump, thump. "I am dying. I don't have time to..." Thump, thump. "This is ridiculous. You're probably going to die anyway. We'll die together in my cold room and they'll find us both frozen in 3 months like some pathetic..." Thump. She picked up the egg. It was heavier than it looked, and cold, so cold that even through her gloves she could feel the chill radiating from its shell. She tucked it inside her cloak, against her chest, where her own body heat might do something. The heartbeat steadied slightly. "I'm not keeping you," she informed the egg. "I'm merely preventing you from dying in garbage, which is the bare minimum of decency. Don't get attached." The egg did not respond, obviously. It was an egg. She carried it home. The east wing of the Eyrie was cold, as always. Seraphina's chambers consisted of a sitting room, a bedroom, and a small private study, all furnished in the Eyrie's leftover pieces that nobody else wanted. The heating runes in this wing had been temporarily reduced 3 years ago during a budget dispute and never restored. She set the egg on her bed, surrounded by pillows, and covered it with her spare wool blanket. Then she fed the fireplace until the room was warm enough that her breath no longer fogged. Then she sat and stared at the egg. "Well," she said, "now what?" The egg sat, gray, silent, cracked. Seraphina touched her ring to the shell. Gently, carefully, a whisper of diagnostic magic. The heartbeat was there, slow but steady. The egg was alive. The cracks weren't decay, they were stress fractures, possibly from impact when it was discarded. The creature inside was... She frowned. The diagnostic couldn't get a clear reading on the species. Dragon, certainly, but the subsignature was muddled, as if something was actively obscuring it. Self-camouflage? In an unborn creature? "Aren't you interesting?" she murmured. The egg gave no reply. She fell asleep beside it that night, one hand resting on its shell. In the morning, she found it had somehow rolled 3 inches closer to her, pressing against her hip. She chose not to examine this too closely. Over the next week, the egg developed what Serafina could only describe as a personality. When she was in the room, it was perfectly still, silent, inert. The picture of a dead egg that happened to not be dead. The moment she left, Marta confirmed this with increasing bewilderment. It became active. It was vibrating when I came in to change the linens, Marta reported, arms crossed. And it had rolled off the bed entirely, found it in the wash basin. The wash basin? In a nest of your clean small clothes, which it had apparently knocked off the shelf. The next day, Serafina returned from a walk to find the egg had somehow shoved itself into her medicine box, displacing 3 bottles of the pain tonic she was supposed to take daily. The bottles were lined up on the bedside table in a neat row, as if arranged by invisible hands, or by an egg repeatedly butting them into position. "Are you reminding me to take my medicine?" Serafina asked it, feeling only slightly insane. The egg was perfectly still, perfectly innocent, not at all alive. She took the medicine. On the 3rd day, she returned to find a small package from Obsidian on her bureau, a guilt gift, probably. Some trivial trinket sent by a secretary to maintain appearances. She hadn't opened it before she left. When she came back, the package was under the bed, far under the bed, pushed into the dustiest corner against the wall. The egg sat on the bureau in the package's place, serene as a church. "Did you?" Serafina looked at the egg, looked under the bed, looked back at the egg. "How do you even move? You don't have legs." The egg did not dignify this with a response. On the 5th day, something remarkable happened. Celestine sent one of her maids to Serafina's wing, ostensibly to deliver an invitation to tea, actually to snoop. Serafina was out. Marta was in the laundry. The maid entered freely and began opening drawers. According to Marta, who returned partway through, the egg began vibrating so violently that it bounced off the bed, rolled across the floor at alarming speed, and struck the maid's ankle with sufficient force to send her stumbling backward into the doorframe. The maid fled. The egg rolled itself back to the bed and settled into its pillow nest with the air of a job well done. "Your egg," Marta said that evening, "is possessed." "It's not my egg. It pushed a grown woman out of your room. It's slightly my egg." On the 7th day, the cracks in the shell shifted. Serafina didn't notice at first. She was reviewing the blood trace data from Lucien's cup, which was yielding increasingly interesting results. But when she glanced over, the hairline fractures had rearranged themselves. They formed unmistakably a pattern, an expression. Specifically, the dragon rune symbol for eye-rolling contempt. Serafina stared at it for a long time. "Were you making a face at something specific?" she asked slowly. "Or is this a general commentary?" The cracks shifted. Now they formed, she was not imagining this, a pattern that loosely resembled droopy eyelids and a curled mouth, like a miniature sneer. From the corridor outside, Serafina could hear the distant sound of Celestine's tinkling laugh. "Ah," Serafina said, "the laugh." The egg cracks formed something that might have been a nod. "I agree," Serafina said. "It is insufferable." She went back to her data. The egg settled smugly in its pillows. Obsidian found out about the egg 9 days after its arrival. He came to the East Wing, a rare event that startled Marta so thoroughly she dropped a water pitcher, ostensibly to inform Serafina that her household budget would be further reduced to accommodate Lucien's needs. He delivered this news standing in her doorway without entering, his gaze sweeping the room with the distant assessment of a landlord inspecting a property he planned to sell. His eyes landed on the egg. "What is that?" Serafina did not look up from her book. "An egg." "I can see it's an egg. Why is there a cracked, dead egg in your bedchamber?" "It's not dead." Obsidian stepped into the room, first time in months, and approached the bed. The egg was very still, very gray, very unremarkable, but the cracks were visible, and to someone like Obsidian, who had grown up around dragon eggs, they looked wrong. "This is a reject," he said flatly. "Where did you get it?" "The street." "You picked up a street egg." His voice carried the particular disbelief of the very privileged. "Seraphina, do you understand what could be incubating in a discarded egg? Parasite worms, blight mites, corruption spawn. It has a heartbeat." "Many parasites have heartbeats." He reached for the egg, and the egg pulsed. A single flash of heat, brief but intense, that made Obsidian snatch his hand back. He stared at his palm. Across the inside of his fingers, faint as a watermark, a pattern of white gold scales had appeared. They faded after a moment, leaving his skin unmarked. The room was very quiet. "That," Obsidian said carefully, "should not have happened." Seraphina had seen it, filed it, white gold, not black, not blue, white gold, a color that had not been seen in dragonkind for over a century. "It's just an egg," she said mildly. "Probably reacting to your dragonfire proximity. You know how unstable damaged eggs can be." Obsidian looked at her. For the first time in a long while, his expression held something other than contempt, uncertainty. It lasted only a moment before his usual mask reassembled. "Get rid of it," he said. "I'll send someone with a purification basin tomorrow. It's clearly contaminated." "No." The word dropped like a stone into still water. Obsidian's eyes narrowed. "No?" "No." Seraphina set down her book, stood. She was a tall woman, not as tall as him, but enough that she didn't have to crane her neck when they were this close. "You will not touch this egg. It is a potential threat to the Eyrie. It is a potential life that someone threw away because they couldn't be bothered to look closer." Her voice was level, but something in it had shifted. An edge, a hardness she usually kept hidden. "I'm familiar with the experience." A muscle in Obsidian's jaw tightened. "If you're implying..." "I'm not implying anything. I'm telling you, this egg stays. If your purification squad comes near it, they'll lose the use of their hands for a week." "Is that a threat?" "It's a promise." She held his gaze, steady, unflinching. "You have your heir now, don't you? The golden boy with blue fire. What do you care about one gray egg in a wing you never visit?" Obsidian stared at her. Something flickered in his silver eyes, surprise maybe. She had never spoken to him like this. In 6 years, she had been quiet, accommodating, invisible. The sudden steel in her voice was clearly unexpected. "Fine," he said at last through his teeth. "Keep your dead egg. But if it hatches something that threatens my household..." "At least if it hatches something dangerous," Seraphina said, picking up her book again, "it'll be honestly dangerous, not dressed in white and calling itself family." Obsidian went very still, his mouth opened, closed. He turned on his heel and left without another word. The egg, in the silence that followed, emitted a tiny pulse of warmth against Seraphina's hip, almost approving. "Don't start," she told it. Part 3. The Dissolution. 2 weeks after Celestine's arrival, Seraphina finished her preparations. The blood trace data from Lucien's cup was complete. The results were exactly what she'd suspected. The boy's dragon flame signature bore 0 compatibility with the Obsidian bloodline. Not partial, 0. Whatever lineage Lucien carried, it was not Obsidian Drake's. But she did not reveal this immediately. She was not stupid, and she was not impulsive. If she made the accusation now, it would look like jealousy, like desperation, like the unwanted wife trying to eliminate her replacement. Instead, she sealed the data into the cup's base, a self-activating ash print that would release its findings when examined by the Ares matriarch, Old Lady Obsidian Drake the Elder. The matriarch was many things: imperious, traditional, occasionally cruel, but she was not stupid, and she would not ignore blood evidence. Seraphina placed the cup in a velvet pouch and locked it in her desk. Then she took out the document she had been drafting for 3 days. A petition for dissolution of the Dragon Blood marriage contract. In the dragon aristocracy, marriage contracts were not simple unions. They were binding magical agreements sealed in the contract flame basin, enforceable by ancient dragon law. Breaking one required either mutual consent or proof of irreparable breach. Seraphina had spent 6 years gathering evidence of breach. She had enough. She reviewed the document one final time. It asked for no wealth, no property, no title, no compensation, just freedom. She signed it with her blood name, the real one, not the diminished version on the public marriage contract, and sealed it with her ash print ring. Then she went to find Obsidian. He was in his study. Celestine was there too, of course, curled in the window seat with Lucien, reading to him in her soft golden voice. The picture they made was deliberately beautiful. The family unit, the future, the life Obsidian could have if not for the inconvenient existing wife. Seraphina knocked, entered without waiting for permission. "I need 5 minutes of your time," she said, alone. Obsidian looked up from his desk with visible irritation. "Whatever it is, it can wait." "It cannot." She held up the document. "This is a formal petition for dissolution of our marriage contract. It requires your acknowledgement." The room went silent. Celestine's reading stopped. Lucien looked up with wide eyes. Obsidian set down his pen very slowly. "Leave us," he said to Celestine. His voice was flat. Celestine gathered Lucien with visible reluctance and visible satisfaction barely hidden, and swept out, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Obsidian stood, came around the desk, took the document from Seraphina's hand and read it in silence. "You're asking for nothing," he said at last. "Correct. No settlement, no property, no ongoing support. I want freedom, not money." He looked at her. His expression was strange, not angry, which she'd expected. Something else, something almost like insult. "This is about Celestine," he said, "not a question. It is about the 6 years preceding Celestine. You're jealous. You've been jealous since she arrived, and now you're using a dissolution petition as, what? Leverage? A threat? You think if you wave this in my face, I'll send her away?" Seraphina took a slow breath. The gray was creeping at the edges of her vision again. "I am not asking you to send anyone away. I am asking you to let me leave." "No." He tossed the document onto his desk. "I'm not playing this game." "It isn't. You married into the Eyrie. You took my name. You benefit from my protection, my wealth, my..." "Your protection?" The word came out sharp enough to cut. "When have you ever protected me? When was the last time you entered this study and thought I should check on my wife? When was the last time you remembered I existed without someone reminding you?" He stared at her. "I'm dying, Obsidian." Her voice cracked. "Just barely. Just once. I told you that. 12 days ago, you told me to do it in the East Wing where no one would see. That is what you call protection?" Something shifted in his face. The faintest flicker of, not guilt, not yet, but something close to the precursor of guilt, if guilt were a seed that needed much longer to germinate. "You were exaggerating," he said, but his voice was less certain. "You're always. Sign the paper or don't. I'll petition the matriarch directly if you refuse." She turned and left. He did not sign it. In the days that followed, Celestine moved with increasing boldness. She installed herself in the main wing as if she were already mistress. She directed servants. She rearranged furniture. She chose menus. She sat in Seraphina's chair at formal dinners, the one beside Obsidian's, and nobody corrected her. She also began sending Seraphina small, deliberate humiliations disguised as requests. Would Seraphina mind organizing the linen closet in the guest wing? The nursery needed fresh flowers. Could she arrange them? The Dragon Flame breakfast required a specific rare tea that only grew in the lower markets. Would Seraphina fetch it? Seraphina completed none of these tasks. She simply didn't respond to the requests, which drove Celestine to a particular white-lipped fury that she hid behind concerned sighs to the court. I do worry about her. She seems so withdrawn. Is she eating properly? The egg, during this period, seemed to develop opinions about Celestine. Every time her name was mentioned within earshot, or when her signature perfume drifted down the east wing corridor from a passing servant, the shell cracks would rearrange into what Serafina had come to recognize as the egg's disgusted expression, a pattern resembling narrowed eyes and a turned-down mouth. "You've never even met her," Serafina told the egg one evening. The cracks rearranged themselves emphatically. "Fair point. I suppose the perfume is evidence enough." Celestine's next move involved Lucien and the egg. It happened on a day when Serafina was reviewing trade reports in her study, a habit she maintained despite having no official role in the Ares' finances. She liked to know things. Knowledge was armor. The door burst open. Lucien ran in, small and blue-eyed and propelled by the particular momentum of a 4-year-old who has been aimed at a target. Behind him came Celestine, breathless and performatively worried. "Lucien, no, darling, come back." She grabbed the doorframe, one hand pressed to her heart. "I'm so sorry, Duchess. He just ran off. He wanted to see your chambers. Children are so curious." Lucien, oblivious to the script, had already spotted the egg. His eyes went round. "Egg!" He tottered toward the bed with arms outstretched. "Pretty egg. Can I hold it?" Serafina stood. "Careful. It's..." But Lucien had already grabbed the egg with both hands, and nothing happened. No flash, no burn, no defensive pulse. The egg sat perfectly still in the child's arms, as docile as a stone. Lucien grinned, clutching it to his chest. Celestine's eyes sharpened. This was not what she'd expected. Serafina could see the calculation shifting behind those pretty blue irises. She'd clearly been hoping the egg would react badly, would shock or burn the boy, providing evidence that the contaminated egg was dangerous and should be destroyed. But Serafina had planned for this. 3 days ago, she'd laid a softening charm on the egg's outer shell, not to change its nature, but to ensure that any accidental contact would be cushioned. If someone tried to manufacture "the egg hurt the air" incident, the egg would feel no harder than a pillow. Lucien was now hugging the egg like a stuffed toy, showing no inclination to release it. "Mine," he declared. "No, darling, give it back." Celestine reached for the egg. Lucien dodged. "Hazard." A sunstorrow. Romantically, Glinsby used this sash, a village gravitate about Great Hazard. Serafina watched with something that might, in a healthier woman, have been amusement. The boy clearly had no malice. He was 4, acting on 4-year-old impulse. Whatever Celestine had planned, the child wasn't playing along. "Lucien," Serafina crouched to his level, "the egg needs to stay warm. Would you put it back on the bed for me? You can visit it again later." Lucien considered this. "Promise?" "Promise." He set the egg down with surprising gentleness, patted it twice, and ran back to Celestine. As he passed his mother, Serafina noticed something. The boy's hands, which had been clutching the egg, bore no trace of blue flame, not even a flicker. Every other time she'd seen Lucien hold something, his excitement triggered small bursts of dragonfire. It was, according to Celestine, involuntary, yet with the egg, nothing. Interesting. Serafina looked at the boy's wrists. There, fading quickly but briefly visible in the warm light, were faint powder marks. The same marks she'd noticed on Celestine's wrists. Blue flame powder, applied externally, making the boy appear to produce dragonfire he could not actually produce on his own. She said nothing, filed it, added it to the growing collection of truths she would deploy at the right moment. "We'll let you rest," Celestine said sweetly, ushering Lucien out. "Do take care of yourself, Duchess. You look so pale lately." The door closed. The egg's cracks reformed into what was unmistakably a rude gesture. "Language," Serafina said. Part 4. Hatching. The night the egg broke open, Serafina was dying. Not metaphorically, not slowly. Dying right then in the sharp and immediate sense, her vision gone entirely gray, her chest filled with the grinding pressure of ash-heart corrosion in full attack, her body curled on the cold floor of her bedchamber because she hadn't made it back to the bed. She'd been fine at dinner, or as fine as she ever was. Then the pain hit like a hammer between her shoulder blades, and her legs gave out, and she'd gone down hard enough to bruise her knees on the stone floor. The egg was screaming. Not literally, eggs couldn't scream, but it was producing a vibration so intense that the water glass on the bedside table had shattered. The shell was glowing white-hot, the cracks spreading and widening, liquid light pouring through them like molten metal. Serafina crawled toward it. Her hands left gray-smeared trails on the floor. The corrosion was leaking through her skin now, painting everything she touched with ash. Her vision was nearly gone, the world reduced to blurs and brightness. "Don't!" She reached the bed, got her hands on the egg. It was burning, searing, but she pressed her ash-print ring against the shell anyway, feeding it her own blood magic in a desperate attempt to stabilize whatever was happening inside. The shell cracked. Not the gentle hatching of a baby dragon, the explosive fracture of something immensely powerful, forced through too small a container. The shell blew apart. White gold fire erupted upward, scorching the canopy of her bed, washing across the ceiling in a wave of light so bright it burned through even her failing vision. Heat, brilliance, the smell of ozone and old magic. Then silence. Serafina blinked. Her vision was returning, slowly the gray receding as if pushed back by the residual warmth in the air. She was still on the floor beside the bed, surrounded by shell fragments that glowed faintly platinum in the darkness. On the bed, where the egg had been, sat a man. There was, embarrassingly, not a stitch of clothing involved. 3 frantic minutes, 1 thrown cloak, 1 overturned chair, and a very firm order through the door about imaginary alchemical fumes later, the impossible stranger sat wrapped from shoulders to ankles in Serafina's heaviest wool cloak. His hair was pale as moonlit ash, his eyes opened gold, and his first hoarse words were, "You're the heartbeat." "You were the egg," Serafina said flatly. "I was in the egg," he corrected. "The egg was merely temporary housing." "For how long?" He tilted his head. That movement, the slight angle, the faintly curious regard, was so like the egg's habit of rolling toward interesting sounds that Serafina felt a strange jolt of recognition. "A while," he said. "Time is difficult to track when you're busy not dying." She should ask more questions. She should demand explanations. She should probably be terrified. A strange, impossibly beautiful man had just materialized in her bedroom from an egg she'd been sleeping next to for weeks. Instead, what she said was, "Are you going to die if I stop looking at you for 30 seconds? Because I need to find you clothes." His mouth curved, just slightly. A smile that was less innocence and more quiet delight, as if she had said exactly the thing he'd been hoping to hear. "I will endeavor to survive your absence." She did not dignify this with a response. She went to the wardrobe, pulled out the largest shirt she owned, one of Marta's that had been mixed in with the laundry, and a pair of loose trousers from her own collection, the ones she wore for physical work. "These will be short on you," she said, tossing them to him, "but they'll have to do until morning." He dressed with the unself-conscious ease of someone who had never learned to be modest, or perhaps someone so ancient that modesty was a concept he'd once invented and grown bored of. The shirt stretched across his shoulders. The trousers ended above his ankles. He looked ridiculous. He also looked like something out of a legend. Even in borrowed, ill-fitting clothes, wrapped in a too small cloak, with shell dust still in his hair, he radiated a quiet, devastating presence that made the air in the room feel heavier. Serafina crossed her arms. "Name." "Ah," he looked at her. Something cautious entered those gold eyes, the first hint that behind the bemusement there was calculation. "You may call me Seren. It's close enough." "Close enough to what?" "To what I once was." "That's not an answer." "No," he agreed pleasantly. "It isn't." She studied him. He met her gaze without flinching, without the defensive bravado that usually accompanied secrets. or the evasive dart of someone constructing a lie. He simply looked at her, gold eyes steady, and allowed her to look back. "Fine," she said at last. "Sirin, you hatched in my room. That makes you my responsibility until I decide otherwise. You will sleep," she pointed to the window seat, which was padded but narrow. "There. You will not leave this room until I determine that you're safe to be around. You will answer my questions when I ask them, and you will never appear improperly dressed in my presence again." He considered the window seat, looked at her, looked at the window seat again. "It seems," he began. "It seems perfectly adequate for someone who spent the last several weeks as a 9-inch egg." Another curve of his mouth. "Fair." He settled himself on the window seat with fluid grace, pulling the cloak around himself like a blanket. He was too long for it, his feet hung off the end, but he curled without complaint, making himself small. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for keeping me warm." Serafina turned off the remaining lamp. In the darkness, she could still see the faint glow of white gold from his skin, like moonlight captured in flesh. "Don't thank me yet," she said. "Tomorrow we'll have problems." "We already have problems," he said, "but yours are worse than mine, and you haven't told me about them." She was silent for a long moment. "Good night, Sirin." "Good night, Heartbeat." She did not sleep, but she did, for the first time in weeks, feel like the room contained something alive besides her own slow decay. Part 5. The Mask of Weakness. The first 3 days with Saren in the East Wing were an exercise in controlled chaos. He was, on the surface, everything a displaced, newly hatched person should be: confused, grateful, compliant. He wore the borrowed clothes without complaint. He ate the food Marta brought without asking for better. He slept on the window seat without mentioning that it was 3 feet too short. He said please and thank you and I don't want to be a burden with such consistent sweetness that even Marta, immune to all charm, occasionally brought him an extra bread roll. It was, Serafina reflected, an absolutely masterful performance. Because she noticed things. She noticed that his confusion was selective. He was baffled by modern cutlery, but instantly understood the defensive runework on her door. She noticed that his compliance was strategic. He deferred to her on every decision, but somehow always ended up positioned between her and the window, the most defensible spot in the room. She noticed that when guards passed in the corridor, his gold eyes tracked their footsteps, cataloging them, and noted the family crests embroidered on the one guard's collar when the door briefly opened for Marta. She noticed that he was not weak, not confused, not harmless. But she also noticed that he had not, in 3 days, made a single move that could threaten her. His performance was aimed outward, at the household, at the situation, at the careful maintenance of being too pathetic to threaten. With her, when they were alone, the mask thinned, not vanished, thinned. "You're watching me figure you out," she said on the 3rd evening, not looking up from her book. He was on the window seat, ostensibly dozing. His eyes opened, gold, clear, not at all sleepy. "Is it working?" he asked. "The helpless act?" "The letting you feel safe act." She set the book down. "I felt safe before. You were an egg. Eggs are inherently non-threatening. And now? Now you're a 6-foot-something man with reflexes that suggest military training, eyes that catalog every person who enters this corridor, and a magical signature I cannot read even with direct diagnostic contact." She folded her arms. "So I feel intrigued and cautious, but not unsafe." Something shifted in his expression. The faint amusement that was his default melted into something more genuine, something closer to surprise. "You're not afraid of me," he said. "Not a question." "Should I be?" He was quiet for a moment, then, "No, but most people would be." Most people didn't spend 6 years married to a man who can turn into a 12-ton flying lizard. My threshold for intimidating is calibrated differently. He laughed, quiet, unexpected, genuine, a sound that seemed to surprise even him, as if he hadn't made it in a very long time. I like you, he said, simply, directly, as if stating a fact about the weather. Serafina felt heat rise to her face. This was absurd. She was dying. She was 31. She had been married for 6 years to a glacier in man form, and she was blushing because a pretty creature said, I like you, with the directness of a child. Go to sleep, Seren. As you wish, Heartbeat. On the 4th day, the Aerie discovered his existence. It was inevitable. The explosion of light during his hatching had been seen, and while Serafina's dropped lamp excuse had bought time, the servants talked. Rumors spread. A strange man in the Duchess's chambers, a flash of white fire, sounds in the night. By noon, the whispers had reached Obsidian. He came to the East Wing with 2 guards and the expression of a man who has been personally insulted by the universe. Serafina opened the door before he could knock. She'd heard his footsteps on the stairs. What? Obsidian said, looking past her into the room where Seren sat on the window seat in his 2 small clothes. Is that? A guest, Serafina said. A guest. Obsidian pushed past her. The guards followed. Seren looked up with an expression of wide-eyed uncertainty, the helpless mask sliding into place so smoothly it was almost undetectable. Where did he come from? Obsidian demanded. The egg. Silence. The egg, Obsidian repeated. Yes, it hatched. He was inside, as eggs do. Obsidian turned to stare at Seren. Seren stared back with precisely calibrated vulnerability, a young man alone in a strange place, wearing borrowed clothes, clearly malnourished, obviously helpless. That's impossible, Obsidian said. Dragon eggs don't produce. He gestured vaguely at Seren's very human-looking form. Some do, Serafina said. Ancient bloodlines sometimes. I don't know what I am, Seren said softly. His voice trembled, exactly the right amount. I don't remember much. Before the shell, it's all dark. I just know she... He looked at Serafina with an expression of such transparent gratitude that Marta, standing by the door, actually softened. She kept me warm. She kept me alive. Obsidian's jaw tightened. He looked at Serafina. How convenient. A mysterious man emerges from your mysterious egg just as you file for dissolution. You expect me to believe this isn't staged? I expect nothing from you, Serafina said. I stopped expecting things from you years ago. A muscle jumped in Obsidian's cheek. He'll be questioned, Obsidian said. The court arcanist will examine him. If he's a threat... He is my guest. Serafina's voice went flat, hard. He is under my protection. If you want him examined, you will ask my permission first. You don't have the authority. I have the authority of someone who is still, legally, your wife. The East Wing is my domain by contract. My guests are my jurisdiction. Unless you've signed those dissolution papers? She raised an eyebrow. No? Then my authority stands. Obsidian stared at her, then at Seren, then back at her. You've changed, he said. Not quite an accusation. Not quite anything else. No, she said. I've always been this. You just never looked. He turned, walked out. The guards followed. In the silence, Seren released a long breath. The mask dropped, the vulnerability dissolving into something cooler, sharper, more amused. He's, Seren began, an idiot. I was going to say blind, but yours works too. Serafina shot him a look. He met it with perfect innocence, but his gold eyes glittered. The interrogation happened the next day. Magister Thornwell came to the East Wing with his diagnostic tools, a concession to Serafina's authority that clearly galled Obsidian. Serene submitted to examination with the cooperative meekness of a church mouse, coughing delicately at appropriate intervals. Thornwell's findings were inconclusive. High dragon blood, certainly. Ancient lineage. But the specifics are muddled, as if something is suppressing the full signature. He looked at Seren over his spectacles. Can you produce flame? Seren produced a tiny flicker of white gold fire from his fingertip. Just a spark. just enough to confirm dragon heritage without revealing its full power. Thornwell made notes. Weak fire, probably a minor side branch of some extinct line, nothing dangerous. Saren coughed again, delicately, shoulders curving inward with just the right amount of fragility. Seraphina watched this performance from her reading chair and thought, very clearly, "You absolute fraud." After Thornwell left, Saren straightened from his cough-curved posture and stretched like a cat. That went well. You enjoyed that. I enjoyed being underestimated. His gold eyes cut to her. You enjoy it too. Different method, same principle. She couldn't argue with that. What happened next was gradual, insidious, and, Seraphina suspected, entirely deliberate on Saren's part. He made himself indispensable. Not in a dramatic way, not in a way that could be called overstepping, just present, helpful, exactly where she needed him without being asked. When her vision grayed out during her morning preparations, the tea was already at her elbow, warmed to exactly the right temperature. He'd seen her squint at the cup the day before and adjusted. When Celestine sent another of her snide requests via messenger, Saren answered the door before Seraphina could, looked at the messenger with his wide gold eyes, and said in his softest, most confused voice, "I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The Duchess is what needs organizing. Is there no one else who can?" The messenger left without delivering the request. When she coughed, the deep, painful cough that brought flecks of gray to her handkerchief, he didn't fuss, didn't ask, just pushed the medicine bottle an inch closer to her hand, as if it had always been there. "You're managing me," she told him one evening when the medicine appeared at her elbow for the third time that day. He was on the window seat, his window seat now with a proper blanket and pillow she'd given him, reading a book he'd found in her study. He looked up with faultless innocence. "I'm being helpful. You're being strategically helpful in ways designed to make me dependent on your presence. Is it working?" She threw a pillow at him. He caught it without looking up from his book. "Also," she said, "you've been wearing my old cloak exclusively, the one I wrapped you in the first night. I've offered you better clothes 3 times. This one is warm. It's threadbare. It smells like you." He said it casually, without looking up, as if it were a perfectly normal thing to say, but his ears, she noticed, turned faintly pink at the tips. Seraphina stared at the back of his head for a long moment. Then she returned to her own book and said nothing, because she absolutely did not know what to say. The dynamic between them settled into something Seraphina could not quite name. It wasn't friendship, too charged for that. It wasn't romance, too early, too fraught, too complicated by the fact that she was still technically married and also dying. It was a vigil. 2 people in a cold room, keeping each other company against things they couldn't say aloud. He never pushed, never demanded, never tried to kiss her or hold her or make declarations. He simply was there, warm and alive and occasionally devastatingly funny in ways that caught her off guard. "Your husband's portrait," he said one morning, examining the painting of obsidian that hung in the corridor outside her chambers. "Is the jawline accurate, or did the artist add extra geometry?" "It's accurate." Tragic. A man that angular should have at least one soft opinion, as compensation. She choked on her tea. Another time, watching Celestine parade through the courtyard below the east wing windows. She's wearing white again, in a snowstorm. Either she's committed to the aesthetic, or she's hoping to disappear entirely. "Saren, I'm simply observing. If one stands very still in that outfit against a snowy wall, one achieves perfect camouflage. Very practical for avoiding accountability." And perhaps most dangerously, when Celestine made one of her public declarations of concern for Seraphina's health, she asked if I was eating properly in front of 12 courtiers while sitting in my chair. Saren, without looking up, "Perhaps she was asking as your chair's new occupant. The chair might have dietary concerns." Seraphina laughed before she could stop herself. It was the first time she'd laughed in months, and the sound surprised them both. Seren looked up from his book with an expression she would later describe as caught, briefly unmasked, briefly unguarded, briefly and obviously pleased with himself in a way that had nothing to do with cleverness and everything to do with her. He looked away quickly, returned to his book, said nothing else. But he was smiling, slightly, behind the page. Part 6. The Night She Lost. 1 month after Celestine's arrival. 3 months, approximately, before Serafina expected to die. 2 weeks after Seren hatched into her life with all the subtlety of a comet in a teacup. The night started with an argument. Not between Serafina and Obsidian. They had stopped arguing, which was worse. Arguments implied engagement. What happened between them now was more like weather. She existed. He acted upon her. She endured. The argument was between Obsidian and the truth. A truth Serafina had made the mistake of speaking aloud during a council meeting she'd been summoned to, a rarity and suspicious in itself. The council was discussing Lucien's formal recognition as heir. Celestine had petitioned for a blood ceremony, a public magical ritual that would confirm the boy's parentage and grant him inheritance rights. Serafina, seated at the far end of the table like an afterthought, had listened in silence for 40 minutes before saying, "Has anyone considered that his fire is blue?" The table went quiet. "Black dragons produce black fire," she continued. Her voice was mild, conversational, the tone of someone pointing out that it was raining. In 8 centuries of documented Obsidian bloodline history, there has never been a single instance of blue flame. Not one. Even mixed heritage offspring produce flames within the black to gray spectrum. Blue is from an entirely different lineage. Celestine, seated beside Obsidian like a second shadow, went very still. Dragonfire color can vary with diet, environment, and emotional state in young children, she said quickly. Sweet, reasonable. The healers confirmed. Which healers? Serafina asked. The Ares or ones you brought with you? Serafina, Obsidian's voice cut across the table. Enough. I'm raising a valid concern about... You're raising a jealous objection to a child's right to know his father. His silver eyes were cold. This isn't the time or place for your personal grievances. She held his gaze. The gray was creeping again. Her right eye was nearly useless now in dim light, but she kept her face perfectly still. As you wish, Your Grace. The council continued. The blood ceremony was scheduled for the following week. After the meeting, Obsidian intercepted her in the corridor. His face was thunderous. What are you doing? He demanded. Questioning the boy's blood in front of the entire council? Making yourself look bitter and... I'm trying to prevent you from making a legal error that will... You're trying to undermine Celestine because you can't stand that someone else might give me what you never could. The words landed like a blow. Not because they were cruel, she was used to his cruelty, but because of what they revealed about his understanding of her. 6 years, and he still thought she was motivated by competition, by jealousy, by the petty desire to be chosen. She was motivated by being right. She was motivated by the fact that a woman was lying to him, using a child as a weapon, and he was too proud and too guilt-ridden to see it. But he would never believe that coming from her. The blood ceremony will answer everything, she said quietly. I hope, for the boy's sake, you're prepared for what it finds. She walked away. He let her. That night, Obsidian had her locked in the runesmith chamber. He didn't come himself. He sent guards, 2 of them, large and apologetic, who appeared at her east wing door at midnight with the message that His Grace required her to reflect on her behavior in a secure location until morning. The runesmith chamber was in the lower levels of the Dragon Gold Consortium building, a separate structure from the main Eyrie, connected by a sky bridge. It was where the consortium's master smith worked on dragon rune contracts. It was also, during the winter months, essentially an unheated stone box. Serafina did not fight the guards. She could have. Her ash print abilities could disable them in seconds, but doing so would require revealing capabilities she was not ready to reveal. So she went, quietly, without making a scene Celestine could use. She did, however, have time to do one thing before leaving. She pressed her ash print ring to Serin's wrist, leaving a binding mark. "Don't move," she whispered. "Don't reveal yourself. Whatever you hear tonight, stay in this room. That's an order." His gold eyes blazed. She could see the rage behind them, barely contained, nothing like the soft creature he pretended to be. "They're taking you. And they'll bring me back in the morning. But if you follow, if you fight, they'll know what you are. And right now, being underestimated is the only advantage we have." She pressed her fingers against the mark on his wrist. "Trust me." He caught her hand, held it for one breath. "Two. If they hurt you." "They won't. It's just a cold room." She was wrong about that. The runesmith chamber was not just cold, it was magically insulated, designed to prevent rune resonance from escaping during delicate work. This meant that all ambient magical energy was blocked, including the faint residual dragon fire that heated the Ares floors, including the ambient warmth of any passing spell work. The temperature dropped rapidly once the door sealed. Within an hour, Seraphina could see her breath. Within 2, her fingers were numb. The ash heart corrosion, which responded to cold and stress with accelerated attacks, activated fully. The pain was extraordinary, like someone had poured molten glass into her chest and then frozen it there. Her vision collapsed to a pinhole, her lungs seized. She slid from the workbench to the floor, unable to hold herself upright. And somewhere in the pain and the cold and the darkness, the tiny spark inside her, the one she'd been trying not to acknowledge, the one the healer had tentatively identified just days ago as a dragon imprint, a pre-viable pregnancy, flickered and went out. She knew what had happened before the pain faded. The body knows these things, knows when something that was becomes something that was not, a particular emptiness, a particular silence. She curled on the stone floor and did not cry. She did not have the energy for tears. The cold took everything, took her warmth, her vision, her dignity, her tiny secret hope that she hadn't even allowed herself to name, and left her with nothing but breath, shallow, gray. From outside the chamber, through stone, spellwork, and the order she had placed on his wrist, the binding mark on Seren split open. He did not reveal his full nature, but white gold fire clawed through one seam of the warded door. The metal screamed. Heat poured through. He could not shatter the inner lock without exposing what he was to the entire area, so he did the next possible thing. He held the torn seam open with his own blood and forced warmth around her body until her breath stopped fading. Before dawn, he burned a white gold warning into Marta's wash basin and sent every bell in the east wing ringing. It was not enough to save the child. They came before dawn. Marta first, pushing past the guards with the fury of a woman who had been woken by a supernatural fire message and prevented from doing her job all night. Then the Ares healer, summoned by Marta's shouting. Then Obsidian, standing in the doorway with an expression she couldn't read because her vision was still mostly gray. She was carried to the east wing. Examined. The healer found evidence of acute corrosion attack, hypothermic shock, and there was a dragon imprint, the healer said carefully, looking at Seraphina with too much pity. Early stage, very faint. It is no longer viable. Obsidian was not in the room for this conversation. He had been told she was recovering from cold exposure and had returned to his own wing with what Seraphina assumed was moderate indifference. She looked at the healer, spoke clearly despite the rawness of her throat. Record it as a diagnostic error, an imprint misread, not a loss. The healer stared. Your Grace. Do it. But His Grace should know. His Grace locked me in a freezing room because I questioned his former betrothed's lies at a council meeting. Her voice was level, perfectly controlled, perfectly dead. I will not give him a grief to perform. I will not give him a guilt to weaponize. I will not become the tragic wife whose suffering finally makes him pay attention. Record it as an error. That's final. The healer recorded it as an error. Serene was at her bedside when everyone else left. His binding mark was still glowing faintly on his wrist. He had obeyed her, stayed in the room, not revealed himself. But the cost was visible. His eyes were bruised with exhaustion, his hands trembling. He'd funneled warmth to her all night through stone and shielding, draining himself to keep her alive. He did not ask what happened. He did not offer condolences or rage or solutions. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulled the old cloak, her cloak, the one he wore constantly, over her shoulders, and stayed. They did not speak. Sometime near midnight, she felt his hand close around hers, warm, steady, holding without pulling. She held back. That was all. Part 7, The Clearing. The days after the chamber were quiet, dangerously quiet, the kind of quiet that precedes earthquakes. Serafina recovered. Her body, what remained of it that wasn't being consumed by corrosion, healed the surface damage. Her vision stabilized at roughly 70%. Her strength returned, gradually, to something approximating functional. But something inside her had shifted. A final tether had been cut. The last thread connecting her to the Aerie, to the marriage, to the faint residual hope that Obsidian might one day see her clearly, gone, severed. Not with anger, not with grief, but with the cold clarity of a woman who has looked at the bottom and found it empty. She began preparing. Not for death, though that was still coming, for departure. She wrote letters, updated legal documents, made quiet arrangements with the Sanctum regarding her long-term care options. She purchased, through a discreet intermediary, a resting stone placement in the northern peace fields, a burial site for those without family holdings. She did not tell Saren about this, but he knew. She could tell he knew by the way his gold eyes tracked her correspondence, by the tightness around his mouth when she sealed letters with the Ashgrove family crest instead of the Drake one. He said nothing. He did not try to stop her. He simply stayed closer, moved from the window seat to the floor beside her bed without being asked, kept her old cloak wrapped around his shoulders like armor. "You're sleeping on the floor," she said one night, looking down at him from the bed. "I'm comfortable." "You're on stone." "I slept in an eggshell for a century. Stone is an improvement." "A century?" He looked up at her. Those gold eyes in the firelight were impossible to look away from. Give or take. "What are you, really?" He was quiet for a long time. Then, "What do you need me to be?" That's not an answer. No, but the real answer is complicated. And if I tell you now, it changes things. It puts pressure on decisions that should be entirely yours. He sat up, bringing his face closer to level with hers. His expression was the most serious she'd seen it, stripped of performance, stripped of playfulness, stripped of everything but sincerity. "I want you to leave this place because you choose to, not because of what I am." She studied him. His face was very close. His breath was warm. "When I leave," she said carefully, "will you come with me?" "You haven't asked." "I'm asking now." Something broke open behind his eyes, something enormous and barely contained that he'd been holding back since the night he hatched. He closed his eyes, opened them. They were brighter. "Yes," he said, "anywhere, always." She reached out and touched the edge of his jaw, just the lightest contact, her fingertips against the faint white gold scales at his jawline. He went perfectly still. "Then I'll leave soon," she said, "and you'll come." "Yes." She withdrew her hand. He released a breath he'd clearly been holding for a very long time. Neither of them slept that night, but they were, for the first time, not alone in their wakefulness. Part 8. The Departure. Serafina chose the noon meal. Not because she was dramatic. She was, somewhat, but that wasn't the reason. She chose it because the noon meal was the daily gathering of the entire Aerie court. Nobles, merchants, officers, servants, everyone present, everyone watching. She wore her ash print battle dress. Heavy charcoal wool reinforced with dragonbone stays, silver embroidery tracing the old Ashgrove rune patterns along the hems. It was the formal attire of a runesmith going into battle. Not physical battle, but the kind where every gesture was a statement and every silence was a weapon. She had not worn it since her wedding day. Marta helped her dress in silence, mouth pressed thin, hands steady. When Serafina looked in the mirror, her reflection slightly blurred through her damaged right eye, she saw someone she hadn't been in 6 years. Not the gray ghost of the East Wing, not the silent woman at the end of the table. Someone with edges, someone who remembered how to cut. "Ready?" Marta asked. "Past ready." The great hall was full. The noon meal had become elaborate since Celestine's arrival. Longer, more performative, more obviously designed to showcase the new family. Today was particularly festive. Lucien was to demonstrate his blue flame for the court as a preview of the upcoming blood ceremony. Celestine sat beside Obsidian at the high table, wearing white naturally, her golden hair arranged in a crown of braids that mimicked the ducal coronet. She had positioned herself in what Serafina privately called the wife chair, the seat to the right of the duke, traditionally reserved for the lady of the house. Serafina entered through the main doors. The hall went quiet. It wasn't the gray ghost entrance they were used to, the slipping in through side doors, the finding corners, the being present without being seen. She walked straight up the center aisle, boots ringing on the dragonbone floor, battle dress heavy and correct, and every eye in the room turned to follow her. She reached the high table, stood before it, did not sit. "I have an announcement," she said. Obsidian set down his goblet with the air of a man bracing for irritation. Celestine's smile was fixed and brilliant, the smile of someone who believes she has already won. Serafina removed her wedding ring. The ring was dragon gold, set with a single black diamond, the traditional ring of the Obsidian ducal consort. She had worn it for 6 years. Her finger bore a permanent indentation where it had sat. She set it on the table before Obsidian. The sound it made, a tiny gold circle on polished dragon bone, was somehow louder than it should have been. "I am dissolving this marriage," she said, effective immediately. Murmurs erupted. Obsidian's face went blank, the particular blankness of someone taken genuinely by surprise. "You can't," he began. "I can." She produced the dissolution document from inside her battle dress, the one she'd filed weeks ago, the one he'd refused to sign. "I've exercised the unilateral dissolution clause, Article 17 of our marriage contract. A spouse may terminate without mutual consent if they can demonstrate 6 months of unreciprocated contractual obligation." She met his eyes. "I have 6 years. This isn't legally. I've already filed with the matriarch's office. The paperwork is processed. This announcement is a courtesy." Obsidian stood, his chair scraped back. "Serafina." She pulled the second document from her dress. The marriage contract itself, her copy, the original, with both their blood signatures. She held it over the contract flame basin, the ceremonial fire pit set into the high table, used for contract sealing and oath binding. "I am returning this to the flame," she said, "as is my right." She dropped it. The basin flared, but instead of simply consuming the paper, the fire blazed, higher, brighter, turning from its usual red gold to a furious white. The flames licked up and outward, and across the surface of the fire glowing symbols appeared, runes, contract runes, marking every instance of breach, every broken promise, every obligation unfulfilled. There were hundreds of them. They clustered on Obsidian's side of the contract like a disease. Each one a time he had failed to protect, to honor, to treat his contractual wife as anything more than furniture. The court stared. The runes were damning, visible, undeniable, recorded by the basin's impartial magic. Celestine's eyes widened. She had not expected this. Serafina was not finished. She removed the ducal coronet, the small, elegant crown she wore at formal occasions, the symbol of her position as Duchess. She walked to the side of the hall where the Ares treasury vault was set into the wall, visible but sealed, its lock requiring the Duchess's blood key. She hung the coronet on the treasury door handle, Then she pressed her ash print ring to the lock. "True name seal," she said clearly. "Activated." The lock glowed gray, then went dark. Obsidian stared. "What did you—" "I've sealed the main treasury with my true name," Seraphina said, turning back to face the hall. "That vault contains the core assets of the Dragon Gold Consortium. My seal cannot be broken by force, by runesmiths, or by your court arcanist. It can only be opened if the Duke of Obsidian Eyrie publicly acknowledges the true identity of the Consortium's master runesmith." She paused. "Let it land. The one who saved your empire 6 years ago." Dead silence. Nobody in the hall understood what she meant. Not yet. But Obsidian's face, she watched it change. A crack in the mask. The faintest dawn of suspicion. Finally, she took the velvet pouch from her belt, the one containing Lucien's blood trace cup. She walked to the matriarch's seat, old Lady Drake, silver-haired and sharp-eyed, watching this entire spectacle with the expression of a hawk who has spotted interesting prey. "For you," Seraphina said, placing the cup before the old woman. "A gift. Examine the base at your leisure. I think you'll find the blood ceremony quite unnecessary after you see what's recorded there." Lady Drake took the cup, said nothing, but her ancient eyes gleamed. Seraphina turned back to the hall, to Obsidian, who was standing behind the high table with an expression she had never seen before. Not anger, not contempt, but something raw and unfinished, like the first page of a grief he hadn't known was coming. "That concludes my business here," she said. Celestine stirred. "You can't simply— This is Obsidian. Stop her. She's clearly unwell." Celestine began to rise and made the mistake of swaying. A calculated sway, the beginning of a dramatic feint designed to refocus all attention. She never completed it. From the back of the hall, a voice, low, pleasant, perfectly timed. "Oh, are we fainting now? I thought that was a second act move." Serene stood by the main doors. He was wearing Seraphina's old cloak over borrowed clothes that still didn't fit properly, his platinum hair loose and slightly tangled, his gold eyes half-lidded with an expression of polite disinterest. He looked frail, decorative, completely harmless. Every woman in the hall looked at him. Every woman in the hall kept looking. Because despite the ill-fitting clothes and the performative fragility, Surin was, objectively, unmistakably, devastatingly, the most beautiful person any of them had ever seen. The bones of his face caught the light like they'd been carved by a sculptor having the best day of his life. His eyes were gold in the way that sunlight through stained glass was gold. He moved like water, like music, like something that had never needed to hurry in its entire ancient existence. Celestine's sway froze mid-execution. "Who?" she began. Saren drifted forward. His eyes touched Celestine, briefly, dismissively, then moved to Seraphina with something much warmer. "I believe," he said to Seraphina, "you mentioned you were leaving?" "I am." "Then I'm coming with you." He said it simply, as he said all important things. "If you'll have me." "I'll have you. Get your things." "I don't have things. I have your cloak." He plucked at the worn charcoal fabric. "Will you want it back?" "Keep it. You've ruined it anyway with all that." She gestured vaguely at his general existence. "Pine tree heat and egg dust." He smiled. The full version, not the half smile, not the careful curve. A real smile that transformed his face from beautiful to incandescent. Obsidian moved. He came around the table fast, not toward Seraphina, toward Seren. "You, stay where you are. You're not leaving this area until I know what you." Seraphina drew her ash print short blade and placed herself between them. The hall collectively inhaled. 6 years, she said, her voice carrying clearly. You never once protected me from insult, cold, hunger, isolation, or your golden guest schemes. But the moment I try to take something with me, the moment something exists that I chose and you didn't provide, now you care. She raised the blade. Not threatening, just present. He's mine. I found him. I warmed him. I named him. If you want him, go find your own egg on a snowy street corner. Obsidian stared at the blade, at her face, at the absolute certainty in her eyes. Behind them, Lucian, who had been watching with the wide-eyed fascination of all 4-year-olds confronted with drama, chose this moment to get excited. His small hands sparked. Blue flame jetted from his palms, uncontrolled, enthusiastic, childish. The flame hit Celestine's sleeve. Specifically, it hit the concealed pocket in her sleeve, the one containing the blue flame powder she used to fake the boy's dragon fire. The powder ignited. Celestine shrieked, batting at her arm. The powder billowed outward in a cloud of iridescent blue, coating the table, the floor, and Celestine's very expensive white dress in unmistakable evidence. The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. The matriarch's eyes went sharp as blades. Guards moved, toward Celestine for once, not Seraphina. Obsidian stood frozen, staring at the blue powder settling across the table like toxic snow. Seraphina sheathed her blade. "Well," she said, "that was convenient timing." She whistled. From the courtyard beyond the hall's great windows came the sound of hooves on stone, heavy, rhythmic, accompanied by the snort of something very large and very annoyed. A dragonbone stallion, black skeletal and red-eyed, appeared in the hall's entrance. Its rider, nobody. It had arrived riderless, stamped impatiently on the polished floor. Behind the stallion skidded Rose Pike, the youngest stable hand in the Eyrie, red-cheeked, breathless, and holding a snapped lead rope. Rose was barely 20 and spoke to dangerous mounts the way other girls spoke to rude uncles. "He bit 2 grooms, kicked a hay cart, and chose her grace," she announced. "I thought it best not to argue with a horse made of bones." The stallion was a creature of magnificent ugliness, dragonbone armored, spike-maned, built like a war machine crossed with a nightmare. It surveyed the great hall with the expression of a creature deeply offended by interior decoration. Its iron-shod hoofs scraped the floor, leaving a gouge. "Don't you dare," Obsidian began. The stallion kicked sideways. Its hoof connected with the base of the great stone pedestal holding the Drake family ancestral sculpture, a dramatic piece depicting the first Duke in dragon form. The pedestal cracked. The sculpture wobbled, toppled, shattered on the floor into approximately 100 pieces. The hall went very quiet. Seraphina walked to the stallion, mounted with the ease of long practice, looked down at the devastation of the great hall, the broken sculpture, the blue powder, the burning sleeve, the cracked contract runes, the sealed treasury, the frozen duke, and allowed herself one small moment of satisfaction. "Seraphina," Obsidian's voice, hoarse. Is he?" He stared at Serene. "Are you leaving because of him?" Serene had moved to stand beside the stallion, one hand resting on its shoulder with the casual authority of someone very comfortable with large, dangerous animals. He looked up at Seraphina on the horse, then back at Obsidian. Seraphina considered the question, looked at Serene, rumpled, beautiful, wearing her old cloak like a badge of honor, looked at Obsidian, perfect, cold, standing in the ruins of a marriage he'd never valued. "At least he knew what I was worth on the first day," she said. "It took you 6 years to realize you should ask." She extended a hand to Serene. He took it, swung up behind her with effortless grace, not the movement of a frail invalid, but of a warrior remembering old muscle memory. His arms settled around her waist. His chin rested near her shoulder. "His shell fragments are still in your pillow," he murmured. "I put them there." "I know. In case you tried to leave without me." "I wasn't going to." "I know." A pause. "But I liked having insurance." She clicked her tongue. The dragonbone stallion wheeled, took 3 thundering steps, and carried them out of the great hall into the winter sun. Behind them, chaos, blue powder, broken statues, a sealed treasury, and the faint, growing understanding on one cold duke's face that he had just lost something immeasurably more valuable than a wife. Part 9. What he found. Obsidian Drake had not known what silence sounded like until his wife left. Not the silence of an empty room. He'd had that for 6 years, technically. She was always so quiet, he often forgot she was there. This was different. This was the silence of systems breaking down, of things that had worked seamlessly for years suddenly, catastrophically stopping. It started with the treasury. His steward came to him within hours of Seraphina's departure, sweating, pale, holding a sheaf of documents. "Your Grace, the main vault, the true name seal, we can't override it. The Arcanists have tried. Magister Thornwell has tried. It's locked with something none of them can identify." "It's a lock," Obsidian said. "Break it." "Sir, we've tried. The seal responds to attempts at force with counter-rune burns. 2 Arcanists are in the healing ward. The Dragon Gold Consortium's operating funds were in that vault. Trade contracts, guild agreements, payroll records, ship manifests. The entire infrastructure of the Empire, Obsidian, had spent a decade building, all sealed behind a gray glowing lock that burned anyone who touched it. Then came the matriarch. Lady Drake the Elder summoned Obsidian to her chambers 3 days after Seraphina's departure. She was sitting in her iron-backed chair, the blood trace cup open on the table before her, its base glowing with activated ash print data. "Sit down," she said. He sat. "This cup," the matriarch said, "contains a blood resonance record of Lucien's true lineage." She folded her liver-spotted hands. "The boy carries the bloodline of House Valcrest, minor dragon nobility from the eastern shores, specifically the bloodline of one Roland Valcrest, Celestine's former companion from before she ever met you." Obsidian said nothing. "The boy is not yours," the matriarch continued. "He was never yours. His blue flame was artificial, produced by a powder applied to his skin, which ignites on contact with ambient magic. Without the powder, the child has no dragon fire at all. He is not even fully dragon-blooded." Obsidian said nothing. "Celestine Brightmoor used your guilt and your vanity to install a false heir in your house. She intended to secure inheritance rights, which would have given her legal access to the Drake fortune, and to the consortium funds your wife sealed behind a lock you cannot open." Obsidian said nothing, but something behind his eyes was cracking, like ice in spring, not melting, just breaking apart into pieces too sharp to hold. "I have ordered Celestine confined to the lower quarters pending a formal hearing," the matriarch said. She attempted to claim innocence. The contract flame basin disagreed. "What do you mean?" She tried to swear an oath of truthfulness. The basin rejected it, branded her. The matriarch's voice was dry as bone. "She now bears the Oathbreaker's mark on her forearm. It will not fade. She will never again be permitted to enter a Dragonblood household or approach Dragonflame in any form." A fitting punishment. Permanent, visible, inescapable. Celestine's beauty would remain, but anyone who saw the mark would know what she was. Obsidian sat in his mother's chamber and felt the first real emotion he'd allowed himself in weeks. Not guilt, not yet. Just the cold, creeping awareness of a man realizing the floor beneath him has been hollow all along. The second revelation came from his records clerk. The man appeared at Obsidian's study door 1 week after Seraphina left, nervous, twisting his hat, clearly terrified. "Spit it out," Obsidian said. The consortium, sir. The core Dragon Rune contracts, the ones that keep everything working. The trade seals, the mining authorizations, the Sky Cavalry binding oaths. What about them? They're degrading. Without the Treasury seal, the renewal cycles are breaking down. And I went through the old records, sir. The maintenance logs, the runework provenance reports. Obsidian waited. 6 years ago, the clerk said, barely above a whisper, when the consortium nearly collapsed, when the core runes failed and everything was, do you remember, sir? We were days from bankruptcy, from losing the mines, the cavalry, the trade alliances. I remember. He remembered it like a fever dream. The worst week of his life, the contracts disintegrating, the empire crumbling. And then, overnight, salvation. An anonymous runesmith had repaired everything, restored the core contracts, rebuilt the entire framework from scratch. Nobody knew who they were. Nobody had ever been able to trace them. I found the provenance signature, the clerk said, on the repaired runes. It took years. The smith used masking protocols, but with the treasury locked and the counter runes active, the masking degraded enough to see the original imprint. He placed a thin crystal slate on Obsidian's desk. On it, glowing faintly gray, was a runesmith's signature. It matched perfectly with the Ashgrove family crest, Seraphina's crest. The third revelation took longest and hurt most. Obsidian found the purchase order for the Northern Peacefields resting stone 2 weeks after her departure. He found it because he was searching, tearing through her abandoned East Wing chambers like a man looking for something he could not name. The room was bare. She had taken almost nothing. A few clothes, her medicine box, her books. The eggshell fragments on the pillow. She'd taken those. But she'd left the resting stone receipt in her desk drawer, tucked between blank pages. Almost hidden, almost. A resting stone placement, reserved for the terminally ill, paid in full. He stood in her empty room and held the receipt and felt something he had not felt in years. Genuine, grinding, annihilating fear. She was dying. She had told him. She had stood in his bedchamber and told him plainly, clearly, directly, "I have approximately 4 months." And he had said do it in the East Wing where no one would see. He went to the Sanctum Healing Ward that same day. The healer, the same gray-faced man who had first diagnosed her, was not pleased to see the Duke of Obsidian Eyrie demanding private medical records. But a duke was a duke, and the records were produced. Ashheart corrosion, advanced stage, entered blood, optic channels, and shadow matter. Prognosis, 3 months remaining at time of last examination. Ellen Vale stood beside the healer with both hands locked around a duplicate slate. She placed it on the table before anyone could decide the truth was too inconvenient for a duke. Her voice shook, but she still said, "That is the original record, Your Grace. I copied it the day she came in. No one asked me to, which is why no one knew to hide it." And there, a footnote, crossed out, rewritten. Dragon imprint detected, later confirmed as diagnostic error, no viable pregnancy. But the healer's handwriting on the correction was different from the original entry, subtly. Someone used to reading runes noticed such things. Was there really an error? Obsidian asked. The healer looked at him for a long time. Old eyes, tired eyes. The eyes of a man who had watched a young woman choose dignity over justice. "She asked me to record it that way," he said at last. "Your Grace." Obsidian left the sanctum. He walked. He did not know where he was going. His feet took him to the East Wing staircase, to the empty rooms, to the cold bed where an egg had once sat surrounded by pillows, where his wife had slept alone for 6 years, where she had lost. He had locked her in a freezing room, because Celestine told him she was being difficult, because questioning a false child's blood was, in his mind, a worse offense than slowly killing his actual wife. He sank to his knees on the cold stone floor, put his hands over his face, and for the first time since boyhood, Obsidian Drake made a sound that was not a word, a raw, ugly thing torn from somewhere he'd bricked over years ago. He stayed there a long time. Then he stood and began to chase. Part 10. The North. The Northern Peacefields were a week's ride from the Eyrie, through mountain passes, across frozen rivers, into the vast white expanse of the far north where the sky was bigger than anything, and the dragonfire aurora lit the heavens in sheets of color that no artist could capture. Seraphina wasn't there for the resting stone. Not yet. She was there for the aurora. "I want to see it," she'd told Seren on their second day of riding. Her right eye was nearly blind now. The left was holding, but dimming. "Before I can't anymore, I want to see the aurora one time." Seren, riding behind her on the dragonbone stallion, he could have summoned his own mount, could have flown, could have carried her on wings wider than the Eyrie's towers, said nothing. Just tightened his arms around her waist and pressed his cheek to her shoulder. He'd been feeding her white gold fire in small doses since they left. Not enough to cure. Nothing short of a full ancient dragon's healing rite could address Ashheart corrosion at this stage, but enough to slow it, enough to push back the gray, enough to give her time. How much time, he didn't know. He didn't tell her that. They made camp in the northern fields on the 5th night. The rusting stone was visible in the distance, a dark monolith in the snow, but Serafina didn't look at it. She looked up. The aurora had begun. Not the ordinary aurora that tourists came to photograph. Dragonfire aurora, the residual energy of ancient battles, ancient magic, ancient dragons who had lived and fought and died so long ago that their fire had become part of the sky. It moved like liquid, green and gold and white and deep, bottomless blue, rippling across the heavens in waves that seemed to breathe. Serafina stood in the snow, face tilted upward, and watched the sky burn with something beautiful. "It's..." she started. "What?" Seren stood beside her, close, warm. "Worth the trip." She looked at him. In the aurora's light, his face was unearthly, the white gold scales at his temples catching the colors, his eyes reflecting the fire above. "You're glowing." "I do that sometimes. It's showing off. I'm trying to compete with the sky. Is it working?" She looked up, looked at him. Up. Him. "The sky's bigger, but I'm closer." She laughed, small, real, warm. He caught her hand, drew her fractionally nearer until the cold between them was a memory. "When this is over," he began. Which this? The aurora, the disease, or the dramatic former husband situation? Any of them. All of them. His gold eyes were very serious. "I want you to know something. Don't say something irreversible. I'm barely managing reversible things." "I love you," he said. Quiet, simple, absolute. "I loved you when I was a heartbeat in a shell. I loved you when you wrapped me in a blanket and told me not to get attached. I loved you when you threw a cloak at me and threatened structural violence unless I covered myself. I loved you when you stood between me and a duke twice your political rank with a blade in your hand." He lifted their joined hands and pressed his mouth to her knuckles. "I loved you before I understood strategy. Everything after that was just me trying to be useful enough to stay." She stared at him. The aurora rippled overhead. Her eyes were burning, not from corrosion, from something else. "I'm dying, Seren." "Not yet, not while I'm here, not if you let me." "Let you what?" "Be what I am, fully, not the egg, not the wounded stray, what I really am." She studied his face, the scales, the gold eyes, the ancient, impossible beauty of him. "What are you really?" "Ask me after the aurora. I want you to see this first." Obsidian arrived on the 7th day. He came with a retinue, Sky Cavalry officers, personal guards, a healer. He came in his full ducal armor, dragon scale black and silver, riding a war dragon that landed in the snowfield with a thunderous beat of wings. He came holding the old marriage contract, not the dissolved one, but a copy from the registry, holding it like a weapon, like a rope. Serafina was sitting by the campfire when he appeared. Seren was beside her, wrapped in the old cloak, gold eyes half closed. He looked sleepy. He looked harmless. He was neither. "Serafina," Obsidian's voice carried across the snow, "this dissolution is invalid. The unilateral clause requires a 90-day review period." "Which I satisfied." She didn't stand, didn't look up from the fire. "I filed the initial petition weeks before the formal dissolution. Your own office stamped it. Check with your clerk." He was closer now, close enough that she could see his face, and it was different, changed. The cold mask was still there, but cracked. Lines around his eyes that hadn't been there a month ago, a rawness at the corners of his mouth. He'd been crying. At some point recently he'd been crying, she could tell. It did not move her. "I know what you did," he said. 6 years ago, the rune work, the consortium. I know it was you." "Good. Then you can publicly acknowledge it and open your own treasury." "I know about the..." His voice cracked, barely. "The healer told me about what happened in the runesmith chamber. About..." About the diagnostic error? Her voice was ice. Yes, there was an error. The healer confirmed it. It wasn't an error. I know it wasn't. Serafina. He was close now, close enough to touch. He didn't try. I did that to you. I put you there. Yes? She looked up at him then. Her gray-tinged eyes met his silver ones, and she let him see everything. The exhaustion, the damage, the absolute, final closure. You did. And I have decided that it will not be the thing that defines either my death or my life. So I have removed it. From the record. From my story. From yours. You can't just... I can. I did. It's done. Serafina, please. What would you like me to do with your pleas, Obsidian? She stood. She was shorter than him, had always been shorter than him. But in this moment, in the aurora light with her battle dress and her iron-straight spine, she seemed his equal in height. Shall I tuck it away and let it warm me? The way your concern warms me, the way your love, the word was acid, warmed me through 6 years of cold rooms and colder silence? He flinched, actually flinched. Obsidian Drake, who had never flinched from anything in his life. I'm not asking you to forgive me, he said, low, rough. I'm telling you, the contract still binds under ancient dragon law, the review period. The review period, said Saren's voice from behind Serafina, requires confirmation by a dragon of superior bloodline rank. He stood, slowly, unfolding from his seat by the fire like smoke rising, and as he rose, the mask fell away, completely. The white gold scales spread, not just at his temples and upper sleeves, everywhere, along his arms, up his neck, across his cheekbones. His hair lifted in a wind that came from nowhere, platinum white and shimmering. His eyes blazed, not the half-lidded gold of pretended weakness, but the full, searing light of something ancient and enormous. Wings unfurled, white gold, translucent, spanning the width of the campsite, catching the aurora light and refracting it into prisms. The war dragon that had carried Obsidian here made a sound, a low, terrified keen, and dropped to the snow with its head pressed to the ground. The Sky Cavalry officers' mounts did the same. Every dragon, war beast, and fire-blooded creature in the retinue went flat with instinctive, irresistible submission. Obsidian's own dragon blood, the ancient instinct buried in every black dragon's bones, screamed at him to kneel. His legs buckled. He fought it, teeth gritted, muscles locked, but his body was not asking permission. You, he gasped. I am Cerinthius. The voice was no longer soft, no longer human warm. It was the voice of mountains, of deep time, of something that had watched civilizations rise and crumble and rise again. The white gold, the first light, high sovereign of the ancient dragon court, whose bloodline authority supersedes every ducal, royal, and imperial dragon rank in existence. He looked down at Obsidian because Obsidian was on his knees now, unable to resist, with an expression that held no fury, no triumph, just a vast, patient, absolute certainty. I review this marriage contract, Cerinthius said. I find it valid in form and void in spirit. The Duke of Obsidian Eyrie entered a binding agreement with Serafina Ashgrove. He failed to protect, failed to honor, failed to value. He concealed no information, but he refused to perceive information freely given. He enabled the persecution of his contractual partner. He facilitated the destruction of, his voice caught, just once, just barely, of something irreplaceable. The aurora flared above them. The white gold wings spread wider. I declare this contract dissolved, not by clause, not by petition, by sovereign judgment. The woman called Serafina Ashgrove owes nothing further to the House of Drake. No debt, no obligation, no residual bond. She is free. Silence. Obsidian, on his knees in the snow, looked up at Serafina. His silver eyes were wet. His face was broken. Not the cold mask, not the proud duke. A man who had finally, catastrophically, too late understood what he had held and what he had dropped. Serafina, he whispered. She looked down at him and felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not vindication, not triumph. Just the quiet, complete absence of pain. The cauterized place where love had been now healed into smooth scar tissue. "Stand up, Obsidian," she said quietly. "You look pathetic." He stood, his legs shook. She turned away from him, raised her hand, her ash print ring, toward the sky, and spoke the activation phrase for the last thing she'd prepared. The aurora rippled, changed, drew together into a new pattern, not random, not natural, but deliberately composed. Runes, images, a story written in dragonfire across the sky. 6 years ago, the consortium's collapse, the desperate night when every contract failed and the entire Drake Empire hung by a thread, and the anonymous runesmith, small, quiet, working alone in the dark, who had rebuilt it all, who had poured her own blood and magic into seals meant to last centuries, who had taken the backlash and the cost and the slow, patient corrosion onto herself. The sky showed Seraphina's face, her hands tracing runes, her blood sealing contracts, her body absorbing the rebound damage that would, 6 years later, kill her. Every person in Obsidian's retinue saw it, the Sky Cavalry officers, the guards, the healer. They would talk. They would all talk. By the time they returned to the Eyrie, every soul in the Dragon territories would know the silent, invisible Duchess had been the savior all along. The aurora faded. The sky returned to its normal dance of color. Seraphina lowered her hand, turned to Seren, still in his sovereign form, wings shimmering, gold eyes soft as he looked at her. "Take me somewhere warm," she said. He closed his wings, stepped forward, took her hands in both of his, warm, so warm, the white gold fire in his blood pushing back the gray at her fingertips. "Always," he said. They left. Obsidian stood in the snow, surrounded by his kneeling retinue and the distant glow of his shattered pride, and watched them go. Part 11. Aftermath. The news hit the Eyrie like a tidal wave. Celestine's formal hearing took place 3 days after Obsidian's return, conducted by the matriarch, witnessed by the full court, and utterly damning. The blood trace evidence from the cup was irrefutable. The blue flame powder, recovered from Celestine's quarters in quantities sufficient to supply a small army, was presented as physical evidence. 2 witnesses came forward, a servant who had seen Celestine applying the powder to Lucien's hands, and a market vendor who had sold her the compound. Celestine tried to weep, then to rage, then to blame Seraphina, claiming she'd been framed, manipulated, forced into the deception by the Duchess's cruelty. The contract flame basin was brought into the hearing room. Celestine was invited to place her hand in the fire and repeat her claims under oath. She refused. The Oathbreaker's mark on her forearm, already visible, already permanent, pulsed with ugly blue light. She was escorted from the Eyrie under guard. Her destination, a minor holding in the distant south, where she would live out her days with the mark visible to all, unable to enter any dragon-blooded household or participate in any dragonfire ceremony. She was given no farewell, no sympathy. The court that had adored her turned its back with the efficient cruelty of the very fickle. Lucien was another matter. Seraphina had left instructions with the matriarch, quiet, unsigned, but clearly in her hand. The boy was not responsible for his mother's choices. He should be placed with a reputable foster family, his true parentage disclosed to him gently when he was old enough to understand. He should be given a small trust fund, Seraphina specified the amount, and access to education. He should not be used as a political pawn by anyone for any purpose ever again. The matriarch, who respected competence above all things, followed the instructions to the letter. Obsidian opened the treasury on a Thursday. It required a public statement, a formal acknowledgement before the court that the Dragon Gold Consortium's salvation 6 years ago had been the work of Seraphina Ashgrove, runesmith, sealcaster, last heir of the Ashgrove line, that she had worked anonymously, that she had never been compensated, that her husband had never known, never asked, never bothered to look at the woman beside him and wonder if she might be more than the quiet ghost he'd made her. He made the statement. It cost him everything, his pride, his reputation, the careful image of self-made power he had cultivated for a decade. The treasury lock glowed gray, then faded, then opened. Inside, everything was as it should be, except for one addition. A small envelope placed at the front of the vault, sealed with the Ashgrove crest. It contained a single piece of paper. On it, in Seraphina's neat hand, "You're welcome." In the weeks that followed, Obsidian Drake became a different man. Not a good one, not yet, perhaps not ever, but a different one. He dismissed the advisors who had encouraged his coldness. He reorganized the consortium with transparency clauses. He visited the East Wing and did not leave. He sat in her empty room. He touched the pillow where the egg had been. He read the books she'd left behind: philosophy, rune theory, a worn copy of a romance novel with a cracked spine suggesting it had been read many times. He did not chase her again. He understood, finally, belatedly, with the brutal clarity of a man who has run out of self-deception, that chasing was not the same as earning, that he had no right to her forgiveness, her time, or her presence, that the most honorable thing he could do was live with what he'd done and become someone who would not do it again. Whether that person would ever deserve a second look from her was not his decision to make. It was hers. Part 12, The Road Ahead. Seraphina and Saren traveled north. Not aimlessly. There were places. Ancient dragon ruins, predating the modern Ares, where healing rituals beyond current medical knowledge had once been performed. The white gold sovereign's blood gave them access to sites that had been sealed for centuries. His power gave her time. His presence gave her something she had not had in 6 years, someone who saw her fully and stayed. The ash heart corrosion was not cured, not yet. Her vision fluctuated, some days clear, some days gray. The pain came and went. But it was no longer advancing unchecked. Saren's white gold fire pushed back against the decay like a tide against erosion, not reversing the damage, but slowing it enough that hope became rational rather than foolish. "There's a site," Saren said one morning, studying an ancient map over breakfast. They were in a traveler's inn at the edge of the northern wastes, a small, warm place run by a cheerful woman who clearly found them both completely baffling, but was happy to take their coin. 3 days' ride. The old records mention a restoration pool, used by ancient dragons after battle damage, if any of the magic still functions. "If," Seraphina said. She was eating toast. Her appetite had returned, partially. Enough. That's a large if. "I am an optimist." "You are a 1,000-year-old dragon pretending to be an optimist because it makes me less likely to argue with you." He looked at her over the map, his gold eyes crinkled at the corners. "Is it working?" "Marginally." They traveled well together. Better than Seraphina had expected, though perhaps she should have known. He had, after all, lived in her pocket, metaphorically, for weeks as an egg. He knew her rhythms, her silences, the difference between her thinking quiet and her hurting quiet. He knew when to be present and when to be absent, when to fill silence with his low, slightly ridiculous observations about the world. "That bird is judging us. Specifically, it's judging my cloak. It's a bird, Saren, a critical bird. Look at its eyes." And when to simply exist beside her without words. He also knew when she was thinking about the child she'd lost. He never asked, never pushed, just moved closer, a hand on her back, a brush of warmth, and let her feel his presence without the burden of explanation. "You're doing it again," she said one evening, sitting by a fire in the ruins of some ancient structure. "Doing what?" "Being perfect in ways specifically calibrated to make me attached to you." He set down his tea, looked at her with complete seriousness. "Would you prefer I be imperfect?" "I'd prefer you be honest about whether this," she gestured between them, "is strategy or sincerity." He was quiet for a moment. The fire crackled. Shadows moved on stone walls carved with runes so old even Seraphina couldn't read them all. "When I was in the shell," he said softly, "I could hear you. Not words, feelings. I could feel your heartbeat, your warmth, your sadness." He looked at the fire. "I was dying. My injuries were severe, from the old war. I had sealed myself to heal, but the healing wasn't working. I was fading." "Then what happened?" You picked me up. He said it simply, as if it were simple. And your warmth, your magic, your care did what centuries of self-healing couldn't. It wasn't strategic, what you did. You just refused to let something die alone on a street corner. He met her eyes. I fell in love with you before I could see your face. Everything after that, the strategy, the performance, the letting you protect me, was just trying to stay close enough to matter to you. She was quiet for a long time. That's not fair, she said at last. You can't say things like that and expect me to maintain emotional distance. I don't want you to maintain emotional distance. I know, that's why it's not fair. He moved closer, slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. His hand found hers, warm, steady. The white gold fire in his blood hummed against her skin, not painful, not demanding, just present. I'm not asking for anything, he said. I'm not Obsidian. I don't need you to perform a role or fill a position or be anything other than exactly what you are. His thumb traced the back of her hand. I just want to be where you are, for as long as you'll have me. She leaned into him, just slightly, just enough that her shoulder pressed against his arm and his warmth seeped into her bones. You put eggshell fragments in my luggage, she said. I did. So I couldn't leave without you. A precaution. A manipulation. A romantic precaution. She smiled, small, real, hidden against his shoulder. Fine, she said. Stay. For how long? For as long as I'm interesting. Then forever, he said. Because I've been alive for 1,000 years, and you're the most interesting thing I've ever found. She would have argued, but he'd turned his head just slightly, just enough that his lips brushed her temple, and the argument dissolved into warmth. They rode on the next morning. The dragon-boned stallion, who had developed an aggressive preference for Sirin's horse treats and an equally aggressive disdain for Obsidian's family colors, it had once kicked a man wearing a Drake crest pin, carried them north through the snow. Seraphina rode in front, Sirin behind, arms around her waist, chin on her shoulder, occasionally narrating the landscape in deliberately terrible poetry. That mountain looks like a nose, a majestic nose, the nose of a god who sneezed and created geography. Her right eye was still dim, her left was clear, the pain was manageable. The future was uncertain, but no longer empty. She had left behind a sealed treasury, a disgraced rival, a husband on his knees, and a court that would never forget the sky-written truth. She carried with her a medicine box, a book of rune theory, a bag of eggshell fragments tucked into the bottom of her pack, and a 1,000-year-old dragon disguised as the most beautiful man alive, wearing her old cloak like a talisman. She was not a duchess, not a wife, not a ghost. She was a runesmith, an ash grove, a woman who had seen the bottom and chosen deliberately to climb. And somewhere ahead, 3 days' ride through ancient ruins and snow-covered passes, there was a chance, not a guarantee, not a certainty, but a chance. That was enough. For now, that was enough. Epilogue. Shell fragments. The restoration pool worked. Not instantly. Sirin had warned her it wouldn't be instant. Ancient dragon healing is patient magic, he said, waist-deep in glowing water that smelled of ozone and starlight. It works on the principle that time can be convinced to move differently around a wound. That's not a medical explanation. I'm a dragon, not a healer. I think in metaphors. But it worked. Over days, then weeks, the gray receded from her blood. The corrosion slowed, then stopped, then began to reverse. Her right eye cleared. The metallic taste faded from her mouth. The fatigue lifted like fog burning off at dawn. She was not cured overnight. It took months of treatments, of traveling between ancient sites, of Sirin feeding her white gold fire, and the old pools feeding her life back to her one day at a time. But it worked. By spring, she could see clearly from both eyes. By summer, the pain was gone. By autumn, the healer she visited, a different one in a different city far from the Eyrie, pronounced her in remission. Whatever you've been doing, the healer said, studying her blood sample with undisguised amazement. Keep doing it. I'll try, she said. It mostly involves letting a dragon fuss over me. She built a life, not in the Eyrie, never again there, but in the world. She took commissions as a runesmith under her own name. The Ashgrove name, which had been thought lost, turned out to carry considerable weight when attached to a living, breathing practitioner. She was sought after, respected, paid well. She had her own workshop, her own home, her own staff. She had friends, other runesmiths, merchants, scholars, women she could laugh with, men who admired her work and occasionally, charmingly, tried to court her, only to be met with the polite but unmovable wall of the white gold dragon, who appeared at her shoulder with a cup of tea and a smile that was 90% territorial and 10% innocent. You scared off another one, she told him one evening. I merely offered him tea. Gold eyes, guileless. You offered him tea while manifesting scales on your neck. I have a skin condition. You have a jealousy condition. Also, yes. He set down his own tea and pulled her chair slightly, very slightly, closer to his. Is it a problem? She looked at him. The most powerful being in the known world, dressed in her old cloak, now thoroughly worn out and patched 6 times, sitting in her workshop like a very beautiful house cat who had decided this was where it lived. No, she said, it's ridiculous, but it's not a problem. He smiled. The real one. The full one. She received a letter from the matriarch once a year. Brief, formal, informative. The consortium was stable. The Eyrie was functioning. Lucien was happy with his foster family. Bright, kind, showing an aptitude for music. Celestine, the matriarch wrote, had not vanished into comfort. The Oathbreaker's mark kept every dragon household shut to her, and she now earned her keep copying harmless estate ledgers in a southern chapel, wearing long sleeves even in summer. It was not forgiveness. It was consequence, slow enough to teach. Obsidian's name appeared rarely in these letters. When it did, it was in passing. Brief mentions of policy changes, structural reforms, charitable acts that seemed deliberately designed to address the specific failures of his past. He did not write to her directly, not once. She respected that. It was the first genuinely thoughtful thing he'd done in their entire acquaintance. One evening, years later, in the home she'd built, surrounded by her work and her life, and the particular warmth of a man who still kept eggshell fragments in his pocket for sentimental reasons, she found herself thinking about the beginning. A Tuesday, a gray diagnosis, a cold egg on a colder street. You're thinking loudly, Surin murmured from behind her. He was stretched on the sofa, reading, or pretending to read. His gold eyes watched her over the page. I'm thinking about how close everything was, she said. How easily it could have gone differently. But it didn't. But it could have. But it didn't. He set down the book, opened his arms. An invitation, not a demand. Come here. She went, settled against him, warm, alive, both of them alive. I'm glad I picked up that egg, she said. I'm glad you did too. His lips pressed to the top of her head. Though I maintain that I did significant work from inside the shell, the medicine bottle pushing alone. You want credit for rolling into my medicine box? It was a very purposeful roll. She laughed. He held her tighter. Outside, snow fell, gentle, white, harmless. Not everything was perfect. She still had checkups, still carried the faint scars of corrosion in her blood, like hairline cracks in porcelain, mended, but visible if you knew where to look. She still sometimes woke at night with the echo of cold stone beneath her and the memory of a small absence. But she was alive, she was free, she was loved, not with the brittle, performative passion of a man who only valued what he'd lost, but with the steady, patient, slightly ridiculous devotion of a dragon who had decided, from inside an eggshell, that she was worth the next 1,000 years. That was more than enough. That was everything. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Alpha Regret, and Chosen Love Werewolf Romance. Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Part 1. The Winter Flame Feast. Chapter 1. The Betrothal That Wasn't. The honey nut cakes stood in a 6-tier tower at the edge of the feast table, and Soot had already noticed them. Seraphina Voss stood at the far end of the great hall of Ashenmere Keep, dressed in her only formal coat, a dark wool surcoat with a high collar that hid the scar running from her left ear to her collarbone, and she held a black cat against her chest like a soldier holds a shield. The cat's name was Soot. Soot did not care about the betrothal feast. Soot cared about the honey nut cakes. The Winter Flame Feast was the single largest social event of the Southern Noble calendar, a night when every Dragon Rider family from the Amber Coast to the Greyvale Marshes gathered under enchanted firelight to announce alliances, seal marriages, toast military victories, and most importantly, show off. The Great Hall of Ashenmere Keep had been decorated in red and gold silk banners, each one embroidered with the twin flame crest of House Hareth. Dragonfire candelabras hung from iron chains bolted to the vaulted ceiling, casting everything in a warm amber glow that made even the ugliest lord look halfway tolerable. Long tables ran the length of the room, loaded with roast venison, spiced wine, crystallized ginger, and towering over it all, the honey nut cake display, which was meant to be served after the betrothal announcement. The betrothal announcement. Seraphina shifted her weight from one boot to the other. Her boots were military issue. They had mud on them. She had not had time to clean them because she had ridden 6 days straight from the northern frontier to be here. And when she had arrived at the keep 3 hours ago, the servants had looked at her as though she were a stray dog that had wandered in through the kitchen. No one had prepared a room for her. No one had laid out a dress. No one had told her that the seating arrangement had been changed and her place at the head table had been given to someone else. She had found all of this out by standing in the doorway of the great hall and watching a red-haired woman in a scarlet silk gown take the chair beside Aldrich Hareth, the chair that was supposed to be hers. Aldrich. Herr Betrothed. Her former betrothed, apparently. She watched him now from across the room. Aldrich Hareth was, by any honest measure, a handsome man. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a strong jaw and dark copper hair swept back from a high forehead. He wore a formal military coat of deep crimson with gold braiding at the shoulders, and on his chest. Seraphina's fingers tightened around Soot. On his chest, he wore 3 medals: the Iron Fang for holding the Greyvale Bridge, the Silver Gate for the defense of Thornwall, and the Winterflame Star for the 3-day siege of Dragonfire Pass. Those were her medals. She had earned every single one of them on the frontier, leading her cavalry through fire and blood and frozen mud, and Aldrich Hareth had taken them off her record and pinned them to his own coat like decorations for a feast. Soot's ears flattened. The cat could feel the tension in her arms. "Easy," Seraphina murmured. Her voice was low and quiet, the kind of voice that did not carry in a crowded room, which was fine because no one in this room was listening to her anyway. She had known something was wrong when the letters stopped. For 2 months before the feast, Aldrich's correspondence had gone from warm to formal to non-existent. His last letter had been 3 lines long. "The Winterflame Feast will proceed as planned. Your presence is expected. Wear something appropriate." She had not owned anything appropriate. She still didn't. The surcoat was clean, the boots were not. The cat was well fed, which was more than she could say for herself. She had given her last ration biscuit to Soot somewhere around the 4th day of riding because the cat had looked at her with those enormous golden eyes, and she was apparently incapable of saying no to a small animal with fluffy ears. This was the great irony of Seraphina Voss. She could say no to a charging warhorse, a collapsing siege wall, a screaming battalion of enemy soldiers, and a Dragonfire bombardment that had turned the entire eastern flank of Dragonfire Pass into a lake of molten stone. She could not say no to a cat that wanted a biscuit. "Commander Voss." The voice came from behind her. She turned. A steward in House Hareth livery stood at her elbow, looking deeply uncomfortable. He was young, maybe 20, with a thin mustache he was clearly very proud of and a nervous habit of pulling at his cuffs. Lord Herath requests that you come to the front of the hall, the steward said. He wishes to make an announcement. I know what the announcement is, Seraphina said. The steward blinked. You do? It's a betrothal feast. He's going to announce a betrothal. She paused. It's just not going to be ours. The steward's face went through a complicated sequence of emotions. Confusion, then realization, then pity. Then the particular kind of discomfort that occurs when a young man realizes he has been sent to fetch a woman to her own humiliation, and he does not have the rank to refuse the errand. I'm sorry, he said very quietly. Don't be. Seraphina adjusted soot in her arms. The cat had begun to purr, which meant it had spotted something interesting, probably the honey nut cakes. Lead the way. The walk from the back of the hall to the front was approximately 40 paces. It felt like 40 miles. Seraphina kept her eyes forward, her chin level, her shoulders square. She had learned a long time ago that the way you carry yourself matters more than what you're wearing, and what she was carrying right now. Beneath the calm exterior, beneath the mud-caked boots and the high-collared surcoat and the purring cat, was a cold, heavy certainty that settled in her stomach like an iron weight. He was going to reject her publicly, in front of everyone. She had considered briefly not coming to the front of the hall. She had considered leaving, walking out the door, mounting her horse, and riding back to the frontier where the people who loved her were waiting. And the only thing that tried to humiliate her was the weather. But Aldrich had her command token. He had her transfer orders. He had her war medals, and, as of tonight, he was going to have her cavalry. The female cavalry of Dragonfire Pass, the Iron Maidens, the common soldiers called them, was technically a noble-sponsored military unit, and the sponsorship was tied to the betrothal contract. If the betrothal dissolved, sponsorship reverted to the male party's house, which meant that if Aldrich rejected her tonight, House Herath would take command of the 63 women she had trained, bled with, frozen with, and dragged out of burning siege lines with her own hands. She was not going to let that happen. She reached the front of the hall. Aldrich stood on the raised dais where the head table was set, and beside him sat the red-haired woman in the scarlet gown. Up close, the woman was striking. High cheekbones, sharp green eyes, skin like porcelain, and a bearing that suggested she had never in her life carried her own luggage. Her gown was cut from silk so fine it seemed to breathe, and at her throat hung a pendant of red dragon scales set in gold. Red dragon blood. Old money. The kind of family that traced their lineage back to the first dragon rider packs and never let anyone forget it. The woman looked at Seraphina. Her gaze moved from the mud-caked boots to the military surcoat to the black cat, and her expression arranged itself into something that was not quite contempt, but was definitely not respect. Seraphina, Aldrich said. His voice was warm. That was the worst part. He sounded exactly the way he had sounded when he had asked her to marry him. Gentle, steady, sincere. As though what he was about to do was reasonable. As though she would understand. Aldrich, she said. I'm glad you came. I wanted you to hear this from me. I'm hearing it. He took a breath. The hall had gone quiet. 300 nobles, dragon riders, military officers, and their assorted attendants were watching. The dragonfire candelabras flickered. Someone at a nearby table set down their wine glass with a soft clink. The betrothal between our houses, Aldrich said, will not proceed. A murmur rippled through the hall. Not surprise. Seraphina could tell from the way the murmur moved that most of the guests had already known. They had been told before she arrived. The announcement was not for them. It was for her. I have the highest respect for your service to the kingdom, Aldrich continued. Your courage on the frontier is beyond question. But a marriage is not a battlefield, and I must choose a partner who is suited to. He hesitated, searching for the right word. Say it, Seraphina said. Aldrich's jaw tightened. I will not marry a blood-stained battle axe. The hall went completely silent. Soot stopped purring. Seraphina looked at Aldrich Herath, at the man she had loved for 3 years, the man she had written letters to from frozen siege camps, the man she had imagined building a life with when the wars were over. And she felt the last thread of that love snap cleanly, like a bowstring cut with a sharp knife. It did not hurt the way she expected. It hurt the way an old wound hurts when you finally pull the stitches out. A bright, clean sting, and then nothing. All right, she said. Aldrich blinked. He had expected tears. Everyone in the hall had expected tears. The red-haired woman had already arranged her face into an expression of gracious sympathy, the kind of look a woman gives another woman when she wants the audience to see how merciful she is. "All right," Aldrich repeated. "You don't want to marry me," Serafina said. "I heard you. I understand the words. They were not complicated." A ripple of uncertain laughter moved through the nearest tables. Aldrich's expression shifted. He had rehearsed this moment, she could tell, and her reaction was not following his script. "Serafina, I know this is difficult." "It's not difficult. You said no. I don't beg." She turned to leave, and that was when the ring box appeared. It was sitting on the edge of the head table, a small velvet box in deep red, positioned next to the red-haired woman's wine glass. The new betrothal ring, the replacement. Aldrich must have had it ready, waiting for the moment the old betrothal was formally dissolved so he could announce the new one. Soot saw the box. Soot was a cat. Cats do not understand the social significance of betrothal rings. What cats understand is that small objects on the edges of tables are inherently suspicious and must be investigated. Before Serafina could react, Soot launched himself from her arms, landed on the white tablecloth with the grace of a small, furry cannonball, and trotted directly toward the ring box. His long black tail swept behind him like a banner. "Get that animal," the red-haired woman started. Soot's tail caught the ring box. The box tumbled off the edge of the table. The lid popped open, and the ring, a ruby and gold band that probably cost more than Serafina's entire military salary, rolled out, bounced twice on the stone floor, arced upward in a glittering red trajectory, and landed directly in the center of the six-tiered honey nut cake tower. The hall watched in collective, horrified silence as the ring sank slowly into the top tier, leaving a small crater in the honey glaze. The red-haired woman stared at the cake. Aldrich stared at the cake. 300 nobles stared at the cake. Soot sat down on the tablecloth, curled his tail around his paws, and began to wash his face. The red-haired woman stood up. Her scarlet gown rustled. She looked at the cake tower, then at Aldrich, then back at the cake tower. "My ring is in the cake." "I can see that," Aldrich said through his teeth. "Well, get it out." Aldrich turned to a steward. "Get the ring." The steward looked at the cake tower. The tower was 6 tiers high, glazed in honey, studded with candied nuts, and the ring was somewhere in the top tier, buried under 2 inches of almond paste and sticky glaze. There was no way to retrieve it without destroying the display. "My lord, if I may," the steward began. "I'll get it myself," the red-haired woman said, and she reached into the top tier of the cake with both hands. Her fingers, adorned with 3 gold rings and a dragon scale bracelet, sank into honey glaze up to the second knuckle. She dug. Honey oozed between her fingers. Almond paste stuck to her bracelet. A chunk of cake fell and landed on the tablecloth with a wet splat. The entire Southern Dragon Rider aristocracy watched Lady Virena Ashcliffe of the Red Dragon bloodline fish through a honey nut cake with both hands, while her new betrothed stood beside her looking as though he wanted the floor to open and swallow him. Serafina, standing at the foot of the dais with no cat and no ring and no betrothal, felt the corner of her mouth twitch. It was not a smile. Serafina Voss did not smile in public, but it was close. "Got it," Virena announced, pulling the ring free. Honey dripped from her fingers onto the scarlet silk of her gown. She held the ring up triumphantly, and then noticed the honey. On her hands, on her bracelet, on her gown, on the edge of her chin, where she had accidentally touched her face. A single candied almond was stuck to her left earlobe. Aldrich closed his eyes. At the nearest table, someone made a noise that might have been a cough, but was definitely a laugh. It was at this precise moment, while Virena Ashcliffe was standing at the head table with honey on her chin and an almond on her ear, while Aldrich Hareth was visibly reconsidering every life decision that had led to this moment, and while Soot was calmly eating a piece of cake that had fallen on the tablecloth, that a man at one of the side tables reached for the black cat. "Filthy animal," the man muttered. He was a minor lord, red-faced from wine, with the thick hands of someone who had never done manual labor but liked to pretend he had. Someone should drown it. His hand closed around Soot's scruff. Soot yowled. Serafina moved. She did not think about it. 3 years on the frontier had burned away the gap between thought and action. Her body moved the way a blade moves when the hand is trained, and she was across the distance in 2 steps, one hand catching the man's wrist, the other sweeping the scabbard of her sword across the back of his knees. The minor lord went down. His knees hit the stone floor with a crack that echoed through the silent hall. His wrist was locked in Serafina's grip, bent at an angle that was not quite painful, but was 1 degree away from it. She plucked soot from his other hand, tucked the cat against her side, and held the man's wrist for 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Long enough for every person in the hall to see that she had not struggled, had not hurried, had not broken a sweat. Then she let go. The man scrambled backward, cradling his wrist. The laughter died. The hall was silent again, but it was a different kind of silence now. Not anticipation, not amusement. This was the silence of 300 people remembering, all at once, that the woman standing at the foot of the dais was not a rejected bride. She was the blade of the gate, the woman who had held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days with 63 cavalry soldiers against a force 5 times their number. And the only reason half of them were alive to attend this feast was because she had stood between their lands and destruction and refused to move. Serafina set soot on her shoulder. The cat settled there like he belonged, his tail curling around the back of her neck. She looked up at Aldrich. "My sword," she said. Aldrich stared at her. "What?" "My sword, my frontier command token, my war medals, and the transfer order for my female cavalry." "Serafina, this is not the time. You dissolved the betrothal. The sponsorship clause is void. My cavalry is mine, my medals are mine, my command token is mine. I want them back, now." "The transfer has already been processed." "Processed by whom?" Aldrich's mouth opened and closed. Beside him, Virena was wiping honey from her fingers with a cloth napkin and watching the exchange with the sharp attention of a woman who has realized that the evening's entertainment has changed direction. "The transfer was filed with the Southern Military Authority this morning," Aldrich said carefully. "The cavalry of Dragonfire Pass has been reassigned to House Herath's direct command." "This morning," Serafina repeated, "before the betrothal was dissolved, before you announced it tonight." Another murmur. This one was different, darker, uneasy. Filing a military transfer before the formal dissolution of a betrothal was technically legal, but it was also the kind of move that made people look at you sideways, because it meant you had planned the rejection in advance and moved to seize the military assets before the other party could object. Aldrich had planned this. He had planned to reject her, and he had planned to take her cavalry, and he had timed it so that by the time she found out, the paperwork would already be done. Serafina felt her disaster sense pulse. It came the way it always came, a cold wash across the back of her skull, a ringing in her ears like a distant bell, and then the lines. She could see them, faint golden threads overlaid on the real world, marking stress points, weak links, imminent failures. It was not magic, not exactly. The military physicians had called it hypervigilance, a survival adaptation from too many years of anticipating siege collapses and ambush angles. Serafina called it useful. Right now, the lines were showing her something interesting. The Great Hall's winter flame hanging frame, a massive iron and oak decorative structure suspended from the ceiling above the dais, hung with banners and dragonfire lamps, was supported by 4 chains. 3 of the chains were solid. The 4th, the secondary support chain on the far left, was not. She could see the stress fracture running through the 3rd link. She could see the slight sway that indicated the bolt had worked loose. She could read the path of the falling frame as clearly as a battlefield map. If the chain failed on its own, the whole structure would swing sideways, crash into the dais, and take out the head table, the cake display, Aldrich, Virena, and approximately a dozen other nobles. 3 breaths. Serafina drew her sword. The hall gasped. Aldrich stepped back. 2 guards near the dais reached for their weapons. Serafina did not attack anyone. She turned, measured the angle, and threw. The sword spun through the air in a clean arc and struck the weakened secondary chain, 2 links above the stress fracture. The chain snapped, not where it was about to fail, but where she had cut it, at a controlled point. The hanging frame lurched, swung on its remaining 3 chains, and came down at a controlled angle, crashing into an open area to the right of the dais where no one was standing. It landed on the Dragonbone display. House Herath's Dragonbone display was a large glass and oak case positioned at the edge of the dais, filled with what Aldrich's family claimed were authentic, ancient dragon bones recovered from their ancestral territory. The bones had been a centerpiece of the family's prestige for 3 generations, proof of their dragon rider heritage and their connection to the old wars. The hanging frame smashed through the glass case, the dragon bones scattered across the stone floor, and as they scattered, something became very clear to everyone in the hall. The bones were fake. They were carved from cattle bone and painted with mineral dust to look like dragon-scale marrow. The paint flaked off on impact, revealing the pale yellow of ordinary cow femurs beneath. Silence. Deep, absolute, mortifying silence. A repair craftsman near the far wall, a thin, nervous man in a leather apron who had been standing by in case any of the decorations needed adjustment during the feast, went pale. "The maintenance funds," someone said. A lord from a nearby table, standing up, pointing at the scattered fake bones. House Herath received a grant from the Southern Military Authority for the upkeep of the Dragonbone collection 3 years running. Where did the money go? All eyes turned to Aldrich. Aldrich's face had gone from furious to bloodless. He looked at the fake bones, then at the craftsman, then at Seraphina, who was standing in the wreckage with her hand out. Her sword had embedded itself in the wooden frame. She pulled it free, checked the edge, and sheathed it. "Your maintenance grants were embezzled," she said, "by your household, and those," she nodded at the fake bones, "are cow." The craftsman, under the combined gaze of 300 nobles, cracked. "It was Lord Herath's steward," he blurted. "He told me to replace the bones 2 years ago and keep silent. The maintenance funds went to the household treasury. I have the receipts. I kept them. I kept all of them." The hall erupted. Seraphina walked through the chaos. She stepped up onto the dais, past the shouting nobles and the horrified stewards and the scattered fake dragon bones, and she stopped in front of Aldrich. He was taller than her. He had always been taller than her. But right now, with the wreckage around them and the truth about his family's fraud spreading through the hall like fire through dry grass, he seemed smaller than she had ever seen him. "My sword," she said again, "my command token, my war medals, and my cavalry transfer order. I'm taking them now." "You can't. The betrothal is dissolved. Your sponsorship claim is void because it was filed before formal dissolution, which violates Article 12 of the Southern Military Code. Your family's maintenance fraud gives me grounds to petition for immediate return of all military assets held under false pretenses. I will have my cavalry back tonight, or I will file a formal grievance with the Southern Military Authority tomorrow morning, and I will bring the craftsman, his receipts, and every person in this hall who just watched your fake dragon bones fall apart." Aldrich looked at her. For a moment, just a moment, she saw something in his eyes that might have been regret, or it might have been the realization that he had made a terrible, irreversible mistake. "Fine," he said. He turned to his steward, a different steward, not the thin man in the apron but the head of household, a stocky man with a gray beard and panicked eyes, and gave a short, sharp order. The steward hurried away and returned with a leather chest. Inside the chest were her command token, a bronze disc stamped with the seal of Dragonfire Pass. Her war medals, the Iron Fang, the Silver Gate, the Winterflame Star, all 3 of them, the real ones, not the copies Aldrich had been wearing on his coat, and the cavalry transfer order still unsigned. Seraphina took the chest. She tucked it under her arm, the same way she held Soot, firmly, protectively, with the certainty of someone who would not let go. She looked at the medals on Aldrich's coat, the copies. He was still wearing them. She did not say anything about them. Not yet. She turned and walked down from the dais. The hall parted for her like water. Chapter 2. The Dragon in the Snowstorm. She made it as far as the courtyard before the shaking started. It was not fear. It was not sadness. It was adrenaline. 3 years of it, all the adrenaline she had been storing up since the day she rode south from the frontier, condensed into a single tremor that started in her hands and worked its way up to her shoulders. Soot meowed and pressed his face against her neck. "I know," she said. "I know." The courtyard of Ashenmere Keep was wide and cobblestoned, surrounded by high walls and open to the sky. Snow was falling, fat, heavy flakes that caught the light from the keep's windows and glowed like sparks. The air smelled of cold iron, wood smoke, and the faint sulfur tang of dragon fire that always lingered around Dragonrider estates. Seraphina set the leather chest on a stone bench, sat down beside it, and held her cat. She breathed. In, out, in, out. The way she had taught herself to breathe after battle, when the killing was done and the survivors were counting bodies and the world was too loud and too bright and too alive. She was not going to cry. She had made that decision somewhere between the dais and the courtyard door, and she was going to hold to it because she was Seraphina Voss, the Blade of the Gate, and she did not cry in courtyards while holding a cat and a box of medals. She was going to sit here for 5 minutes, she was going to breathe, and then she was going to find a horse, ride to wherever her cavalry was bivouacked, show them the command token, and take her soldiers back. That was the plan. For approximately 90 seconds, the plan was enough. 90 seconds was how long it took for the snowstorm to change. Seraphina felt it before she saw it, a pressure drop, sudden and immense, like the air had been punched. The snow stopped falling. The flakes hung in the air for a heartbeat, suspended, and then the wind hit. It came from the north, and it carried with it a sound that Seraphina had heard only once before in her life, during the siege of Dragonfire Pass, when the enemy had deployed their war dragons against her position. Wings. Enormous wings, beating against the storm. She stood. Soot dug his claws into her shoulder. The leather chest fell off the bench. She didn't pick it up. The sky above Ashenmere Keep split open. A dragon came through the clouds. It was not like the war dragons she had fought on the frontier. Those were young drakes, 30 feet from nose to tail, fast and vicious but manageable. This was something else entirely. This was an ancient, and it was vast. Its wingspan blotted out the snow. Its scales were black as obsidian, but shot through with fissures of molten gold that glowed like lava cracks in cooling stone. Its eyes were burning amber, each one the size of a tower shield, and they swept the courtyard with the focused, predatory intelligence of a creature that had been alive longer than the castle it was landing on. It descended through the snowstorm like a falling mountain, and every dragon in the keep's stable, 6 young drakes, 2 war mounts, and a courier breed, screamed and pressed their bellies to the floor. The ancient dragon landed on the keep's outer wall. The stone groaned under its weight. Frost cracked. Mortar dust sifted down. It folded its wings, slowly, deliberately, the way a king closes the doors of his throne room, and looked down at the courtyard. At Seraphina. At the black cat on her shoulder. At the leather chest on the ground. The dragon's enormous head tilted. Its molten gold eyes narrowed. Then the air around it shimmered, the way heat shimmers above a forge, and the dragon was gone. In its place, standing on the outer wall with one boot on the stone and one hand resting on the parapet with absolute ease, was a man. He was tall, not tall the way Aldrich was tall, with the broad-shouldered, carefully maintained build of a southern nobleman who spent his mornings in the training yard and his afternoons being fitted for clothes. This man was tall the way a blade is long, lean, dangerous, built for speed and precision and the particular kind of violence that does not announce itself before it arrives. His hair was black, shot through with streaks of dark gold that caught the firelight from the keep's windows. His skin was tanned to a deep bronze, marked with faint lines at the jaw and temples that might have been age or might have been something else entirely. His eyes were dark gold, vertical pupilled, and they caught the light the way a predator's eyes catch the light in the dark. He wore a long coat of black leather and dragon scale, belted at the waist with a chain of dark iron, and at his throat hung a pendant of raw obsidian set in molten gold. He smelled, even from 20 feet away, even through the snow and the wood smoke, of cold iron, volcanic ash, and something deep and hot and old, like the heart of a mountain. He looked at Seraphina. She looked at him. Soot hissed. The man jumped down from the wall. It was a 20-foot drop. He landed on the cobblestones without a sound, straightened, and walked toward her with the unhurried pace of someone who has never once in his very long life needed to rush. "You're bleeding," he said. His voice was low, smooth, and carried an undertone of heat. Not warmth precisely, but the kind of radiant energy that comes off cooling metal. It was the voice of someone who was used to being listened to and did not particularly care whether you wanted to or not. Serafina looked down. He was right. During the incident with the hanging frame, a shard of glass from the Dragonbone display case had sliced through the cuff of her surcoat and opened a thin cut across her forearm. She hadn't noticed. "It's shallow," she said. "I didn't say it was deep." He stopped 3 paces from her. Up close, the vertical pupils were more pronounced and the scent of volcanic ash was stronger. "I said you're bleeding. In a courtyard, alone, holding a cat and a box of medals. After your betrothed just called you a blood-stained battle axe in front of 300 people. You were listening." "I was landing on the roof. Sound carries." Serafina studied him. Her disaster sense was quiet. No golden lines, no ringing, no cold wash. Whatever this man was, her instincts were not reading him as an immediate threat, which was either very reassuring or very alarming. "Who are you?" she asked. "Kaeldrith," he said. "Kaeldrith of the Obsidian Reach." A pause. "Some people call me the Dragon King of the North." "The Black Gold Ancient," Serafina said. She had heard of him. Everyone on the frontier had heard of him. The oldest living Dragon King, ruler of the volcanic dragon nest in the far north, where the fire veins ran hot beneath the stone and the dragon eggs slept in beds of molten rock. He was a legend. He was also apparently real and standing in front of her in a snowstorm. "You know my title," he said. "Good. Then you know I don't come south for small reasons." "What's your reason?" "Dragon Fat Wax tribute from the Amber Coast hasn't arrived in 3 seasons. Frontier battle records have been altered, and the fire veins in my dragon nest are behaving in ways that concern me." His dark gold eyes moved from her face to the leather chest on the ground. "I came to inspect. I landed here because the feast gave me an audience. And I stayed because I saw a woman control a room full of armed nobles with a scabbard and a thrown sword, prevent a structural collapse before anyone else noticed the fault, expose a fraud, and reclaim her military assets, all while holding a cat." Soot, from Serafina's shoulder, gave a smug chirp. "I have questions about the frontier battle records," Kaeldrith said. "And I have a problem in the north that requires someone with sharp eyes, fast reactions, and..." He glanced at the cut on her arm, "a tolerance for getting hurt." "Are you offering me a job?" "I'm inviting you to the Northern Dragon Nest to investigate the fire vein abnormalities. Your disaster sense is well known on the frontier." "My disaster sense is well known everywhere," Serafina said flatly. "The Southern nobles call me a disaster bringer." "The Southern nobles call you many things. Most of them are inaccurate." He stepped closer, not aggressively, but with the deliberate, measured movement of someone testing a boundary. "I watched you in that hall, Commander. You saw the chain 3 breaths before it failed. You chose the angle that would bring the frame down safely. You controlled the collapse. That's what disaster sense does." "No, that's what you do with disaster sense. The ability is a tool. The judgment is yours." His eyes held hers. "Come north. Bring your cat. Bring your sword. Bring your cavalry transfer order if you need it processed by an authority higher than the Southern Military Code." Serafina considered this. She considered the fact that she was standing in a snowstorm with no horse, no lodging, no allies in the Southern Court, and a freshly dissolved betrothal. She considered the fact that her cavalry was still technically under House Herath's jurisdiction until the transfer order was formally reversed. She considered the fact that the man standing in front of her was the most powerful Dragon King on the continent, and he was offering her exactly what she needed: a position, an authority, and a reason to leave the South behind. She also considered the fact that he was, objectively, the most striking man she had ever seen, and she was absolutely not going to think about that right now. "Conditions," she said. His eyebrows rose. "Conditions. I bring my cat, my sword, and my cavalry transfer order. I receive an independent tent, a military position, and direct access to the fire vein sites. I am not a maid. I am not a collectible. I am not a decoration for your court. I will work as a military officer, or I will not work at all." Kaeldrith looked at her for a long moment. The snow fell around them. The wind caught his coat and hers, sending them snapping in opposite directions, his black, hers dark gray, both of them sharp against the white. Then the corner of his mouth curved. It was not a smile. It was the expression of someone who has found something rare and is deciding how much to let the owner know it. "Agreed," he said. "All conditions." "Then he accepts." "Good." He turned toward the keep gate. "We leave at dawn. Try not to bleed on my dragon." He walked away into the snow. Soot on Serafina's shoulder made a low, contemplative sound. The sound a cat makes when it is not entirely sure what just happened, but is willing to go along with it as long as there is food involved. Serafina picked up the leather chest, held it against her side, and looked at the keep behind her. Through the windows, she could see the winter flame feast continuing. The shouting, the chaos, the scattered fake dragon bones. She could see Aldrich at the head table, trying to restore order. She could see Virena wiping honey from her hands. She could see the stewards scrambling. She turned her back on all of it. "Let's go find a warm corner," she told Soot. "We have an early morning." Chapter 3. The Departure. Dawn came gray and cold, and Serafina met it standing in the courtyard with her old campaign chest on one shoulder, her sword on her hip, her command token in her coat pocket, and Soot in a sling she had fashioned from a spare horse blanket. The sling had been necessary because Soot, upon being introduced to the concept of early morning departures, had expressed his displeasure by going completely boneless and refusing to support his own body weight. He was currently draped in the sling like a furry black sandbag, his golden eyes half closed, his tail hanging over the edge. She had found him 18 months ago in the ruins of a farmstead east of Dragonfire Pass. The farmstead had been hit by a raider skirmish, one of the small, vicious attacks that came every few weeks along the frontier. Too small to warrant a full military response, but too deadly for the farmers to handle alone. By the time Serafina and her cavalry arrived, the house was burned, the family was dead, and the only living thing in the wreckage was a kitten. He had been tiny, a palm-sized scrap of black fur and fury wedged under a collapsed roof beam, hissing at the fire. She had reached into the wreckage, pulled him out, and tucked him inside her armor, against her chest, where he had immediately stopped hissing and started purring. He had not left her side since. He did not solve mysteries. He did not rescue people. He did not perform tricks or carry messages or do anything remotely useful in a military context. He was a cat. He slept 18 hours a day. He complained about food. He hated loud noises. He liked hiding inside her cloak, and he had an unerring instinct for sitting on the most important document in any room. He was the only thing in her life that did not require her to be strong, and she loved him with the kind of fierce, uncomplicated devotion that she could not seem to direct at anything else. "Commander." The voice came from the keep gate. Serafina turned. They were standing in a line by the gate, 7 women in cavalry armor, their horses behind them, their faces set in the particular expression of soldiers who have made a decision and will not be talked out of it. Serafina recognized every face. Lieutenant Marin Arsk, her heavy armored shield commander, built like a stone wall, calm as deep water, and capable of evacuating a civilian column through hostile territory with the efficiency of a woman sorting laundry. She had a wide jaw, brown hair cropped short beneath her helmet, and the kind of steady brown eyes that made frightened people stop running and listen. Captain Dagna Vale, her mounted archer, outgoing, sharp-tongued, and possessed of a laugh that could be heard across a battlefield. She had bright red-brown hair, a spray of freckles, and a gap between her front teeth that she refused to hide because, as she said, it gives my insults better airflow. Dr. Thessaly Cade, the military physician, cold-faced, ruthless with a suture needle, and the only person in the cavalry who had ever made Serafina sit down and submit to a medical examination by threatening to put a laxative in her field rations. She was thin, precise, with steel gray hair pulled back tight and spectacles that she peered over the top of when she wanted someone to feel judged. Behind them were 4 more: Sergeant Hala, the horse handler, Corporal Wynne, the scout, Private Lara, the youngest member of the unit who had joined at 17 and was now 20 and looked like she might cry, and Private Rost, who never looked like she might cry because her face appeared to have been designed specifically to discourage emotion. "What are you doing?" Serafina asked. "Standing in the snow," Dagna said. "What does it look like?" "It looks like 7 soldiers who are supposed to be in their bivouac." "We were in our bivouac," Marin said. Then we heard what happened at the feast. Then we heard Lord Hareth was going to fold us into his household guard. Then we decided we'd rather freeze. The transfer order hasn't been processed, Thessaly cut in. I checked. His steward filed it, but the Southern Military Authority hasn't countersigned. The order is in administrative limbo, which means we're not technically under anyone's command right now. She adjusted her spectacles. We chose to be here. Seraphina looked at them. 7 women in armor standing in the snow at dawn who had walked away from their warm billet and the certainty of House Hareth's protection to stand in a courtyard with a disgraced commander and a cat in a blanket sling. I can't promise you anything, she said. I'm going north. The Dragon King has offered me a position in the volcanic nest. I don't know what I'm walking into. You never know what you're walking into, Dagna said cheerfully. That's literally every mission we've ever been on. Remember Thornwall? You told us we were going to check on a grain wagon, and we ended up fighting 40 men in a mudslide. It was 36, Seraphina said. See, you always round down. Makes everything sound more manageable. Young Private Lara stepped forward. Her eyes were bright, and her chin was set with the kind of determination that only the very young can produce. Commander, you taught me how to hold a sword. You taught me how to ride in formation. You pulled me out of the river at Greyvale when my horse went down. I go where you go. Private Rost said nothing, but she gave a single, firm nod, which from Rost was equivalent to a standing ovation. Seraphina felt something crack in her chest, not painfully, but like ice breaking on a river in spring, letting the current through. All right, she said, mount up. They rode. The road north from Ashenmere Keep wound through frozen fields and bare oak forests, and as they passed through the village at the base of the keep, Seraphina saw them. The people. They stood by the road, not a crowd, not a planned assembly, just ordinary people who had come out of their homes in the early morning cold to watch the cavalry pass. A salt-selling widow named Bren, whose grain wagon Seraphina had saved from raiders 2 winters ago, stood by her market stall with a bag of dried meat and a loaf of bread, which she pressed into Dagna's hands as they passed. An old gate craftsman named Torvald, who had been at the 3-day siege and knew the truth about what had happened there, stood at the village crossroads and saluted as Seraphina rode by. Not the formal military salute, but the old frontier salute, fist to chest, that meant I remember what you did. A one-armed veteran named Paul, who had lost his arm at Greyvale and had kept Seraphina's old command token for her when Aldrich's steward had tried to confiscate it months ago, stood in his doorway and called out, "Give them hell, Blade!" A tavern mistress named Gerta, who had kept hot soup ready for the cavalry every time they rode through, pressed a wrapped clay jug of spiced cider into Seraphina's hands and whispered, "You come back, you hear? You come back and we'll have a real feast, not like that noble circus." And a boy, maybe 10, dark-haired, thin, with the sharp, watchful eyes of someone who had learned too young that the world was dangerous, ran alongside Seraphina's horse for 50 yards, keeping pace with the determination of a child who has decided that this is important. "You saved my mother," he shouted. "At Thornwall. She said to tell you. She said..." He was running out of breath. "She said you're the bravest person she ever met, and she's sorry she couldn't come today, because she's minding the goats." Seraphina looked down at him. She reined in her horse for one moment, leaned down and said, "Tell your mother I remember her. Tell her the goats are more important than seeing me off. And tell her..." She paused. "Tell her to stay warm." The boy beamed, fell behind, and stood in the road waving until the cavalry was out of sight. They rode on. Behind them, the snow began to fall harder. Ahead of them, the sky was dark, not with clouds, but with wings. The black gold ancient dragon descended through the snowstorm like a falling star. His wingspan cast a shadow across the road that turned the morning into twilight. The cavalry horses whinnied and shied. Only Seraphina's mount held steady, because Seraphina's mount had been trained on the frontier and had seen worse. The dragon did not land. He flew low overhead, his molten gold fissures casting amber light across the snow, and then he was past them, climbing north, opening the path. Dagna, riding beside Seraphina, stared after the dragon with her mouth open. "Commander," she said. "Yes." "That's the Dragon King." "Yes." "The black gold ancient Dragon King." Yes, Dagna. He's very large. He's a dragon. He's very handsome. Serafina gave her a flat look. What? I'm stating facts. Enormous, powerful, molten gold fissures. Also, Dagna leaned in with the expression of a woman who is about to make a terrible observation. I saw him in human form last night through the window. Commander. He looked at you like you were the last sword in the armory, and he needed to go to war. He looked at me like I was a useful military asset. Sure, that's what I said. Exactly what I said. Thessaly, riding on Serafina's other side, adjusted her spectacles and said nothing, which was her way of saying everything. Soot, in his sling, slept through the entire exchange. They rode north. Part 2. The Northern Dragon Nest. Chapter 4. The Obsidian Reach. The Obsidian Reach was not what Serafina had expected. She had expected a cave, a large, hot, smoky cave full of dragons, because that was what the word nest suggested. And in the frontier military briefings, the Northern Dragon Nest had always been described in terms that made it sound like a particularly well-organized furnace. What she found was a city. The Obsidian Reach was built into the caldera of a dormant volcano, or mostly dormant, because the fire veins still ran hot beneath the stone, sending plumes of sulfurous steam through natural vents in the rock, and keeping the entire basin warm enough that flowers grew on the inner slopes in the dead of winter. The city itself was carved from black volcanic stone, tiered in concentric rings that climbed the inner walls of the caldera like the seats of an amphitheater. Bridges of dark iron and dragon bones spanned the gaps between levels. Towers of obsidian glass caught the light from the fire veins below and scattered it in amber and gold across the buildings. And everywhere dragons. They roosted on the upper ledges, dozens of them in colors that ranged from deep charcoal to mottled bronze to pale silver. Young drakes chased each other through the steam vents. A massive gray-blue female lay coiled around a clutch of eggs on a heated stone platform, her tail curling and uncurling with the slow rhythm of deep sleep. Hatchlings, tiny, scaly, and absurdly cute, tumbled over each other on the lower ledges, making sounds that were halfway between a purr and a kettle whistle. Soot, who had woken up approximately 5 minutes before arrival, took one look at the dragons, flattened his ears, and retreated to the deepest possible point inside Serafina's cloak. "This is the Obsidian Reach," Kaeldrith said. He had shifted back to human form at the caldera's rim, stepping out of the dragon shape the way a man steps out of a coat. He stood beside Serafina at the edge of the first tier, the volcanic wind catching his black and gold coat, and gestured at the city below with the casual propriety of someone showing off a particularly impressive garden. "Your quarters are on the third tier, independent, as agreed. Your cavalry can billet on the second tier. There's a barracks carved into the east wall that's been empty since the last border garrison rotated out. The fire vein sites are accessible from the 6th tier down. I'll have maps sent to your quarters." "Where's the hatchery?" Serafina asked. Kaeldrith looked at her. "You want to see the hatchery first? You said the fire veins are behaving abnormally. The hatchery is where the fire veins are most concentrated. If something's wrong with the veins, the eggs are the first thing at risk." He studied her for a moment. The volcanic light caught his vertical pupils and made them glow. "The hatchery is at the bottom of the caldera," he said. "7th tier. The temperature down there can crack iron. Most humans can't tolerate it for more than a few minutes. I held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days. I can handle heat." "You held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days because you're stubborn, not because you're fireproof. Those are the same thing on the frontier." Something shifted in his expression. Not quite amusement, not quite admiration, but something in the territory between the two that made his dark gold eyes warm by a degree. "I'll take you down tomorrow," he said. "Tonight, settle in, feed your cat, rest." "I don't need rest." "Commander Voss," he stepped closer. Not aggressively, but close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from him. A dry, volcanic warmth that had nothing to do with the air temperature and everything to do with whatever burned beneath his human skin. "You rode 6 days south, survived a public humiliation, prevented a structural collapse, reclaimed your military assets, rode 3 days north, and you're standing in a volcanic caldera arguing with me about whether you need sleep. I've been alive for a very long time. I know what exhaustion looks like." "What does it look like?" like a woman who hasn't blinked in 90 seconds because she's afraid that if she closes her eyes, she'll fall asleep standing up. Serafina blinked. He was right. She had not blinked. She was exhausted, bone deep, marrow deep, the kind of tired that lives beneath the adrenaline and waits for the moment you stop moving. "Fine," she said. "Tomorrow." "Good." He turned to leave, then paused. "Your cat is looking at me." Soot had emerged from the cloak just enough to stick his head out and fix Kaeldrith with a long, unblinking golden stare. It was the stare of a cat who is evaluating a new presence in his territory and has not yet decided whether it constitutes a threat or simply an inconvenience. Kaeldrith looked back at the cat with the same expression. "Your cat has very strong opinions," he observed. "He has strong opinions about everything. He once stared down a warhorse." "Did the warhorse blink first?" "The warhorse left the stable." Something that was almost a laugh crossed Kaeldrith's face. He turned and walked toward the upper tiers, his coat catching the volcanic wind, and Serafina watched him go. Dagna appeared at her elbow like a red-haired ghost. "He was flirting with you," Dagna said. "He was talking about my cat." "Commander, that man turned himself into a dragon to fly us here. He gave you independent quarters. He asked about your cat by name. He stood close enough to melt your buttons. That is flirting." "He was assessing my tactical value." "Tactical value? Is that what the kids are calling it these days?" Thessaly, who had somehow materialized on Serafina's other side, the physician had an unsettling ability to appear without being heard, adjusted her spectacles and said, "Your pupils are dilated." "It's dark. We're in a caldera." "Your pupils were not dilated in the caldera. They became dilated when the Dragon King stood close to you." "That's a medical observation, not a romantic one." "It's both," Thessaly said, and walked away to find the barracks. Dagna grinned, slapped Serafina on the shoulder, and followed. Serafina stood alone on the first tier of the Obsidian Reach, holding a cat in a blanket sling, and stared at the volcanic city below. "I am not going to think about this," she told Soot. Soot purred. It sounded skeptical. Chapter 5: The Hatchery. The next morning, Kaeldrith took her down. The descent to the 7th tier was exactly as uncomfortable as he had promised. The temperature rose with every level, and by the time they reached the 6th tier, Serafina could feel the heat through the soles of her boots. The air tasted of sulfur and hot stone. Fire veins, visible here as glowing orange-gold lines running through the black volcanic rock, pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light that reminded her of a heartbeat. Soot had been left in the quarters, under the watchful eye of Private Lara, who had volunteered for cat duty with an enthusiasm that suggested she had found her true military calling. Kaeldrith walked ahead, and Serafina noticed that the heat did not seem to affect him. His coat was open at the throat, his sleeves pushed back, and the fire vein light played across his skin in a way that made the gold in his hair glow and his vertical pupils contract to thin, sharp lines. "The fire veins feed the hatchery," he said as they descended the final staircase, a narrow spiral carved into the living rock, wide enough for one person. He went first. She followed. The walls pressed close, and the heat was a physical presence, thick and heavy. They've been stable for centuries. 3 months ago, they started fluctuating. Random surges, pressure drops, temperature spikes. The eggs are sensitive to changes in the fire vein flow. If the flow destabilizes, the eggs stop developing, Serafina finished, or they develop wrong. He glanced back at her. "You know about dragon egg incubation?" "I know about siege logistics. Same principle. If the supply line is disrupted, the endpoint suffers." They reached the bottom. The hatchery was a vast, cathedral-like chamber carved from the heart of the volcano. The ceiling soared 100 feet overhead, ribbed with natural stone formations that looked like the inside of a dragon's ribcage. The floor was smooth and warm to the touch, heated from below by the fire veins that converged here from every direction, their glowing lines running across the stone like a map of golden rivers. And in the center of the chamber, arranged in concentric circles on heated stone platforms, were the eggs. 37 dragon eggs. Each one was roughly the size of a large wine barrel, smooth-shelled and colored in deep jewel tones, emerald, sapphire, ruby, topaz, and 3 that were the same obsidian black shot with gold as Kaeldrith's scales. They sat in depressions carved into the stone, each one positioned precisely above a junction of fire veins, drawing heat and energy from the volcanic flow. They were beautiful. They were also silent. Seraphina walked to the nearest egg, a deep emerald one, its shell gleaming in the fire vein light, and placed her palm against it. Nothing, no vibration, no pulse, no heartbeat. When did they stop? She asked. 12 days ago. Kaeldrith's voice was different down here, lower, rougher, with a vibration beneath the words that she could feel in her chest. He was closer to his dragon nature here, in the heart of his nest, and it showed. All 37 within the same hour. The adult dragons felt it. They've been restless since. All at the same time, Seraphina repeated. That's not natural degradation. That's interference. I know. She closed her eyes. She let her disaster sense open. It came slowly this time, not the sharp, sudden pulse of imminent danger, but a gradual unfolding, like opening her eyes underwater. The golden lines appeared, overlaid on her vision, tracing paths through the stone, the fire veins, the eggs, the air itself. She saw the fire veins. She saw the flow. She saw where the energy should be moving, smooth, rhythmic, feeding each egg junction with a steady pulse of volcanic heat, and she saw where it wasn't. There was a blockage. Deep beneath the hatchery floor, at the convergence point where the major fire veins met, something was disrupting the flow. The golden lines in her vision twisted around it like water around a stone in a river, and the energy that should have been feeding the eggs was being diverted, pulled sideways, redirected, siphoned off through a channel that didn't belong. Someone had built a channel into the fire veins, deliberately, recently. And the energy that was being siphoned through that channel was not clean volcanic heat. It was something darker, hotter, and wrong. A resentment fire, heavy with the psychic residue of violent death, the kind of spiritual contamination that accumulated on battlefields where many people had died badly. She knew that energy. She had felt it at Dragonfire Pass, at Thornwall, at Greyveil. It was the death energy of southern frontier soldiers, the ones who had died in battles that should never have happened, in sieges that could have been prevented, under commanders who had ignored her warnings. Someone had gathered that death energy and pumped it into the dragon nest. Her eyes snapped open. Golden cracks flickered across her irises, bright enough to cast light on her own cheeks. The ringing in her ears was sharp and immediate. The fire veins have been sabotaged, she said. There's an artificial channel beneath the convergence point, redirecting energy, and the energy being pushed through it is resentment fire, battlefield death energy, from the southern frontier. Kaeldrith went very still. How much? He asked. Enough to poison 37 eggs. Source? Someone collected it, gathered it from the frontier battlefields, Dragonfire Pass, Thornwall, probably Greyveil too, concentrated it, built a channel to inject it into your fire veins. She pressed her palm harder against the silent egg. If the hatchlings absorb that energy, they won't develop normally. They'll hatch feral, aggressive, uncontrollable. Someone is trying to weaponize my hatchlings. Yes. The air in the hatchery changed. The heat, which had been oppressive but stable, suddenly surged, a wave of raw thermal energy that rolled across the chamber like a physical blow. The fire vein lines in the floor flared from amber to white gold. The stone groaned. Seraphina's disaster sense screamed. She looked at Kaeldrith. He was standing 10 feet away, and he was not human anymore, not fully. His eyes had gone entirely gold, pupilless and blazing. The air around him shimmered with heat distortion. His hands, at his sides, were clenched into fists, and from between his fingers, molten gold light seeped like blood from a wound. He was angry. And when a black gold ancient dragon king was angry inside his own volcano, the volcano noticed. Kaeldrith, Seraphina said. The heat surged again. A crack appeared in the stone floor near his left boot, and fire vein light poured through it. Kaeldrith. She walked toward him. The heat was intense. She could feel it on her face, on her hands, pressing against her like a wall. Her disaster sense was showing her the lines. The stress fractures spreading through the hatchery floor, the fire vein pressure building beneath the stone, the eggs, still silent, still dark, but now sitting in a chamber that was rapidly becoming a furnace. If he didn't pull back, he would damage the nest himself. She reached him. She was close enough to touch. The heat was almost unbearable. Her skin felt tight, her eyes stung, her lungs ached with every breath. She put her hand on his arm. The contact broke through. His eyes snapped to hers, gold on gold, his blazing and featureless, hers threaded with the fine golden cracks of her disaster sense. For a moment they stood like that, inches apart, her hand on his arm, his volcanic fury contained by the pressure of her fingertips. The heat receded. Slowly, like a tide pulling back, the temperature in the hatchery dropped. The fire veins dimmed to their normal amber. The crack in the floor sealed itself, the stone closing over the light like a healing wound. Kaeldrith's eyes contracted, the vertical pupils returning, the gold settling from blaze to burn. He looked at her hand on his arm, then he looked at her. "You walked into that," he said. His voice was rough, raw, like metal scraped against stone. "You were about to crack your own hatchery floor. And you thought the correct response was to walk closer to the thing that was cracking it. The correct response was to interrupt you before you damaged your own eggs. I interrupted you. By touching me. By touching you." He stared at her. The silence stretched. The fire veins pulsed beneath their feet, slow and steady, back to their regular rhythm. "Most people run," he said finally. "When I lose control, most people run." "I don't run," Serafina said. "I'm not built for running. I'm built for standing in front of things." Something crossed his face, complex, layered, not entirely readable. He looked at her hand, still on his arm. She realized she had not let go. She let go. "We need to find the artificial channel," she said, as though she had not just touched a man who had been 2 degrees from erupting a volcano. "I can trace it with my disaster sense. But I'll need time, and the heat down here will limit how long I can maintain the sense without overloading." "How long?" 20 minutes, maybe 30 if I pace myself. "Then we work in shifts, 20 minutes on, 40 off. I'll regulate the temperature around you." "You can do that?" "I am the volcanic dragon nest. The fire veins answer to me. When I'm not," he paused, cracking my own floor. Was that self-deprecation? From the ancient Dragon King? "That was almost humble," Serafina said. "Don't get used to it," he said, and turned toward the deeper tunnels. They worked. For 3 days, Serafina descended into the hatchery and traced the artificial channel through the fire veins. It was painstaking work. Her disaster sense could show her the lines of corruption, but the channel was cleverly hidden, threaded through natural faults in the volcanic rock, so that it would be invisible to anyone who didn't have the ability to see stress fractures 3 breaths before they happened. Kaeldrith stayed with her every session. He regulated the temperature, keeping a bubble of tolerable heat around her, while the rest of the hatchery ran hot. He watched her work with the focused attention of a predator studying something it cannot quite categorize. Not prey, not threat, but something else, something that occupied a space in his taxonomy that he had not previously known existed. On the 2nd day, he brought her water without being asked. On the 3rd day, he brought her water, a field ration biscuit, and tucked in beside the biscuit, a small dried fish. "For the cat," he said when she looked at him. "Soot isn't here." "I know, for later." She took the fish. She put it in her coat pocket. She did not say thank you, because on the frontier, you did not thank people for doing sensible things. You just noted that they were sensible people and adjusted your estimation of them accordingly. Her estimation of Kaeldrith adjusted upward. Chapter 6. The Dragon Scale Cloak. On the evening of the 3rd day, the temperature in Serafina's quarters dropped. The obsidian reach was normally warm. The fire veins kept the entire caldera at a comfortable temperature year-round. But the fire vein disruption was affecting the upper tiers too, and by nightfall, the 3rd-tier quarters were cold enough that Serafina could see her breath. Soot had burrowed under every blanket on the bed and formed a ball of black fur and displeasure at the center, from which only the tip of one gray ear protruded. Serafina was at her field desk, reviewing the maps of the fire vein system that Kaeldrith's staff had provided, when there was a knock at the door. She opened it. Kaeldrith stood in the corridor, holding something large and dark and iridescent draped over one arm. "The fire veins on this tier are running cold," he said. "This should help." He held out the object. It was a cloak, a long, heavy cloak made from dragon scales, each one the size of her palm, black as midnight and shot through with fine veins of dark gold. The scales overlapped like armor plating, but they were flexible, shifting and sliding over each other with a whispered rasp. The inside was lined with dense, dark fur. Not decorative fur, but the kind of thick, insulating underfur that kept Arctic animals alive in killing cold. At the collar, a heavy obsidian clasp shaped like a dragon's claw held the cloak closed. It was the most beautiful piece of clothing Seraphina had ever seen, and she immediately evaluated it for tactical function. "Dragon scale," she said, running her thumb over the surface. "These are yours, shed scales." "They're old. I have plenty." "What's the thermal rating?" Something flickered across his face. That expression again, the one that was not quite amusement. "I have never in my several hundred-year existence heard anyone ask about the thermal rating of a dragon scale cloak. I need to know if it's going to restrict my sword arm." "Try it on." She swung the cloak over her shoulders. The weight settled, heavy but balanced, distributed evenly, the dragon scale exterior catching the firelight and throwing off dark gold sparks. The fur lining was immediately, aggressively warm. She rolled her shoulders, tested the range of motion, and drew her sword experimentally. The cloak moved with her. The scales slid and adjusted, the weight shifting to accommodate the draw. She sheathed the sword. "Good," she said. "No restriction." Kaeldrith had not moved. He was standing in the doorway, watching her with an intensity that had nothing to do with thermal ratings. "The clasp is wrong," he said. "What?" "The shoulder clasp. It's sitting too low. Here." He stepped into the room. Before she could react, before she could process the movement, he was in front of her, his hands at her shoulder, adjusting the obsidian clasp. His fingers were warm. His face was very close to hers, close enough that she could see the fine, dark gold lines that ran through his irises, like fire veins in miniature. She could smell volcanic ash, cold iron, and something underneath both that was purely him, warm, metallic, dangerous. He fastened the clasp. His fingers lingered on the dragon scale collar for a moment that lasted one beat longer than necessary. "There," he said, his voice low. "Better." She looked at him. He was close, very close, close enough that if she leaned forward— "Will it affect my sword arm?" she asked. He looked at her for a long, unreadable moment. Then the corner of his mouth curved. "No, Commander, it will not affect your sword arm." He stepped back. He walked to the door. "Good night," he said. "Good night." He left. Seraphina stood in her quarters wearing a dragon-scale cloak that smelled like volcanic ash and the ancient Dragon King, and she did not understand why her heart was beating faster than it did in combat. Soot emerged from the blanket pile, observed the cloak, sniffed it, and sneezed. "It's just a cloak," Seraphina told him. Soot gave her a look of absolute disbelief and went back under the blankets. The next morning, Dagna took one look at the cloak and whistled. "That's a dragon-scale cloak." "Yes." "Those are his scales." "Yes." "Commander, in dragon culture, when a dragon gives someone a cloak made from their own scales, it's a territorial mark. It means the fire veins on the third tier are running cold, and he provided appropriate insulation." Dagna opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "You are," she said slowly, "the most tactically brilliant and romantically oblivious human being I have ever met." Marin, standing behind Dagna, gave a small nod of agreement. Thessaly, who was checking the medical supply inventory, did not look up but said, "Her pupils are dilated again." "It's morning," Seraphina said. "The volcanic caldera has low ambient light. Pupil dilation is normal." "I've been tracking your pupil dilation for 3 days," Thessaly said, still not looking up. "It is specifically and exclusively correlated with the physical proximity of the Dragon King. That is a violation of medical ethics." I'm a military physician. My ethics are practical. Thessaly finally looked up, peering over her spectacles. Commander, I have seen you face charging cavalry, collapsing siege walls, and a dragonfire bombardment without a change in baseline vitals. The Dragon King makes your pupils dilate, your pulse increase by 12 beats per minute, and your respiration shorten. These are not combat stress responses, these are attraction responses. I am going to the hatchery now, Seraphina said, and left before anyone could measure anything else. Chapter 7, The Snow Ridge. The Fire Vein investigation was interrupted on the 5th day by a crisis. A flight of 8 young dragons, adolescents not yet fully trained, each one about 30 feet from nose to tail, had been scrambled by a set of orders that Kaeldrith had not issued. The orders, delivered by Messenger Hawk, bore what appeared to be his seal, and they directed the young dragons and their riders to patrol the northern snow ridge, a high mountain pass that separated the Obsidian Reach from the frozen wastes beyond. The problem was that the snow ridge was currently in the grip of a massive storm, a blizzard so intense that visibility was measured in feet, not miles. And a flight of young, inexperienced dragons in a blizzard was a recipe for collisions, disorientation, and avalanches. The problem beyond the problem was that the false orders had been deliberately designed to get those dragons killed. Who has access to your seal? Seraphina asked. They were on the first tier, and the wind was screaming over the caldera rim, carrying snow and ice. Below them, the dragon stables were in chaos, riders shouting, dragons screaming, handlers running. 3 people, Kaeldrith said. His voice was controlled, but beneath the control she could feel the heat building. My Chancellor, my War Chief, and my Seal Keeper. All 3 are accounted for, and all 3 deny issuing the orders. Then someone forged your seal. The seal is dragon bone and obsidian. It can't be forged by anyone who doesn't have access to dragonfire. Then someone with access to dragonfire forged it. How many people in your court can produce dragonfire? He looked at her. The implication was clear. Anyone with dragon blood. And dragon blood ran through half the noble families of the kingdom. We'll find the forger later, Seraphina said. Right now, there are 8 young dragons in that storm, and they need to come home. I'll go. You can't go alone. You're too large. An ancient dragon in a blizzard creates turbulence. The young ones won't be able to fly near you without being thrown. You need someone on your back who can read the storm and direct the riders. You're volunteering. I'm the only person here who can see collision paths 3 breaths before they happen. They stared at each other. The wind howled. Snow whipped past them. The dragon stables screamed. Get your sword, Kaeldrith said. He shifted. The transformation was faster than she expected. A rush of heat, a ripple of black gold scales expanding outward like a wave, and then the man was gone and the dragon was there, enormous and ancient and burning with inner fire. His obsidian scales caught the snow and melted it on contact, creating a haze of steam around his body. His molten gold fissures blazed. His eyes, vast, amber, slit-pupilled, looked down at her. He lowered his wing. Seraphina climbed. Dragon scale was not easy to climb. The scales were smooth, slick with snowmelt, and the angle was steep, but she had climbed siege walls and river cliffs and the frozen chains of Dragonfire Pass, and she got to the top of his back in under a minute. The scales beneath her were warm. The heat radiated up through her boots, through the dragon scale cloak, into her bones. She knelt between 2 of the massive dorsal ridges, braced herself, and gripped the nearest ridge with both hands. Go, she said. The black gold ancient dragon launched into the storm. The blizzard hit like a wall. Wind, snow, ice, everything at once, screaming around them with a force that would have torn a lesser rider from her mount. Seraphina pressed close to the dragon's back. Her eyes narrowed against the driving snow and opened her disaster sense. The golden lines exploded across her vision. She could see everything. The wind shear paths, the ice formation zones, the avalanche-prone slopes, the collision vectors of 8 panicked young dragons flying blind in the worst storm she had ever seen. Left, she shouted. Left and down. There's a wind shear wall at 40 degrees. Kaeldrith banked. His massive body cut through the storm like a blade through water, and they dropped below the wind shear into a pocket of relative calm. Ahead through the snow, Seraphina could see the first 2 young dragons, a blue-gray and a russet, circling in confusion, their riders clinging to their backs with the desperate grip of people who had realized too late that they were in over their heads. "Signal them," Seraphina called. "Your fire. Use your fire as a beacon." Kaeldrith opened his jaws. A stream of black gold dragon fire, controlled, focused, bright as a second sun, cut through the blizzard. The young dragons saw it. They turned toward it, their riders screaming with relief. Two more, northeast, half a mile. Seraphina's disaster sense was tracking them all. She could see the collision paths. The russet was veering too close to the cliff face, and the blue-gray was drifting into the avalanche zone. "The russet is going to hit the cliff. 3 breaths." Kaeldrith surged forward. His wings swept out, a wall of black gold scale and membrane that caught the russet dragon like a bird in a net and shoved it sideways, away from the cliff face. The russet shrieked, spun, and stabilized. Its rider, a young woman with ice in her hair and terror in her eyes, looked up at the ancient dragon with an expression of stunned gratitude. They found the 3rd and 4th dragons clustered together on a ledge, huddled against the wind. The 5th and 6th were higher up, above the worst of the storm, circling in wide arcs. The 7th was... "Down!" Seraphina screamed. Her disaster sense blazed. Golden lines shot across her vision, not the controlled, analytical lines she was used to, but bright, screaming alarm lines that converged on a single point directly ahead. Avalanche. The entire eastern face of the snow ridge was coming down, a wall of white, 100 feet high, moving faster than a galloping horse. The 7th dragon was directly in its path, and its rider was unconscious, slumped forward over the dragon's neck. Kaeldrith dove. The ancient dragon plunged through the storm with a speed that should have been impossible for something his size. The wind screamed. The snow blinded. Seraphina felt the gravity shift, felt her body lift from the dragon's back, and she grabbed the dorsal ridge with everything she had. They reached the 7th dragon 3 seconds before the avalanche. Kaeldrith's wings swept out again, this time not pushing but shielding, a canopy of black gold scale that covered the young dragon and its unconscious rider. The avalanche hit. Snow and ice slammed into the wing with a force that shook the ancient dragon's entire body. Seraphina felt the impact through the scales, through her bones, through her teeth. She slipped. Her left hand came off the dorsal ridge. The wind caught her, sucked at her, pulled her sideways, and for one horrible second she was sliding, her boots scraping across the scales, the blizzard reaching for her. Kaeldrith's wing caught her. Not the wing that was shielding the young dragon, the other one. It swept in from the side, curving around her body like a cupped hand, pressing her back against his scales. The membrane was warm, thin enough to see light through, and she could feel his heartbeat through it, a deep, slow, powerful thud that vibrated in her ribs. The avalanche passed. The wing opened. Seraphina was on her knees on the dragon's back, breathing hard, both hands locked on the dorsal ridge. "I'm fine," she said before he could ask. A deep rumble rolled through the dragon's body. It was not speech, dragons did not speak in their true forms, but it communicated clearly enough. "I know you're fine. I caught you." They found the 8th dragon last, a small bronze, barely more than a hatchling, shivering on a high ledge with its rider, a boy of no more than 16, who was trying very hard not to cry and failing completely. Seraphina directed all 8 dragons and their riders back to the Obsidian Reach, using her disaster sense to map a safe route through the collapsing storm. They flew in formation behind the ancient dragon, his fire lighting the way, his presence calming the young drakes enough to keep them flying straight. When they landed in the caldera, the riders stumbled off their dragons and dropped to their knees in the snow, shaking and exhausted and alive. Kaeldrith shifted back to human form. He was breathing hard. Even ancient dragons felt the strain of a blizzard rescue. And there was a cut on his left arm, just below the elbow, where a shard of ice had found a gap in his scales during the avalanche impact. "You're hurt," Seraphina said. "It's shallow." She took his arm, pushed back his sleeve, and looked at the wound. It was shallow, a clean cut, already closing, because dragon-blooded physiology healed faster than human, but it was still bleeding, dark blood with a faint golden sheen. She pulled a field dressing from her coat. She always carried one. 3 years on the frontier had taught her that, and began wrapping the wound. She worked quickly, efficiently, with the practiced hands of someone who had treated injuries in every possible condition: darkness, rain, mud, snow, and the screaming chaos of active battle. Her hands were not gentle, they were competent. "You treat wounds the way you treat armor," Kaeldrith observed. He was watching her hands. His voice had the low, rough quality it took on when he was close to the dragon's side, the heat vibration, the depth. "Your bones are harder than armor," Seraphina said, tying off the dressing. "I had to use twice the pressure." "Is that a compliment?" "It's a structural observation." He looked at her. She looked at him. The caldera wind blew snow between them. His arm was still in her hands. Her fingers were still on the dressing, still on his skin, warm, golden-sheened, radiating heat that she could feel through the bandage. "Commander Voss," he said. "What?" "You are, without question, the most peculiar woman I have ever met." "I've been told." "And I have existed for several hundred years. The competition was not insignificant." She let go of his arm. She stepped back. She adjusted the dragon scale cloak on her shoulders. The clasp was slightly loose from the flight, and she refastened it without thinking. He watched her fasten the clasp with an expression that, if she had been paying attention, she might have recognized as the look of a man who is falling and has decided not to fight it. She was not paying attention. Dagna was, though. From across the landing platform, the archer captain nudged Marin, pointed at the two of them, and mouthed, "He's gone." Marin nodded. Chapter 8: The Volcanic Observatory. 2 nights later, Seraphina could not sleep. The fire vein disruption was getting worse. Her disaster sense had been prickling all day, not the sharp alarm of imminent danger, but the low, persistent itch of something building, something growing, something that was not yet critical, but would be soon if they did not find and destroy the artificial channel. She got up, dressed, buckled on her sword, and went to the 6th-tier fire vein access point. She had been studying the vein maps for 3 days, and had identified a potential observation point, a natural chamber where several major fire veins converged, which would give her the best angle for tracing the artificial channel to its source. She had planned to go there tomorrow during a scheduled session with Kaeldrith. But she could not sleep, and the itch would not stop, and she was a frontier soldier who had long ago learned that when her instincts said go, she went. The 6th tier was deserted at this hour. The corridors were dark, lit only by the amber glow of fire veins running through the walls. The air was hot and dry, tasting of sulfur and ancient stone. She found the chamber. It was larger than she expected. A natural cavern, roughly circular, with a domed ceiling of smooth black stone. The floor was glass smooth and warm. Fire veins ran through it in concentric rings, pulsing with slow amber light. But the chamber was not empty. Kaeldrith was already there. He was sitting on a stone bench carved into the far wall, one leg extended, one arm resting on his knee. The fire vein light played across his face, painting it in amber and gold. He was not wearing his coat. He was in a simple black shirt, sleeves pushed back, and the obsidian pendant at his throat caught the light and threw dark sparks across the stone. He looked up when she entered. His eyes glowed in the fire vein light. "Commander Voss," he said. "It's after midnight." "I couldn't sleep. The fire veins are getting worse." She looked around the chamber. The fire vein pattern was different from what the maps had shown, more complex, more beautiful, with rings within rings that formed patterns she did not recognize. "This isn't the observation point I planned to visit." "No," he agreed. "This is a different observation point." "What's it for?" A pause. The fire veins pulsed. "In dragon culture," Kaeldrith said, "this chamber is called the Eye of the Nest. It's where the fire veins converge to their deepest and most stable point. The patterns you see on the floor are nesting patterns, the flow signatures of every dragon who has ever bred in this volcano, going back 1,200 years. It's a breeding observatory. It's a mating observatory." Silence. "This is where dragon mates come," he continued, his voice very even, "to read the fire veins together and determine whether the nest is stable enough for a new clutch." Seraphina looked at the chamber. She looked at the fire vein patterns. She looked at the stone bench. She looked at Kaeldrith. "I came here to inspect defensive lines," she said. I know. I was going to trace the artificial channel. I know. I did not know this was a mating observatory. I know that too. She stared at him. The fire vane light was very warm. The chamber was very private. He was sitting on a bench that was designed for two. Do you often invite military officers to inspect your mating observatory after midnight? She asked. I have never in my life invited anyone to this chamber, he said. I was here alone. You walked in. On a direct route from the 6th tier access point, which happens to pass through this chamber, yes. A route that was on the map you gave me. The map I gave you showed all accessible chambers on the 6th tier. This is an accessible chamber on the 6th tier. Kaeldrith. Commander. Did you put this chamber on my map because you knew I would come here? He looked at her for a long moment. The fire veins pulsed. His dark gold eyes held hers. I put this chamber on your map, he said, because you deserve to see the most beautiful part of my home. Whether you came at midnight or midday, alone or accompanied, for military inspection or personal curiosity, was entirely your choice. I came for military inspection. I see that. Your sword is buckled, your posture is operational, and you have not looked at the nesting patterns once, which suggests that you are in fact here for defensive assessment and not for the romantic ambiance of volcanic light on ancient dragon mating grounds. He was teasing her. The ancient dragon king of the northern volcanic nest was sitting in his own mating observatory after midnight, teasing her. I do not understand romantic ambiance, Seraphina said. I've noticed. I understand defensive positioning, fire vein flow assessment, and the tactical implications of a convergence point. I've also noticed that. If you wanted to show me something romantic, you should have told me it was romantic. I would have adjusted my expectations. And what would adjusted expectations look like, Commander? She thought about it, genuinely, seriously, with the careful consideration she gave to every tactical problem. I would have left my sword in my quarters, she said. Something shifted in his expression. The teasing edge softened. The dark gold eyes warmed. Not with fire vein light, but with something internal. Something that had nothing to do with volcanoes and everything to do with the fact that she had just told him, in her own blunt, literal, completely unromantic way, that she would have come unarmed if she had known he was waiting. Next time, he said, I'll tell you. Good. Would you like to sit down? She sat down on the stone bench beside him. It was, as she had noted, designed for two. Their shoulders were not quite touching. The fire vein patterns glowed on the floor in front of them, slow and beautiful and ancient. Tell me about the nesting patterns, she said. You want to discuss fire vein flow on a mating bench. I want to understand your home. The fire veins are your home. If I'm going to fix them, I need to understand how they work when they're healthy. He looked at her. She looked at him. You are extraordinary, he said very quietly. I'm practical. That's what makes you extraordinary. He began to explain the nesting patterns. She listened, asked questions, and did not notice that over the course of the conversation, their shoulders had started touching. Dagna, who had followed Seraphina out of concern for her insomnia and was now crouched behind a corridor pillar with an excellent view of the chamber entrance, put both hands over her mouth and silently screamed. Chapter 9. Sparring. Seraphina dealt with feelings the same way she dealt with everything else, by hitting something. The next morning, she went to the training ground on the 2nd tier, a wide, flat arena carved from volcanic stone, edged with iron railings, and warmed by the ever-present fire veins, and she began working through sword forms. She was 3 forms in when Kaeldrith appeared. Sparring? He asked. Drills. Drills are for soldiers who don't have partners. I'm offering to be your partner. She considered this. On the frontier, an invitation to spar was the highest compliment one soldier could pay another. It meant I trust you enough to fight you, and I think you're good enough to challenge me. She had not sparred with a partner since leaving the frontier, and her muscles were starting to remember it. Rules? She asked. First, to disarm. What are you using? My hands. She stared at him. You're going to spar with me barehanded. My hands and a small amount of dragon fire. I don't use blades. That's a disadvantage. Commander, I have been fighting since before your grandmother's grandmother's grandmother first picked up a stick. I don't need a blade. She adjusted her stance. He stepped into the ring. The sparring started clean. Serafina advanced with a standard guard, testing his movement, footwork, reaction time, reach. He was fast, faster than any human she had fought, with a fluidity that came from a body designed for combat across multiple forms. His hands moved like weapons, precise, controlled, and capable of redirecting her blade with fingertip pressure that should not have been physically possible, but was, because he was an ancient dragon wearing human skin, and the skin was mostly a suggestion. She pressed. He gave ground, just enough, just slightly, drawing her in. She recognized the tactic. It was the same tactic she used with inexperienced opponents. Let them think they're winning, then exploit the overextension. She did not overextend. She feinted high, struck low, and nearly caught his ribs with the flat of her blade. He caught the blade. Not with his hand, with a flash of black gold dragonfire that erupted from his palm, caught the sword's edge and pressed it down with a weight that felt like a mountain. The dragonfire was controlled, pinpoint precise, and it held her blade locked 2 inches from his torso. He stepped closer. Too close, much too close. His face was inches from hers. His breath was warm. His dark gold eyes were lit from within by the dragonfire still burning in his palm, and the vertical pupils were dilated, wider than she had ever seen them, and fixed on her with an intensity that had absolutely nothing to do with combat. "You're fast," he said. His voice was low, close. She could feel it in her chest. "You're cheating. I never specified no dragonfire in the rules. Dragonfire is not a hand. It comes from my hand. It counts." She tried to pull the blade free. He held it. The dragonfire flickered between them, casting amber light on both their faces, and he did not step back. "You're trying to disrupt my judgment," she said. He leaned in, a fraction of an inch, but she felt it like a thunderclap. "Is it working?" he murmured. Yes, it was working. Her pulse was elevated. Her breathing was short. The fire vein light and the dragonfire and the proximity were doing something to her autonomic nervous system that Thessaly would have had a field day measuring. She did not say any of this. "Adjust stance," she said to herself, and she shifted her grip, dropped her weight, and drove the blade up and sideways with a twist that broke the dragonfire lock and almost caught him across the jaw with the flat. He ducked. His eyes widened. The dragonfire flickered out. "Almost," he said. He was smiling now, not the controlled, cryptic curve she had seen before, but a genuine, surprised, delighted smile, the smile of someone who has not been nearly struck in the face for a very long time and has forgotten how exciting it is. "Again?" she said. Again. They sparred for an hour. By the end of it, she had almost disarmed him twice, and he had almost disarmed her 3 times, and neither of them had scored a clean win, which meant they were either perfectly matched or perfectly distracted. Serafina suspected it was both. Chapter 10: The Disaster Brand. The truth about Serafina's reputation came out on the 7th day. She had been tracing the artificial channel with her disaster sense, going deeper each session, pushing the ability further than she usually allowed herself. The sessions were intense, 20 minutes of focused concentration in a volcanic hatchery, her eyes threaded with golden cracks, her ears ringing, her body running cold despite the heat. On the 7th day, she pushed too far. The golden lines exploded across her vision, not the controlled analytical overlay she was used to, but a cascade, a flood, as if every stress fracture and fault line and imminent failure in the entire volcano had lit up at once. She saw everything. The cracked fire vein junctions, the blocked channels, the artificial sabotage, the thinning walls of the hatchery, the sleeping eggs, the restless adult dragons above, the structural weaknesses in the caldera rim, and something else. Something that stopped her breath. She saw Kaeldrith. Not the man standing 10 feet away, regulating the temperature around her. She saw the future. 3 breaths ahead, 5 breaths, 10. And in that future, the fire vein backlash reached a critical point. and the ancient Dragon King lost control, and the volcano woke, and the nest burned. The greatest disaster her sense had ever shown her was not an enemy, it was him. The vision shattered, the golden lines collapsed, the ringing in her ears became a roar, and the world tilted, and suddenly she was not in the hatchery anymore. She was at Dragonfire Pass, on the third day of the siege, the walls crumbling around her, the fire raining down, and her soldiers were dying, and she could see every single death, 3 breaths before it happened, and she could not stop them all, she could never stop them all. Seraphina. A voice. Not the siege, not the fire. Hands on her shoulders, warm, steady. Seraphina, come back. She blinked. The hatchery reformed around her, the eggs, the fire veins, the cathedral ceiling. She was on her knees on the heated stone floor, and Kaeldrith was kneeling in front of her, his hands on her shoulders, his face inches from hers. The golden cracks in her eyes were bright, bright enough to cast light on his face, bright enough that she could see their reflection in his dark gold pupils. The disaster energy was leaking out of her, spilling into the air around her like heat shimmer, and the fire veins in the floor were reacting to it, flickering, surging, destabilizing. I can see the fire bowls, she said. Her voice sounded far away, even to her own ears. They're going to go out. One by one, I can see. The first fire bowl went out, then the second, then the third. The hatchery began to dim. Around them, the dragon egg attendants backed away. Even the hardened volcanic workers, men and women who lived their lives in the heat of the deep tears, felt the wrongness in the air and retreated. Kaeldrith did not retreat. He moved closer. Black gold dragonfire bloomed from his hands, not the aggressive combat fire he had used in sparring, but something deeper, older, a resonance fire that matched the frequency of the fire veins themselves. It flowed from his palms into the air around Seraphina, meeting the disaster energy that was leaking from her and absorbing it, containing it, pressing it back. The fire bowls steadied. One by one, they relit. Kaeldrith's forehead was close to hers, not touching, but close enough that she could feel the heat of his skin, the rhythm of his breathing. His dragonfire wrapped around them both like a cocoon, black and gold, humming with a frequency that she could feel in her teeth. "Stay with me," he said. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Not the pass, not the siege. Here, stay here." The golden cracks in her eyes began to fade. The ringing in her ears dimmed. The disaster energy pulled back, retreating into whatever deep place inside her it lived when it was not active. She was breathing hard. Her hands were shaking. She was cold, deeply, bone-achingly cold, despite the volcanic heat, despite the dragonfire, despite the warm hands on her shoulders. "I saw you," she said. "I know. The fire vein backlash. If it reaches critical, you'll lose control. The volcano. I know. You're the biggest disaster in this nest." He looked at her. His eyes were steady, dark gold, vertical pupiled, ancient. The dragonfire still flickered between them, its light painting both their faces in amber. "Yes," he said, "I am. And you invited me here knowing that. I invited you here because you are the only person alive who can see the disaster before it happens and do something about it." He paused. "Including the disaster that is me." They knelt on the hatchery floor, forehead to forehead, wrapped in dragonfire, and for one moment, one held breathless, impossible moment, neither of them moved. A dragon egg pulsed. They both turned. The emerald egg, the first one Seraphina had touched 7 days ago, had pulsed. A single, faint throb of life, visible as a brief glow of green light through the shell. One heartbeat, then silence. But it had been there. The eggs were not dead. Seraphina pulled back. The moment broke. The dragonfire faded. "We need to find the channel and destroy it," she said. Her voice was steady again, the commander's voice, the frontier voice, the voice that had held Dragonfire Pass. "Before the backlash reaches critical." "Agreed. And we need to talk about your loss of control." "Also agreed." A pause. "But perhaps not on our knees in the dark." She almost smiled. Almost. They stood. They left the hatchery. They did not talk about how close their foreheads had been, or how the dragonfire had felt, or how the moment had stretched between them like a wire about to snap. Dagna did not need to be told. She took one look at Seraphina's face when she returned to the third tier and said, "Something happened. I had an overload." Something else happened. Seraphina walked past her without answering. That night, she sat in her quarters with soot on her lap and the fire vein map spread across her desk, and she thought about the disaster she had seen. The ancient Dragon King burning his own nest. Not because he wanted to, not because he chose to, because the fire vein sabotage was destabilizing the volcanic system that he was connected to at a fundamental biological level. And when the system went critical, it would take him with it, dragging his ancient dragon fire out of his control and turning him into a weapon aimed at his own home. He was not just the powerful protector, he was also the danger. And she was the only person who could see it coming. "I'm going to fix this," she told Soot. Soot, who was lying on his back in her lap with all four paws in the air, made a sound that might have been agreement or might have been a request for belly rubs. She rubbed his belly. He purred. "I'm going to fix all of it." The next day, she began asking questions about the disaster brand. It was a name she had heard before, in the southern courts, in the whispered conversations that stopped when she entered rooms, in the letters that Aldrich had received from his noble allies. Disaster bringer, Doomwalker, the woman who calls the storm. The southern nobles believed that Seraphina's disaster sense caused the disasters she predicted. They pointed to the evidence. She had warned about the Greyvale Bridge failure, and the bridge failed. She had warned about the Thornwall siege, and the siege happened. She had warned about the fire at Dragonfire Pass, and the fire came. She was not the cause. She was the warning. But warnings that went unheeded looked to the powerful men who had ignored them like prophecies. And prophecies that came true were easier to blame on the prophet than on the men who had failed to act. Kaeldrith found the records. He had access to military archives that the southern authorities did not know existed. Dragon Nest archives, maintained for centuries, that tracked every military action, every frontier dispatch, every warning issued, and every response given. The records were thorough, precise, and damning. "The Greyvale Bridge," he said. They were in his study, a high, circular chamber on the 5th tier, lined with shelves of volcanic glass and scrolls, warmed by fire veins that ran through